madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement!
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If all that bloom are fated to wither, then I'll enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally
Okay, so welcome back सबैजनालाई हामी फेरि पनि आइसकेका छौँ अफकोर्स म्याक्स विङ्सको तर्फबाट यहाँ रहनेछ वाच पार्टी हाम्रो साउथ एसियन गेम्सको क्वालिफायर्सको यो चाहिँ रहनेछ मोबाइल लेजेन्ड्सको भने यहाँ गेम चलिरहेको छ जोर्डन भर्सेस साउदी अरेबिया फर्स्ट पिकमा हामीले देख्न पाउनेछौँ जोर्डनलाई र सेकेन्ड पिक रहनेछ साउदीको तर्फबाट फर्स्ट पिक भ्यालेन्टिना यहाँ अलिकति भिट्टा त मलाई लाग्दैन तर पनि पिक भइसकेको छ भने डबल पिक फ्रम साउदी अरेबिया हामीले देख्न पाउनेछौँ यहाँ फोबियस एड्स हो मोबिलिटी प्लस त्यहाँ अलिकति मोबिलिटी डिनाई गर्ने टाइपको दुइटै देख्न पाएका छौँ भने ब्यानमा हेर्ने हो भने अलिकति अनौठो ब्यान जोर्डनको फेरि पनि छ यहाँ चाउ ब्यान रहेको छ पकितो ब्यान रहेको छ र यी ब्यान रहेको छ सो प्योर वोल मेनिपुलेसन त्यहाँ नकआउट पन्च र जित कुन्दो त्यति ब्यान
सब याद गरेर जिसिल त यार
ट्रेया मार्सल अनि बाक्सिया यतापट्टि हामीले देख्न पाउनेछौँ साउदीको तर्फबाट ब्यान सो मार्सल अलिकति क्रुसियल हिरो गोल्डन आवर भएको कारण रहेको छन् भने यहाँ पिक डबल पिक फेरि पनि हामीले देख्न पाउनेछौँ जोर्डनको तर्फबाट दे हेभ पिक्ड क्लड अनि त्यसपछि गुइनिभिया सो गुइनिभियाको त्यहाँ स्पेसल माइग्रेसनसँगै क्लडको ब्लेजिङ डुएट आउने हो भने चाहिँ अलिकति इन्ट्रेस्टिङ पार्ट हामीले देख्न पाउनेछौँ जोर्डनको तर्फबाट भने यसै गरी साउदीको तर्फबाट थर्ड पिकमा आउनेछन् हारिथ सो अहिले करेन्ट बेटामा अलिकति हाई ड्यामेज अलिकति हाई बर्स्ट भएको हिरो भनौँ र यसै गरी ब्यानमा जानेछन् त्यहाँ एटलास ब्यान गएसँगै त्यहाँ फेटल लिङ्क अलिकति देख्न नपाउलौँ भन्ने कुरा हो र यसै गरी ब्यान अब रहेको छ जोर्डनको तर्फबाट दे हेभ नट ब्यान येट बट अलिकति हेर्ने हो भने त्यहाँ ब्यान चाहिँ कार्मेला अलिकति बेटर हुनसक्छ Okay, they're still. Oh, nice ban. यतापट्टि हामीले देख्न पाउनेछौँ जुक्सिन ब्यानसँगै त्यहाँ अलिकति सिसी भने कम हुनसक्छ साउदी अरेबियाको तर्फबाट र यसै गरी एलिस पनि हामीले ब्यानमा देख्न पाउने रहेछौँ हेरौँ के हुनेछ सो जङ्गलर एन्ड रोम दुइटा बाँकी थियो बट जङ्गलर आई गेस हुने नै छन् त्यहाँ सुयो सो मेज एन्ड रोम बाँकी रहनेछ पिक साउदी अरेबियाको तर्फबाट पनि यसै गरी जोर्डनको तर्फबाट बाँकी रहनेछ हाइपर र रोम आई गेस बट यसो हेर्ने हो भने गुइनिभियरलाई रोम एन्ड हाइपर दुइटामा फ्लेक्स गर्न पाइन्छ सो मोस्ट प्रोबेबली दे विल गो फर एन इएक्सपी एन्ड जङ्गलर अर इएक्सपी एन्ड रोम सो यसै गरी गाठोटका चाहिँ हामीले ब्यान देख्न पाउनेछौँ र पिक आउनेछ साउदीको तर्फबाट हाइलोस त्यहाँ ग्लोरियस पाथवे हामीले देख्न पाउनेछौँ हाइलोसको तर्फबाट भने त्यही ग्लोरियस पाथवेको युटिलाइजेसनमा टिम साउदी अरेबिया दे क्यान युटिलाइज द गेम प्ले अगेन्स्ट जोर्डन के हुनेछ त्यो त आफ्टर गेम हामीले देख्न पाउने नै छौँ भने यसै गरी अब जोर्डनको डबल पिकको पालो रहेको छ के पिक गर्नेछ नि त मोस्ट प्रोबेबली यतापट्टि हेर्ने हो भने चाहिँ जोर्डन दे क्यान गो ओके लापो एन्ड बेलरिक पिक सो काइन्ड अफ अलिकति सिसी चेन लिङ्क टाइपको पिक छ जोर्डनको बट स्टिल काउन्टर अलिकति इजिली हान्न सक्लान् साउदी अरेबियाले भन्ने हो final pick from Saudi Arabia and the final pick for this game right now the best of 3 this is the first game and Saudi Arabia go for Kimi Kimi को penetration लिएर मिड लेन जानेछन् भने यसै गरी स्वाप पनि भइसकेको छ दुई टिकटको बीचमा र सबैजना हुनुहुन्छ Do subscribe to Max Wins on YouTube channel 2K ma rahanecha Starlight giveaway and also do follow him in his other socials as TikTok and Facebook र यसै गरी अब म्याच सुरु हुने समय हुँदै गएको छ सो यहाँ भ्यालेन्टिनाको I am you यही काम लाग्न सक्ने मैले देखिरहेको छु जोर्डनको लागि बट स्टिल के हुन सक्ला त र यसै गरी गेम नम्बर 1 स्टार्ट भइसकेको छ साउदी अरेबिया भर्सेस जोर्डन ओके सो दुईतर्फ गई रोमर भन्ने अर्लीमा नै यहाँ हेल्प गर्नेछन् आफ्नो मिड लेनरलाई र त्यसै गरी हेर्ने भने Guinevere has started from that rock golem already level 2 र यसै गरी ग्याप हान्नेछन् जोर्डनले अर्ली यहाँ जङ्गलिङ फेजमा र यसै गरी त्यहाँ ओके र यसै गरी फर्स्ट ब्लड आउनेछ किमीको तर्फबाट डाउन हुनेछ गुइनिभेयर त्यहाँ र यसै गरी इन्भेजन पनि स्टार्ट भइसकेको छ त्यहाँ के गर्न सक्ने छैन जोर्डनको प्लेयरहरूले त्यहाँ अगाडि बढ्न खोजिरहेका छन् त्यहाँ बेलेरिक हि इज गोइङ काइन्ड अफ डिफेन्सिभ राइट देयर बट आई डोन्ट थिङ्क हि विल बी एबल सर्भाइभ त्यहाँ बटम लेनमा पनि बनिन चलिरहेको छ यसै गरी डाउन हुनेछ त्यहाँ बेलेरिक फ्रम हाइलोस अलरेडी क्लेमिङ अ किल डाउन हुनेछन् त्यहाँ किमी पनि र यसै गरी त्यो ट्रेडलाई क्विकली नै टर्नओभर गर्नेछन् टिम जोर्डनले सो जोर्डनको नेसनल टिम दे आर गोइङ स्ट्रङ अर्लीमा एउटा दुईटा थियो मिस्टेक्स बट स्टिल त्यहाँ रिकभर गर्न भ्याइसकेका छन् केल लिडमा लिइसकेका छन् भने यसै गरी 600 जस्तैको चाहिँ यहाँ अहिलेसम्म लिड रहेको थियो गोल्डको भने फार्मले नेतापट्टि त्यति साह्रो केही भएको छैन बट हारिथ हि इज होल्डिङ द लेन हि इज होल्डिङ द मिनियन्स सो हि क्यान फार्म इजिली एन्ड स्टप and delay the farm of Cloud here. So यतापट्टि लेनमा फेरि पनि हिँड्ने हो भने टिम जोर्डन फर्स्ट टर्टल आइसकेको छ र यसै गरी जोर्डन दे आर ग्यापिङ दि अपोनेन्ट र यसै गरी हेर्ने हो भने चाहिँ रायन्टिना सी हेज टेकन दि अल्टिमेट दि ग्लोरियस पाथवे आइएमयू युज गरेका छन् भने यसै गरी ओभरले चाहिँ अब अफिसियलकै तर्फबाट रमाइलो पारामा यतापट्टि हटाउने आउने भइरहेको छ
हेलो गाइस के हुँदैछ त्यही त अब फ्ल्याग अपडेट भइसक्यो अब आइसकेको हो अब यहाँ यस्तो गरेपछि ट्याक जादु केटा माटी छ त अनि माटिस देखाएको जस्तो लाग्यो त के हो होइन रहेछ माटिस देखाएको जस्तो लाग्यो होइन रहेछ
दुईटै टिमले राम्रो खेलिरहेछ है
होइन राम्रो टिम राम्रो छ यार त्यो गेम कम्पिटेटिभ छ
नेपालको गेम कस्तो हुन्छ भन्ने
नेपाल 1 बजे छ भने 1 बजे छ नेपालको गेम केटा हो
काम गरेर आउनुपर्छ म्याक्स दाइले चिया खर्च दिनुपर्ने हुन्छ आज चाहिँ ए सुपर च्याट चाहिँ पठाउँ है गाइस म्याक्स दाइले खर्चै दिँदैन नि यार सुपर च्याट नआएसम्म दिन्न भनिरहेछ आज पनि
सुपर च्याट भन्ने भइरहेछ
$5 देखि $10 आयो भने मलाई चिया खर्च आउँछ है गाइस हो मिटको लागि भए पनि सुपर च्याट चाहिँ हालौँ है
सेकेन्ड स्टेज भन्नाले यस्तो हुन्छ के यो जुन गेम लाइभ हुन्छ नि एउटा मेन स्टेज हुन्छ एउटा सेकेन्ड स्टेज हुन्छ के त्यो मेन स्टेजको गेम चाहिँ अफिसियली लाइभ हुन्छ सेकेन्ड स्टेजको गेम चाहिँ लाइभ हुँदैन के हो त्यो सेकेन्ड स्टेजको गेमहरू चाहिँ मैले लाइभ गर्छु के जुन गेम चाहिँ लाइभ हुँदैन नि अफिसियली दुईवटा गेम लगातार एकैचोटि चलिरहेको छ उहाँ अनि जुन गेमको चाहिँ लाइभ भइरहेको छैन अफिसियली त्यसमा त्यो चाहिँ मेरोमा लाइभ हुन्छ के त्यति हो है कुरा केटा खासै केही छैन सबले टिकटकमा चाहिँ फलो हानौँ युट्युबमा त सब्सक्राइब हान्नु परिहाल्यो ए साँच्चै सुपर च्याटको त हालेकै छैन मैले यार यो यसमा यो सब सिनै नयाँ बनाएको थिएँ
ओए दामी स्पेशल माइग्रेसन यार कसम
हो कि क्या हो
रोडले हान्छ क्या तर किमीको पेनिट्रेसन छ के
कहिले लेट गेम स्केलिङ लास्टै हुन्छ कि किमीको त्यो
पेनिट्रेसन
कतिखेर मेल्ट हान्न नै थाहा हुँदैन किमीको त जुत्ता आफू गइसक्यो हुन्छ कि माया
किमीलाई त सी क्लास हिरोमा राखेर जान्छ के हो यो
अहिले मेटा नभएर होला
0.5 पिक रेट 0 ब्यान रेट 0
के त भइरहेको लास्ट चाहिँ
म यहाँ लाइभ हेरिरहेको छु सबै हेरिरहेको छु क्या स्टार्टहरू हेरेर बसिरहेको छु
गेमको साउन्ड सानो छ लाइभमा भने मैले त बढाइदिन्छु नि ठिक छ होला यति ठुलो ठुलो किन बनाउनु गेम साउन्ड लाग्छ ठुलो आउँछ फेरि धेरै ठुलो पनि के कम मान्छेहरूलाई सुन्न गाह्रो होला नि त फेरि सबैजनाले म्याच स्केड्युल हेर्न चाहिँ मेरो डिस्कर्ड सर्भरमा हेऱ्यो भने चाहिँ मैले राखेको छ अनि कुन म्याच हेर्ने सबैले भन्यो भने चाहिँ गाइस त्यही म्याच लगाउँला त्यही म्याच हेरौँला हाल्नै मिलेन अरे मितलाई त्यो चाहिँ मितलाई के अरे ऊ सुपर च्याट हान्थ्यो मितलाई मित हाम्रो कास्टरले मागे होइन अघि सुपर च्याट 5 रुपियाँ उसलाई स्पेसल हान्दियो न
50 छ हैन लिमिट
लिमिट 50
आजकल चिया एक कपको 60 रुपैयाँ पर्न थालिसक्यो है यसो सबै सुपर
चिया चाहिँ खाइन्छ है केटा
हिजो बरु कफी सस्तो लागेको थियो है त्यही भएर हालिदिउँ है गाइस यस धेरै पर्दैन 1000 रुपैयाँ एकजनाले हाल्दै पुग्छ यहाँ कतिजना चाहिँ हेरेर 8 जनाले 1000 हाल्दै पुग्छ मलाई मेरै नम्बर दिन्छु बरु हालिदिने भयो हैन होला यार डीसीमा देखाउनु अरे रोब्लक्स खेल्न गएको कोही
सोचन सक्छ सोचनलाई सक्छ केटाहरु कसैले सोचनलाई यो लाइभ फेसबुकतिर शेयर हान शेयर त अनि यस्तो त खतरा हेरेर केटा हाम्रो टोटल क्याम्प पनि हाम्रो प्रोडक्सन लेभल देखिरहेको छ केटा हो प्लेयर क्याम्प चाहिँ हल्का आएन मात्र देखिरहेको छ नि प्रोडक्सन लेभल म अनबिनरलाई 1000 भन्ने शब्द ठुलो रे आसै होइन साउदीको टिम राम्रो छ केटा हो यहाँ पेलिरह तिमीलाई र तिम्रो टिमलाई त जसले पनि हानिदिन्छ हेर
मलाई चाहिँ सक्दैन मेरो टिम छैन
नेपालको गेम अर्को सामान सर अर्के नेपालको गेम 1 बजे है दिउँसोको 1 बजे छ किनेर लाइभ हुन्छ यहाँ बाइक कहीँ हुँदैन लाइभ नहुनु पर्ने कतै ए उता नेसामाको च्यानलमा नि हुन्छ तर नेसाको च्यानलमा नि हुन्छ 1 बजे अर्को सामान उता हेरै केटा अर्को इन द च्याट अर्को दा इन द च्याट
अब कन्फिगरेसन कतिको इम्प्रुभ भएको छ नयाँ अपडेटमा हेरौँ न हैन कतिको राम्रो पर्छ
ओइ के हो MLBB नेपालको भेट्दै भेट्दैन
त्यही धरानमा लाइन अब अर्को सामाङलाई भन्नु पर्यो है केटा हो धरानमा के भयो कि हर्का सामाङमा भन्नु पर्यो हर्का सामाङ यार धरानको कुरा निकाल्ने भन्दा पनि आफ्नै कुरा बढी निकाले जस्तो लाग्छ ओ त्यो हल्का त्यो केएसए को त छ नि साउदीको त्यसलाई हल्का यता सार्नु पर्ने चाहिँ
आजको शेड्युल सँगै हाल्नु
लाइभमा त हाल
ओए नाइस ल अबको अपडेट चाहिँ मन पर्यो मलाई आयो यसको
मान्छेहरु आइफोन फ्लेक्स हान्दै छैन यार आफ्नो एन्ड्रोइड चलाउने मान्छेलाई के कुरा त्यो साथीको माग हो नि हेलो नेक्रो के छ यार व्हाट्स अप
यतिको ट्रान्जेक्सन्स भएछ त के हाल्यो मलाई अब फ्यानी फेरि हान्न थाल्छु म
त्यही त माननीयहरुका साम्बाङज्यूलाई भन्नु पर्यो है केटा हो तिमीहरुमा अब धरानमा बत्ती गएको केसमा चाहिँ हाम्रो माननीयहरुका साम्बाङज्यूलाई
हर्के त अनि धरानको हैन र
ए हर्का साम्बाङ माननीय हो कस्तो हर्की हो र सभासद भएछ माननीय हो
त्यहाँ हर्का साम्बाङ छ भने म चाहिँ राम लामा हो है फेरि
नेट अड्क्यो र केटाहरु तँ नपठाउने यार तँ पठाएछ त मेरो त टाउको दुख्छ त यार नेट अड्क्यो भनेर यहाँ त ल्याङ हुन्छ त स्किन त केटा हो स्मुथ लाइक बटर हुनु पर्यो नि फेरि बटर जस्तो स्मुथ 10000 बिटमा हाने कास्टिङ चाहियो भने केटाहरु 2-3 मिनेट यसो बिचा बिचामा कास्टिङ आउँछ त्योमा धेरै केटाहरुलाई प्रेसर दिनु भएन नेपालको गेमको लागि राख्नु छ के जम्मा गरेर फिड अड्क्यो भने होला वाइफाई अड्क्यो फिड अड्क्यो भने म यहीँबाट भइहाल्छ नि अड्क्यो भनेर यहाँ बिटरेट घट्यो मेरो यहाँ घटिहाल्छ नि वाइफाई हो ऊ माननीय हर्का सामानजीलाई भन्नु पर्यो नि त नेट पनि चलेन धरानमा भनेर केटाहरूले त्यत्रो जिताएर पठाएको यार नि खोइ धरानको कुरा त निकाल्नु पर्यो ड्यामेज डेल्ट पनि एकदम केटाहरू हेरेर एपिआई युज भइरहेछ पुरै प्रोडक्सन देखिरहेको छ नि केटाहरू डब्लु प्रोडक्सन है डब्लु प्रोडक्सन
के भन्दैन म एकदम दामी
दामी भइरहेछ गेम केटा हो जोर्डनले प्रेसर त दिइरहेछ है तर लेट स्केलिङ त उताको पनि राम्रो छ है साउदीको पनि
अनि त फेरि क्लाउड फिड भइसक्यो के
क्लाउडको फिड राम्रो भइसक्यो हेर नि त किमीले अब मेडान थाहा कतिखेर त सकाउँछ नि थाहा हुँदैन त किमीले त यार डिसी नि जोइन गरिदिएको एन्ड जबले जोइन गर नि डिसी जोइन गर्नु परिहाल्यो नि केटा हो
कसैले कास्टिङ हान्न मन छ भने चाहिँ आउँदा हुन्छ नेपालको गेमको बेला चाहिँ पाइँदैन अहिले हालिदियो भने चाहिँ आउँछ
नेपालको गेमको बेला पाइने केटा अरू बेला चाहिँ पाइयो है नेपालको गेमको बेलामा त डब्लु कास्टिङ चाहिन्छ नि त फेरि अहिलेको ह्याल कास्टिङ हो फेरि यही ह्याल कास्टिङ हान्ने नै डब्लु कास्टिङ हान्ने हो अहिले नेपालमा हर्कलाई बालनको मात्र चिन्ता छ अरे होइन हाम्रो दुईजना माननीय जीवहरू हो अब के भन्न सकिन्छ हामीले उहाँहरूको प्रतिको एकअर्का बिचको प्रेमलाई अब हामीले केही शब्दले बयानै गर्न सकेन भने स्प्यारको क्यानामदु हो कि हर्कजी र हाम्रो बालनजीको वास पार्टी गोट खेल्नु गएको छ आज यहाँदेखि हेर्छु हुन्छ हेर न लेट गेम स्केलिङमा चाहिँ साउदीको राम्रो छ होइन अब त्यही नि अब हिरो भन्दा होइन अब प्लेमा पनि भर पर्छ तर दुईवटा कम्पिटेटिभ चाहिँ 11 छ गोल्ड लिड पनि अलमोस्ट सेम थियो यार भर्खर भ्याट्ट बढ्यो अब साउदीले हेर्नु लर्डमा लर्ड डान्स चलिरहेछ
हुन्छ मजा आयो
हर्क र बालनको यावी भनेको मैले त नबुझाएको कि के हो केटा हो यस्तो कुरा मितले बुझ्छ यार मित के हो त्यो हेर त हर्क र बालनको कमेन्ट युट्युब मैले टिकटकमा लाइभ गराएन अहिले टिकटकमा लाइभमा कपिराइट आउँदैछ टिकटकमा त अर्काको कन्टेन्ट युज गर भनेर आएर ल ब्यान छ
कुनै पनि हिरो रिलिज भएको त्यो हिरोको पहिलो प्याच नोट होइन विकली प्याच नोट आउँछ नि पहिलो प्याच नोट आएपछि त्यो हिरो चलाउनु पाउँदैन अब यहाँ के छ थाहा छैन तर मोस्ट प्रोबेबली यहाँ पनि ब्यान्डै होला
ब्यानै होला अटो ब्यान हुन्छ होला हिरा त
नयाँ हिरो त जसै ब्रोकन आउँछ
ब्यानै होला मलाई पिक्चर जस्तो लाग्दैन हिरा
त्यही हो प्याच अपडेटको कारणले नै हो डिफल्ट ब्यान
ल साउदीले भने होइन कम्ब्याक हानिदिन्छ भनेर डेन्जरै हानिदियो भने लेट त यस्तो राम्रो स्केलिङ त किमीले गर्दाखेरि तर डिफेन्ड हान्छ कि जस्तो लाग्यो यार डिफेन्ड भयो डिफेन्ड भयो यार दामी गाइस ओए भएन
एक गेम ब्रल
यस्तो हुँदैन यहाँ हेर नि ठुलो सो गाइस फर्स्ट गेम हाम्रो साउदीले राम्रो जिते खाने यार सुरुमा अगाडि भयो नि पछि चाहिँ साउदी एउटा राम्रो हाम्रो प्रो प्लेयरहरू साउदीको एउटा हेरिहाल्नु हामी हो त्यो गेम साउदीले जित्छ जस्तो लाग्यो मलाई पनि वाटपाइट दिनुपर्यो क्रिकेट हेरिहाल्नु नि त यहाँ हाम्रो के छ भनेर त मित हेर त यस्तो कुरा तिमीले हेर्छौ तिमी कास्टो मान्छे मैले भन्दा तिमीलाई भन्दा बुझ्छन् बोल्नु छैन ठिकै छ
आइटम बिलमा राम्रै छ साउदीको के छ भन्दाखेरि होइन साउदीको आइटम बिलमा सेन्स अलिक बढिरहेछ भ्यालेन्टिनाको आइटम बिल मिलै छैन त्यो
होइन नि किन मिलाएन
गोल ग्याप नि मिठो हानेर रहेछ त अनि पछि गएर त 4000 गोल ग्याप हान्दै खा त 5000 कै भन्दा नि
पहिला हल्का लिडमा थियो यतातिर कति उतातिर लिडमा गयो के
अर्ली टु मिड त राम्रै थियो नि फेरि उ
त्यो स्टिम ल्याबबाट फेसबुक हटाउनु पर्यो है रोज अलिकति देखेँ मैले
सामदानको दामी पिएफपी
ल गाइज अहिले सबैजना इन्जोय गरिराख्नु यो क्लाउडको यो प्याचमा काम छैन त्यस्तै हो अब कम्फर्ट पिक पहिलेदेखि भइरहेको भएर अब कम्फर्ट पिक छोड्नु नखोजे होला अलिअलि प्याच डाउन भयो भने अब आफ्नो फुल कम्फर्ट भयो जस्तो त्यसलाई खेल्न सक्दैन त्यहीको हिसाबमा हुनसक्छ है
कुरा चाहिँ देख्न पाउँछ कि पाउँदैन भन्ने क्या कस्तो देखायो बिचराले
चेष्टा कसले बनाएको यार चेष्टा म हेर्नै पाइनँ होइन अब यो उताबाट नि फिड आएको हो गाइस क्लिन फिड अब फुत्ता आयो फुत्ता गयो हेर्नै पाएन अहिले प्याच नोटमा के चाहिँ भएको छ है मिथ भन त म पनि हिजोदेखि लाइभको लागि हिँडै छु बनाइछु रातभरि हिजो अस्ति
के भन्छ चाउलाई बक्दैछ के अरे अनि
चाउको त नयाँ स्किन आउनु थालेर हो चाउ र पकिदिएको त्यही भएर नि होला त्यसो कारण
अनि त्यसपछि हार्लेलाई नर्फ गरेछ पकिदोलाई फेरि बफ गरिरहेछ ओए ब्रलको त म्यापै चेन्ज भएछ त
ए त्यो कुरा चाहिँ यहाँ गर्ने हो नि फेरि हेर कहाँ अब तिमी ब्रलको प्रोडक्सन
भन्ने गर्लफ्रेन्ड लिएर ब्रल खेल्न त ओए म्याप दामी बनाएको
के भ्यालेन्टाइन आज क्या अहिले
हैन अर्कै छ
पक्रियो फेरि बफा हो र छैन होला ओइ के हो बफा हो फेरि पक्रियो ए फेरि बफ हान्दै कति के अब के बेसेबाट ड्यामेज हानेर मारिदिनु सोचेको छ क्या पकेटलाई बफ गराएर यार त्यसै त बङ हान्छ त्यो ग्लिच होला दुईटा कन्सन्ट्रेटेड एनर्जी त के बनायो होला र यार ग्लिच हुनसक्छ म एकचोटि ब्याक गरेर हेर्छु त गाइस के भयो साँच्चीकै मैले फुट त स्ट्रिम कटिहाल्यो कि मेरोमा ह्यारिससँग दुईटा कन्सन्ट्रेटेड एनर्जी त्यो बनाएको हुनसक्छ टेस्ट साइज चाहिँ हाम्रो उसँग थियो होइन त्यो उसको लागि क्लडको लागि बनायो होला नि यतातिर कसले बनाएको छ टेस्ट साइज लापुले बनाएको छ फेरि बेलरिकले पनि बनाएको छ कसको लागि बनाएको थियो किमीको टाइकिसुडा त खासै गर्दैन अब ह्यारिसलाई बनाउनु भने त्यो आइटम अब उनीहरूको प्रिपिक भन्ने चाहिँ हाम्रो जुन हुन्छ नि ग्लोबल पिक्स खान्छ नि त्यस्तै हुन पनि सक्छ नत्र अब कुनै होला नि त आइडिया प्रो प्लेयरहरूलाई हामीले कहाँ भन्ने
को गर्ने
त्यस
होला सायद
ग्राफिक ओभरअल चाहिँ दामी रहेछ यसमा त्यस ग्राफिक्स चाहिँ चित्त बुझ्दो
हेलो सुन्दा
ए मजा
फ्लेक्स वाला फुलमा लाइफ स्टाइल हान्छ एक टचमा फुल हुन्छ भनेर सोचे होला नि त एक बेसिक हान्छ फुल हुन्छ भनेर
गुनिवार
होइन हेरे बेसिकमा त होइन त्यो 1 सेकेन्ड त्यो बेसिकमा अर्को हुन्छ नि त्यो हान्छ फुल हुन्छ भनेर सोचे होला नि त त्यो पनि हुनसक्छ केटा हो किन हुनसक्छ जे गरे नि जित्ने हो कि 5वटा कन्सन्ट्रेट बनाएर जित्नु त हो नि
होइन होला
त्यो लास्टमा किनेको होला त्यो आइटम चाहिँ मलाई त्यस्तो लाग्यो
त्यस्तो गर्न मिल्दैन नि फेरि आइटम डाइरेक्ट लास्टमा स्वैप गर्न मिल्दैन नि है फेरि
बेच्न चाहिँ मिल्दैन स्वाप गर्न मिल्छ सोल्टी गेमको विचारमा गेम सकेपछि कि मिल्दैन गेम सकेपछि सकिन लाग्ने बेला सेल गर्ने कि मिल्दैन सो राउन्ड पिक हुँदैछ हाम्रो प्रोफेसनल प्लेयर हिरोहरू यस्तो ह्यान्डसम हेरेर हेरिहाल्नु केटा हो अहिले यो पछि उसको गेम हेर्नुपर्छ केटा हो फिलिपिन्स र इन्डोनेसियाको होइन पछि त्यसमा केटाहरूले केटीहरूको फ्यान के अरे काइरी खेला थियो एकचोटि कार्टिजीहरू त छ होला होइन काइरी चाहिँ छ जस्तो लाग्यो है इन्डोनेसिया हुनु पर्यो
रोस्टर के है
अहिले रोस्टर आउँछ नि म भन्छु नि केटा हो फिलिपिन्सको गेमहरू हामीले सेकेन्ड स्टेजमा कसो गेमहरू हुन्छ अहिले फिलिपिन्सहरू गेम कति बजी हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि यसमा नहेरौँ यसमा देखिँदैन मेरो इमेजमा हेर्नुपर्छ अहिले नेपाली टाइम सहित राखेको छु भने
तपाईँ मेन स्टेज के गेम होला 11-15
अब यो पछि हामीले श्रीलङ्का भर्सेस पाकिस्तानको लाइभ गर्नुपर्छ केटा हो यो पछि
नेपाल पाकिस्तान
11-15 मा हुन्छ श्रीलङ्का भर्सेस पाकिस्तानको चाहिँ गरौँ क्या हो के छोडेर
1-10 मा हो त्यो त नेपालको
त गर्नु परिहाल्यो नेपालको गरेन भने त के गर्नु नेपालको नगरे लगाइज के हेर्ने यो साउदी र जोर्डनको हेर्ने कि श्रीलङ्का पाकिस्तानको हेर्ने भने गेम
साउदी जोर्डन नै ठिक छ
श्रीलङ्का पाकिस्तान हेरे पनि हुन्छ
भन्दा राम्रो त साउदी जोर्डनको
साउदी र जोर्डन कहाँ सुरु भएन श्रीलङ्का पाकिस्तान कहाँ सुरु भयो
अब हुन्छ 11-15 मा अब भइहाल्छ
1 घन्टामा हिजो कहाँ यो सकिन्छ होइन र यो
एसियनमा छैन एसियनमा टाइप खेला छैन अहिले रोस्टर चाहिँ कुनै टिमको पनि हेरेन भने पुरै चलिरहेको छ कि राज्य त्यसमा त्यस्तै हुनुपर्छ
कागुरा नि खेल्न आउँदो रहेछ
अचम्म भयो
मारिदियो ब्रलमा रिकल नि देखाउन मिल्ने रहेछ अहिले
तर त्यहीँको त्यहीँ टेलिपोर्ट गर्नु
होइन जस देखाउन चाहिँ मिल्ने रहेछ कि स्प्याम हान्न मिल्ने रहेछ
टन्ट गर्न त
साउदीको हेरौँ न साउदीको यसो के श्रीलङ्का पाकिस्तान त अफिसियलमा पनि लाइभ भइरहेको छैन यो साउदी र उसको त अफिसियलमा लाइभ छैन नि त त्यही भएर यही हेरौँ हामी सबै अफिसियलमा लाइभ नभएको चाहिँ गरौँ
सबैले हेरेर के देखाउनु
अरूमा हेर्नु मिलिहाल्छ
है ल गाइस फलो गर्नु है फलो गरौँ टिकटक अनि सब्स्क्राइब चाहिँ गर्न नबिर्स्यौँ हस्ताले जित्नु छ भने चाहिँ सब्स्क्राइब गरौँ
नेपालको डिसी युनाइटेड नेपालको 1 PM मा चाहिँ 1 बजे छ दिउँसोको 1 बजे छ नेपालको गेम दिउँसोको 1 बजे छ है ड्राफ्टिङ चल्न लाग्दैछ केटा त्यो भएर यो
मजा डायमन्ड पर्नु नि यार माछा भन्दाखेरि
त्यो बेलासम्म मेन स्टेज हेरौँ के भएर यता पनि चलिरहेको छ एडै तर पनि ब्रेकै चलिरहेको नेक्स्ट स्ट्रिम सुरु हुन लाग्यो ल हैन
Even something so crude can be graced. What a splatter of beauty!
के गरौँ गाइस एकछिन गयो हामी पनि एकछिन आइहाल्छौँ त
back guys
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If all that bloom are fated to wither, I'll enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If all that bloom are fated to wither, then I'll enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful.
हेलो गाइज वी आर ब्याक फेरि गेम सुरु भइसक्यो ड्राफ्टिङ फेज फेरि सुरु भइसकेर जोर्डन र साउदीको गेममा अघिको गेम चाहिँ साउदीले जितेको छन् भने अघि गेम साउदीले जिते होइन अनि स्वपै भएन त फेरि फेरि टस हुन्छ त हरेक राउन्ड होइन
होइन होला त्यस्तो त
अनि जोर्डनकोमा किन एक लाइन देखाइरहेछ उल्टो भएको जस्तो लाग्यो नत्र उताको हुनु पर्थ्यो ठिकै छ हामीले बुझिहाल्छौँ नि एल प्रोडक्सन होइन प्रोडक्सन डब्लु छ गडा त्यो चाहिँ बिर्सेछ गडा हात के भयो भ्यालेन्टिन्स अलमोस्ट सेम पिक छ त्यहाँ भ्यालेन्टिना सुयु ह्यारी बेलेरिक लापु लापु अघिको रिप्ले भयो क्या होइन अघि क्लिन थिएन है अघि क्लिन थिएन तिमी आइलस् पनि लाने फिलिपिन्स इन्डोनेसिया नै हुन्छ के पनि केहरू गाइस हेर्नु परिहाल्यो होइन सबै गेम होइन नयाँ टिमले जस्तै नेपालमा पनि नयाँ टिमले जित्यो नि
शिवाल
ओए मित म तिमीलाई मिट हानिदिन्छु अब
शिवाल ओके अर्लीमा नि त्यस्तो टर्न त होइन होला त्यस्तो साह्रो रिकल त त्यो पनि टिएल आइडीको होइन त्यो टिएल पेजको होइन त्यो
खोइ साइड चाहिँ जित्नु नहुँदो रहेछ है ओ त्यो जोर्डनलाई वान दिएको छ क्या त्यो जोर्डन होइन नि जित्ने अघिको साउदी हो नि
प्रोडक्सन डब्लु हो अरू केही होइन
चेन्ज हुन्छ कसैले त भनिहाल्छ नि
बिस्तारै हुन्छ होला
त्यही भने यो प्याच जुन पाए त्यही हिरोको दादा त्यो पकिटो यस्तो क्रेजी भएको थियो अझै थप्दैछ भने ड्यामेज त बढाएन नि मिनियनलाई बढाएर भनेपछि सोचनलाई ड्यामेज बढाएर सोचन खेल्यो भने ड्यामेज बढेको छ होइन मिथ खेल्यो भने सोचन खेल्यो भने ड्यामेज बढेको छ मिथलाई पनि हो
ए
मिथ ठुलो मिनियन सोचन सानो मिनियन
ए कस्तो भन्दा
प्याकेटोलाई सिसीले त्यो अब फार्म केमा हो नत्र उस्तै फार्ममा भन्छ त्यो सिसीले त थाहा पाउनु भन्दा अगाडि सकाइदिन्छ अहिले पकेटले ड्यामेज त्यत्रो बढाइदियो ऊ मिल्यो है केटा साउदीको यतितिर आयो वान लाइन मिलिसक्यो
होइन ल्याएर हाम्रो टिमै जोत भयो खेलै नआउने केटी परेर रहेछ मिलेन
तेरिका मिथ होइन होला यार तिमी त्यो गेमको कुरा त नगर नि यार
हो त्यो यो गेम मैले हटाइदिइसकेँ गेमै हटाइसकेँ मलाई पुगिसक्यो अब यहाँ मस्त गफ गर्ने अब
हाम्रो साउन्ड सुने राम्रो गइरहेको छैन केटा हो त्यो किमीले ड्यामेज दिएको त्यो जोर्डनलाई पेन दिइरहेको छ क्या किमीले कन्टिन्युसली हानेको छ अरूसँग फाइट गरे पनि है त्यसले किची ड्यामेज कुदै गरेर भने ए मित गएर सिकाइदियो रे केटीलाई होइन केटीहरू प्रो टिम छ नि तिमीहरूको सिटिनलाई त नेपाल केटी टिमले ढुक्कै हानिदिन्छ तिमीहरूको टिमलाई त इनगेम इक्विपमेन्ट
साह्रो त नआएको मलाई यार दादा मलाई तपाईलाई हिरारा भन्ने थाहा छैन मैले यहाँ 6 किलो हानेर बसिरहेको
पर्सि चाहिँ खेलेर केटाहरूको के भन्ने
के को बसिरहेको र्याङ्क खेलिरहेको
सोलो होला होइन
सोलै त नि
फर्स्ट गेम एक गेम पनि हिरो नखेलिकन र्याङ्कमा खेल्न मिल्छ होला नि हिरा र अनि
दुई गेम क्लासिक हानिसक्यो एटलिस्ट न त हान्यो मेरो चार्जरले बाई बाई भन्छ
त्यसरी पनि फेरि साउदीले प्रेसर दिन्छ जस्तो छ यार त्यो सेम स्केलिङ त झन् क्लिनको त्यो ब्रस्ट यताबाट लापु र बेलरिक त छ होइन उताबाट पनि तङ्ग आइलस यो गेम पनि एकदम साउदीको राम्रो देखिरहेको छ यार
लेटसम्म गयो भने त साउदीले इजी
लेट गयो भने त ढुक्कै साउदीले हान्यो अब यताबाट जित्नलाई अब अर्ली गेममा हानेर पछि कि त ह्यारी त एकदम क्रेजी फार्म भएर ह्यारीले सबैलाई ढाल्न सक्नु पर्यो अगाडिको नत्र भए त त्यो किमी र क्लिन्टले ब्याकलाइनबाट त सबैलाई मेल्टै हानिदिन्छ भने ब्रस हानेर के भने ब्याकलाइन जानै सक्दैन कसो अब कि त सुयो एउटा ब्याकलाइन जान सक्ने लापु गए पनि अब तिनीहरूको भाग्न सकिहाल्छ त अर्ली गेममै क्रेजी हान्नु पर्यो है तपाईँ लेट गेम जाँदा त गाह्रो छ जोड्नलाई एकदम अहिलेदेखि यस्तो छ यो त लास्टमा म्याच लाइक बटर हुन्छ यस्तै यस्तो ड्यामेजमा त कमेन्ट एक त राख्नु पऱ्यो त्यहाँ टाढाको कमेन्ट पढ्न गाह्रो हो मलाई डिस्कर्डमा कोही नयाँ म्याच आयो भने मलाई कसैले सब्सक्राइब नगरेका हो कि सब्सक्राइबर काउन्ट नबढ्या हो के हो केटा एक पनि बढ्दैन त
तपाईँलाई हिपेका हुन्
ठिकै छ अब हेप्यो हामी यस्तो गेम ल्याउने यार सबैको लागि हेप्ने भए हेप्छ के गर्नु
हिराराको मोन्टेज छिट्टै आउँछ मिथलाई फलो गरौँ है फेसबुक के भन्छ टिकटक फर्स्ट एभर हिरारा मोन्टाज फ्रम नेपाल तर यो टुर्नामेन्टमा हिरारा अलाउ गर्ने हो भने हिराराले चाहिँ अलिक अनोइङ पारामै हान्छ है
कहाँ प्र्याक्टिस हुँदैन कसरी हाल्नु सक्छ
सक्छ हौ अनि त्यो धेरै चाहिँदैन नि एक रात प्र्याक्टिस गरे पुग्छ
त्यस्तो लेभलको टुर्नामेन्ट तिमीले
पुग्छ हौ अलाउ मात्र होस् न अहिले हाम्रै गोल अहिले होला बाबा
मिथेसन बोल न यहाँ म एउटा काम गर्नु पर्यो होइन होला यार मिथ त
फा भइरहेछ यार त्यही फा हुने क्रममा चाहिँ साउदी अरेबियाले पारामा जोर्डनलाई अलिकति पेल्न सक्छ कि भन्ने कुरा हो त्यही कुरा हुँदा यहाँ अलिकति गाह्रो चाहिँ जोर्डनले बनाउन थालिसक्यो होइन र
खाए साउदीले खायो गेम पनि
बेस्ट अफ 2-0 हान्यो
यो पछि कसो गेम हेर्ने भन्ने कुरा हो केटा हो यो पछि अब मङ्गोलिया छैन होला मङ्गोलिया छैन जस्तो लागेको थियो नत्र मङ्गोलिया र हङकङको गेम हुनुपर्ने हो मङ्गोलिया नभएपछि श्रीलङ्का र पाकिस्तानको गेमहरू नै पछि तर किन त्यति सजिलो किन हुन्छ जस्तो लागेन केटा हो फाइट दिन्छ जस्तो चाहिँ अब जोर्डनले फाइट दिन्छ जस्तो चाहिँ ड्यामेज देखिरहेछ राम्रो अहिले झन्नै साउदीले बिगाएर जस्तो लागेको बिच ऱ्याङ्क खेल्नै बस्यो डिस्कर्ड
होइन अहिले बोल्छु म बोल्ने टाइम हुन्छ अहिले त्यस्तो बोल्नुपर्ने केही पनि छैन क्या
मलाई लाग्दै थियो यो लेट गेम बिगान थाले क्लिनको ड्यामेज
त्यो कुरा भन्दाखेरि दुईटैको फ्ल्याग उस्तै छ नाम नलिएसम्म अलिक गाह्रै पर्छ प्लेयर्सहरूलाई कुनको कुन हो भन्ने फेरि उल्टै छ
फ्ल्याग फरक छ नि कहाँ साउदी र जोर्डन फ्ल्याग धेरै फरक छ
अघिको गेममा चाहिँ झ्याउँथ्यो
त्यसमा त फरक छ बिचमा साउन्ड जान्छ कि के हो यार बिचमा उताबाट आएकै छैन उताबाट अडियो नै आएन मैले ज्याए त्यो पठाउनु त सुरुमा साउथीले इजी लान्छ भनेको फाइट दियो यार त जोर्डनले राम्रो फाइट दियो यार लास्टमा ओ मेल्ट यार ह्यारी त अब त सक्यो गेम ह्यारी त बर्डर जसरी तिमीले उडाइहाल्यो अब त सक्यो ह्यारिफै गएपछि त ड्यामेजै छैन ह्यारी गएपछि त कसले हान्नु छ अब ल गाइस साउदीले गेम जितेको छ है त साउदी हाम्रो साउदीले गेम जित्न सफल भएका छन् हाम्रो जोर्डनलाई जोर्डनलाई हाम्रो जोर्डनलाई हाम्रो हो नि त जोर्डन माइकल जोर्डन एकछिन फिट छ कता कता एकछिन हामी मेन स्टेज जान्छौँ भने त आयो एउटा रेफ्री क्या राम्रो छ पछाडि हेर है एउटा क्या राम्रो छ हेर है केटालाई राम्रो भन्छु त ल यतातिर पनि गेमै रहेन रहेछ कडा गेमै काहीँ छैन भने अब कहाँ हो इरान भर्सेस ओमानको हो
नेक्स्ट
यहाँ
इरान ओमान हो त्यो त चाहिँ अब नेक्स्ट त स्टेज 2 मा गेमै छैन त अनि स्टेज 1 नै हेर्ने नि श्रीलङ्का पाकिस्तान
श्रीलङ्का पाकिस्तान है इरान ओमानको सेकेन्ड गेम चल्छ
त गेमै छैन नि
इरान ओमानको गेम चलिरहेको छ तर फ्ल्यागले चिनिहाल्दो रहेछ मैले त टिम नेमै राख्नु नपर्ने रहेछ फ्ल्याग छँदै छैन है साँच्ची अहिलेको सम्झिरहेको त
अनि कहाँ सबैले फ्ल्याग दिन्छ नि
पनि यहाँ भानी बोलिहाल्छौ नि सोध्यो भने कसरी
कासो बाँकी काम हैन
के भने कासबाट के काम
हैन त्यति राख्दैन त्यो पनि के गर्दा नि राखिसकेपछि जब
होइन त्यो हल्का पोजिसन मिलेन के पहिले सेट गरे भए मिल्थ्यो होइन पोजिसन अहिले गर्दा हल्का पोजिसन मिलेन अनि कस्तो नराम्रो देख्यो कि त्यही भएर
स्टारलाइट चाहिँ बढाइहाल्नु नि यहाँ झ्याप हाल्दिउँ न हरेक निकाल्दिउँ
मलाई पनि मिथ्यो एउटा मलाई पनि
कस्तो मलाई पनि एउटा म त काम गर्न आएको त्यही भएर पाइरहेको छु
जस पनि काम गर्न
मलाई त चिया खर्च अनि स्टारलाइट दुइटै आउँछ भने चाहिँ
चिया खर्च त आउँछ नि 100 रुपियाँ
चिया खर्च चाहिँ
स्टारलाइट जस्तै चिया खर्च त ढुक्क आउँछ
म 7 सेकेन्डतिर चल्छ
नअरे मैले
from Ali, which as a roamer with no death at all, I think that is very. I think that is a reflection of what that game is for Team Oman, because all Oman or Team Oman El Breaki is trying to do is constantly forcing the issue onto Puria. You see that he's whenever he's ultimate, right, he goes for Puria. However, he don't have a single assist and he only have got 2 kills. He haven't formed enough item as a relatively greedy assassin in order to do anything against Puria. It would be great though if he were to, I would say, gang up together with Al Alawi, because he's a Lapu Lapu after all. Create some chaos, be very tanky, and in the meantime can do really decent damage with the Bravest Warriors too.
Yeah, I feel that it comes down to the rotational timings for the side of Team Oman, especially when they fall into that mid-game decision-making, where they did a very good job in that early game, trying to lock down Puria as much as possible, got that 2 kills, but they were unable to capitalize on that goal momentum, right? They were unable to go on to Madi and then Amirali and so on and so forth. That's what they should have been doing with the Hanzo, consistently get that snowball, especially against someone who's weak in that early game. Lancelot at that level 4 without farm, well, he looks like the freest meal ever for Hanzo.
Yes. So I think that what Team Oman is essentially looking for is that they want to go for single member pick-off, not necessarily trying to get enough snowball to be able to, go from one chain to the other. So in some sense, they are looking at things in a very narrow kind of playstyle. Whenever I have ultimate, I just go. Not exactly the form of, I want to go for a team fight, I want to make full use of the Hanzo with its innate mobility, as well as the fact that he can do very risky plays, type all the way to kind of the backlines kind of thing. In fact, they're lacking in team fights overall.
Yeah. So it feels like, like you said, very telegraphed, right? One target, one play coming out from side Team Oman. It's never a secondary layered play on top where, yo, I'm a Hanzo, I'm going to jump behind, but you're going to do this at the front with the Whale Dragon while I'm making the space. There was no level 2, no level of contingency behind that. And I believe that's the kind of layeredness, the kind of meticulousness a team needs to kind of make it here at the Asian Games here.
Honestly, if you ask me, if I'm trading between my ultimate as a mage versus the jungler's ultimate, I'll take the trade anytime.
Yeah.
If I'm able to keep my own team, such as the gold laner, active and safe, so be it. Me as a Yve, without real manipulation, I'm pretty sure my team will still do just fine.
Yeah, there was a lot of moments where I felt that they should have gotten the upper hand, especially on the Hanzo. You saw that Poria was extremely low. I believe his death could have been in a double-digit count.
To be honest, yeah.
They just stacked their coordination just slightly better. And yeah, that was just such a missed opportunity. But doesn't matter. Still day one. We need to reset and we need to go on into that next games as well. We still got 3 more days of MLBB here.
Yeah, a lot of days, a lot of games. We are currently down at 1:13 p.m. right now, and we have covered 2 series. We've got all the way, I think we have 5 more series to go. So if you guys have any, Mobile Legends Bang Bang craze or itch, this is the place that you want to go, as you will be able to watch so many teams going up against one another. And of course, different regions, different meta, different plays, and I'm pretty sure when it comes down to some of these teams, you guys might already heard of who they are, who is playing, and of course, what team that they are technically from.
And currently, the standings for Group B, as we see so far, Team Saudi Arabia at the top with 2-0, 100% win rate with 4 points, and also Team Iran following next as 1-0 with 2 points because they only played 1 best of 3 so far. Team Jordan 1-1, and now for Team United Arab Emirates 0-1. And lastly, I believe that was Team Jordan, right? No, Team Oman.
Team Oman,
0-2.
So technically speaking, we're not too surprised about the fact that Team Saudi Arabia is all the way at the top of that list because, I mean, after all, they are names that we could just Google search, right? And like, Team Falcons, okay. Oh, Twister Minds, okay. The kind of thing, right? Well, for the rest of the teams out there, it's a little bit more difficult for us to kind of get a hands on. Although I gotta have to say, Team Iran, we have seen 1 game from them. They do look pretty darn good though, so they might be a pretty good rivals to Team Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, definitely. Only 2 teams will make it from Group B. Of course, that 3rd place, they will have only 1 slot, so they will have to fight it out with Group D eventually in that last day, where that 3rd place, well, it might look good now, but as we head on into these Asian Games, into the group stages as well, you're going to see much more desperateness coming out from these teams.
Now, of course, we do have got games that is running concurrently, right? From Group A, B, C to D. Eventually, at a certain point in time, whenever we have the standings, we will, of course, show it to you guys and tell you guys, let you know how it's faring so far throughout the entire table. But of course, before that, we're going to go off for a short little break. And once we're back, we'll give you guys 3rd series of the day.
intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Such killing intent.
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. We are here once again for the 2026 Asian Games, and right now we're going to be watching match number 3. Okay, match number 3. So this is going to be fun between Team Sri Lanka versus Team Pakistan.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, right? In terms of just esports prowess alone, we have no idea where these teams stand. So I went to the online chat. I went to ask. Oh, everybody's hyped about Team Pakistan. Everybody's hyped about Team Sri Lanka. So we got supporters from both sides.
Okay.
But when I went to search it up for myself, I can't find anything on the internet, man.
Okay, so it's likely a lot more localized then. So they are probably known in their own local scene, but not necessarily somewhere that they manage to go to the internationals or something along those lines. So it's relatively fair to assume that they do have a vast knowledge of the game. They should be able to give us a pretty good game as well. But if whether they will be able to touch the tip of the iceberg is mostly going to be the question.
Yeah. So finally, we are taking a first look at a group other than Group B. We're going into Group D at the moment, right? So it's going to be Team Sri Lanka versus Team Pakistan. At the same time, we're still at day number 1 of the Asian Game qualifiers here. So a lot of power levels have yet to be set. We don't know who's going to make it yet. Maybe we'll find out after today, but right now, still setting the precedent for a lot of these MLBB games.
Yep, especially for the fact that we haven't watched a single game from Group A, which I think that is something that everyone is looking forward to, right? We're looking for like Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia, and the likes. But we're gonna hold on for a tad a little bit, and we talk about the group standings for Group B. As of now, we have watched 1 game from Team Saudi Arabia, and even off stream, they managed to get 2 games for themselves, or rather 2 games in 1 series. So total point, 4 points.
Yeah, so far standing at the top, followed by Team Iran, which is 1-0 right now, and Team Jordan 1-1, Team United Arab Emirates 0-1, and sadly for Team Oman, on the first day itself, already at the bottom.
Yep. So looking at all of these, it is not out of, most of these teams, they're not exactly out of the woods, and they shouldn't, kind of throw caution in the wind as of yet. It is still day 1. There's still day 2, 3, and 4, which they could slowly accumulate more points. And after today, they will probably have a very good idea where they stand, if whether they can be a little bit more confident, learn about very specific things, such as a matchup between them and the opponents, or if they're still kind of below, down below of the leaderboard, maybe it is more about the mechanics that they're gonna have to learn more than, the matchup between them and the teams.
Yeah, and we are also sitting on the cusp of a new patch that just come in. But speaking of new, this is for the first time here on the main stage. It will be Team Sri Lanka. We got on the gold lane, we got Praveen, we got on the roam, Hashen, Nisal on that mid lane, Kavindu on the jungle, and Ramanayake on the EXP lane.
Well done on that one.
Oh, yeah.
I would have fumbled. But you know what? Team Sri Lanka, super looking forward to what they have got in store for us. As Modin mentioned, that they do have quite a bit of supporters, probably from the local scene that knows about Team Sri Lanka and how they would fare. In the meantime, on the opposite side though, I think that is something that we would generally want to talk about, right? Because this is a battle between 2 teams that we haven't seen on broadcast as of yet, as of yet. So this is still gonna be a point where we want to understand how they fare in their brackets, if whether they're going to be at the top of the leaderboards, bottom of the leaderboards, or maybe in the middle.
And now for the other side, Team Pakistan. We got on the gold lane, we got Gurmit. We got on that roam, Hasnat. On the mid role, we will have Azan. And on the jungle, we have Haisham. And EXP lane,
hey, look,
Moed. It's me.
It's you.
Hello, Moed. I
with
am
an
Moed.
ID.
Yeah.
Yeah, with an ID. Yours is just with a man.
Moed.
Moed.
He's Moed. I'm Mo.
Man.
Yeah.
You're Mo.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. My fellow man on the EXP lane. I'm looking forward to see what Team Pakistan brings in terms of just esports accolades itself. I would say slightly ahead. I would put Team Pakistan in terms of structure there, right? We've heard of them in other titles, in other games across regions as well. Meanwhile, for Team Sri Lanka, I would say they're relatively new when it comes to the esports in a community as a broader scope itself.
Of course, now with the 3rd game on the road, we are mostly gonna have have an idea about the current patch as well. We talked about a patch, right? Maybe we're gonna have to remember this as well. Different regions does have different meta. If whether they have played enough to get a close idea as to how the meta is gonna shape up to be. Maybe there is a flavor hero that comes into this patch, or maybe in the previous patch. That is a lot of questions that we generally want to talk about. However, though, I think that it is universal that we talk about. Oh my God, not again!
So, current count for Broken Walls.
It's so broken.
This is the 5th map that we've seen for Broken Walls.
We've got like 5 out of 5?
5 out of 5.
5 out of 5.
Oh man, oh man.
Broken Walls has officially broken the randomizer.
Yeah, I mean, currently, this is all we're going to see right now. Broken Walls, hopefully we get something else for game number 6 of the day of the stream. But for now, we're going to have Broken Walls. We'll be jumping into the drafts really soon. But we're talking about the patch, right? We're talking about the meta. And Marcel has been that menace of this meta so far. And luckily, it's banned out so far from the side of Team Sri Lanka.
So, jumping right in, we do have Ruby, Paquito, Baxia, and the Marcel that will go over to the banning pool. As of now, you know, it doesn't really quite suggest too much other than that. The Fredrin joins into the banning pool as well. But you know what? From this point onwards, I kind of want to see new heroes that kind of surfaces. Like, what are the other more prominent heroes that we could be expecting in this current patch?
Yeah, currently, I would say it would still follow that previous meta. I did expect that Guinevere ban. It was that secondary utility jungle that I was looking at. Now with the Zusin and also the Eve available, right? In terms of that mid-roll, I would say maybe you can play the Gord, you can play the Zetian, but you gotta have the lineup to make it work as well.
You kind of open things up with something completely ambiguous for now. Opening up with Juicin first pick is always great. Like I mentioned before, fits like a glove into most, if not any, composition.
Wow.
But Team Pakistan is going to open things up and shake up the board a little bit with a first pick carry.
Yeah, that is very aggressive coming out from the side of Team Pakistan. They know completely what playstyle they're going towards, I guess, because as a carry pick, you generally want to chunk down the tank junglers, right? You want to just try and burst down as much as possible. And given the low range that carry has, you don't want to pick it so early where you can potentially get out range. And for Team Sri Lanka, this is a choice of now you don't need to go for the gold lane. You don't need to show your hand. That Khalid pick, yes, very flexible, but at the same time, there's also very strong mid lane picks where they can go for the Eve, they can go for the Zusin as well.
Yep, I personally would have loved to see the Juicin, just so that, sorry, not Juicin, I personally would love to see a Zetian over to the side of Sri Lanka, but you know, Zetian, Eve, I think that they generally lie in the same kind of position. But I do like the Khalid pick though. Immediate response to the carry, just pretty much saying, hey, look, our roam is not that tanky after all, see what you can do about that.
Yeah, right now, they will have the ability to not go for the Zusin for the side of Team Pakistan. If they want to go for the Lilia, I would say still possible. The Leomord, yes, still very dominant in this meta as well. We have not seen it picked very much, but definitely still a top contender when it comes down to utility / tank jungle, and the Kalea as well. So yeah, Team Pakistan, I mean, they have that set team fight going for them.
Yep, they also do have that pick-off strategy that they will want to play out of the Kalea. Making full use of that is gonna be carry. Now, Sri Lanka is going to be put on a spot now, right? Do they want to pick up a jungler that can rival or be better than Leomord, such as a Suyo in this occasion? Do they want to stack pick that before Pakistan were to, you know, ban that out, for example?
I mean, right now, they cannot go for the Suyo. I mean, Suyo, you generally pick Leomord against the Suyo, right? So we did see that, yeah, I mean, with the current nerfs, you don't really want to go for a Suyo. You have the Akai available, and the gold lane matchup, I would say, would be a much better pick right now, especially since you know you're going up against a carry. Now, it's easy for Team Pakistan in the banning and drafting pattern to just ban out the gold laners.
So right now, Juicin is going to be taken out of the picture. So for Team Pakistan, the way that they look like they're going to be playing is that it is pick-off for now. It doesn't necessarily move to any form of direction. They can definitely want to play over to the later stages of the game. So to look for someone that is great in the early and the mid stages is ultimately going to be pretty darn important. Someone that can make full use of Kalea as well. So a mid laner that is bursty enough, I think that that's going to be fine.
Yeah, and surprisingly for Team Pakistan, they choose to ban out the Clint over the Claude. I would say, yeah, if you know that you're going up against a good Clint player for the side of Team Sri Lanka, yes, potentially can destroy the carry in terms of laning potential. But speaking of that, they do ban out the Moskov as well. So they do pick up the Obsidia coming out from side of Team Sri Lanka. And I don't like this at all one bit. I believe that Obsidia has its place, but currently not in the meta so far. The time taken to farm up the bone shards, you're just stuck in the lane for so long, and you don't really have a way to join the early team fights. You really need to just ramp up the bone shards for that late game damage as well.
Yeah, it kind of seems like they are looking at Obsidia as a form of insurance, where if Suyo is not doing well enough, I suppose they can lean over to Obsidia in the later stages or some sort of things. Since Obsidia, yes, Obsidia is very reliant on to items, but more reliant than your bone shards than anything else. If you don't have your bone shards, then even your items is not going to do anything for you. But now we've got an entire lineup for Team Pakistan. I do like the Kadita though, exactly what I was kind of asking for, to have a very good burst in the early stages of the game to make full use with the with the Kalia. So pretty bursty matchup, plays well in the early to the mid stages as well. Carry takes over in the late stages.
Right now, they are lacking that front line for the side of Team Sri Lanka, right? If they don't go for a front line here, they're making the worst possible mistake. And Belarik, I would say there was Lapu in the pool, there was Glue in the pool, and yeah, there's Arlot in the pool if, let's say, they want to go for that final slash into that tankiness factor as well. But instead, they go for the Belarik, so they have that Raging Sandstorm into the taunt ability, but with the rule manipulation, I see the AoE going for them. They're very AoE dependent and ultimate dependent. So once again, I say favoring Team Pakistan in terms of draft at the moment.
Yeah, even for me, I'm not exactly sure if whether Sri Lanka is kind of playing kind of like a protect the precedent kind of thing. It doesn't exactly look like it. It does seem like they want to do an early game funnel onto Suyo, with the Suyo being the main point of damage in the early stages, since Yves likely looking more into utility. At least the Khalid does pave a pretty good way in the early stages when it comes down to harassment. However, none of the members from the from side of Team Sri Lanka can realistically be able to help out the Khalid. But we also need to remember the Khalid should be an XP laner here, not the roam that we expected.
Yeah, now we head on into the land of Dawn here as we go into series number 3, Team Pakistan versus Team Sri Lanka. For the first time, we're showing Group D, and now let's see where the power standings are. Right now, I would say the draft still favoring in terms of just lane priority alone. Team Pakistan just doing extremely well on that draft department.
Yep. As you can see, at this point in time from Team Sri Lanka, Ramanayake does seem to have a tad bit of a problem dealing with the Alice. But the main thing is not to win the lane, but is to be able to leave the lanes as fast as possible to kind of give some assistance over to the middle lane. With a Belarik plus the Jusin, with a Belarik plus a Yves, you don't really get anywhere too far. You don't really clear the wave a lot faster either. But if you kind of look at it on the opposite side, Hasnat and Azan, not that great too.
Yeah, and I don't like this coming in from the side of that mid laner, especially when you're playing a Yves, right? You have that range ahead of the Kadita, and you clear out the creep wave so fast, but there is no objective rotation. You could have held the EXP slightly longer and denied it away from Azan. So now Azan, he gets that level 3 close to level 4 for free and does not even burn out the Petrify, does not even burn out the Flicker. So when it goes down to that level 4, that burst potential from the rough waves is going to be rougher.
At this point in time even for the Sandaraka Vindu, he rotated himself all the way to the top lane preparing for the upcoming total fight. However, I'm not exactly sure whether they can do this or not. It is going to be a 4v3 though, so that is going to be... Wait, no, never mind. We do have a stack down onto the Pixel Brush, and that is where Hashin moves right in. We do have, of course, Barbil that will be summoned right in together with Nisal, opening up the RWM right onto Haisham, but didn't go to anywhere. In the meantime, Team Sri Lanka manages to pick up a total for themselves.
Yeah, not able to get the positioning, but a lot of battle spells used, right? That Nisal does not have that flicker anymore. Revitalization not available for Hashin, so there is that slight timing, despite the first turtle being taken. But at the same time, Team Pakistan didn't get any kind of macro advantage when the turtle was being taken. So Team Sri Lanka, well, right now they got basically the turtle for free, and they might have a reset on that flicker if Team Pakistan does not push the issue here.
Honestly, at this point in time, it doesn't seem like any team fight from here is going to benefit anyone. This is more or less a game about the junglers right now. But Praveen somehow manages to pick up a kill for himself onto Azan. What was Azan doing all the way there? That's the question.
Yeah, he was there, and I believe he was just looking at the minimap, and he got caught out by Hashen's ultimate. And he had the ability to go out, he had the Petrify, he had the Rough Waves, he had his entire kit available, but he was just caught lacking.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, especially since that kill went over to Praveen, which is going to be the insurance policy for the side of Sri Lanka. The more that they kind of give it over to Praveen, then a lot more accelerated is going to be the growth for the side of Praveen, which is something that you don't want. In the meantime, you also kind of don't want to give it to Kavindu. He is the assassin after all, so giving that assassination over to him is not going to be great. In the meantime, that is going to be a title strike followed by a slam down, allowing for Pakistan to pick up two very easy kill right down in the middle lane, and perhaps even wanted to get a little bit more out of the greed.
Yeah, we see the initiation capability coming out from the side of Hasnat and Azan. The Rough Waves, Tsunami Slam combination, that is going to be the staple for that pickoff, right? And Team Sri Lanka, they have to learn how to not get caught by it. And jumping onto Nisal, that's the prime target they're looking for. Nisal not having that Purify, going for that Flicker might have been a crazy, crazy move. That's a lot of ego on his part.
Hashen needs to find a way to eventually make his way into the midst of the team fight in order to last out a good Rapid Dryad. However, it's not as easy as you may think. Right now, we do have a bar build farming right out, and of course, RWM just gonna pop right out as well. Hashen locked everyone down with the Rapid Dryad, but unfortunately not too great. Hassan not a lot of HP to work with, hiding right behind of the walls, while Hisham looking for the opportunity with, of course, momentum and a retribution. Steals it right away from the noses of Sri Lanka.
Great timing coming out from the side of Team Pakistan, popping that light wheel Gurmeet, starting to deal damage in these team fights, and Praveen was nowhere near the scene. So very good usage of man rotation coming out from the side of Team Pakistan, and that's a problem, right? With Obsidia, where you are forced to stay in the lane for quite a long period of time. Yes, Praveen does eventually come through with the ultimate, but Hasnat has a very good disengage tool. You can just go away. You don't even need the flicker available.
So currently 5 minutes into the game, and Pakistan is only at under 1,000 gold lead. So it is still pretty even Stevens at this point in time. It could go to anyone, and it could be anyone's game. With Gurmeet with 1 kill, Praveen also at 1 kill. They are relatively equal. In fact, the entire game is equal, so I would love to see how this is going to transpire into.
Yeah, currently, right now, Molwid going down was not part of the plan, but Tsunami Slam coming through right now. Together with the ultimate, that's not going to be enough for the side of Team Sri Lanka. Team Pakistan, that initiation combo, just very strong. And Team Sri Lanka, they have not been able to answer that. Now they will get that mid-turn for free. This Suyo should not be staying here as he goes for a 1v4.
Not something that you want to do, especially where you're talking about that 1v4. As a Suyo, you can't really defend that at all. At that point in time, it's much better to just give it all away. At least for me, you know, I can understand that a Suyo is very slippery. You can skill 1, 2, and 3 right out of it really quickly. However, this is also a team that has got pretty good crowd control.
Yeah, decent lockdown.
Yeah, so you're kind of balancing, or you're kind of gambling for a fact that, you know, you're just hoping that they don't lock you down.
Yeah, currently right now, Team Pakistan, they're running away with all forms of map advantage here. Praveen, he has no business standing near this turret. He's actually in a very dangerous position here. Does manage to disengage, though now the shoe is on the other foot. Team Pakistan, now they have a semblance of momentum, right? 3,000 gold advantage, 7 minutes into the game. And this is where things start to become slightly harder for the side of Team Sri Lanka, because they have no way in, barring the Raging Sandstorm. That's the only initiation capability. Yes, you can argue that Bellaric, you can initiate, but he doesn't have a flicker. He's on a Revitalize.
Yep. So at this point in time, right, we kind of saw that, we were kind of seeing for the first 5 minutes, the pressure cooking is just kind of brewing until eventually Pakistan just released all of those pressure and just went straight to town. it was under 1,000 goal lead, and now they have managed to float themselves up to 3,000, or rather 3,700 goal lead. This is all gonna get higher and higher because the whole time for the first 5 minutes, Haisham has only been building survivability items. In fact, his first item was an immortality.
Yeah, right now Tsunami Slam does go through. Revitalize not enough to save. Real world manipulation is there, but there's no damage coming through from the side of Team Sri Lanka. And now Hasnat eventually goes down, but he's just a roamer. The EXP lane for the roam, he will take that trade any day for the side of Team Pakistan.
But unfortunately, that's not going to be over as of yet. Moit now puts himself right in the face of Kavindu, and of course just going to be brushing his face, ensuring that Sri Lanka needs to run away. But here we go, Haisham, just a sliver, just a single take of damage away to be able to get a kill down. But it doesn't really matter because in the grand scheme of things, all they wanted was the T2 turret up top.
Yeah, I think they weren't even expecting to get that damage onto Kavindu. And this just goes to show, right? The damage problem really starting to come through from the side of Team Sri Lanka. You picked up Cydia, but now with the frontliners, with Alice in front, with Leo Mort in front, what can you do to take away the horse? What can you do to take away the demon?
There's not a lot of choices that Sri Lanka is posed with. In fact, for the side of Team Pakistan, they have constantly been giving Team Sri Lanka very difficult choices to make. Do they go in or do they run out? Because at this point of this conjuncture, Sri Lanka don't have got the answer or what it means to be able to, kind of fight back accordingly. Kavindu just picked up that War Axe. Not a big fan, but regardless, I mean, currently 9 minutes into the game, not a big fan on the routes that he's on right now. But hey, regardless, that is going to be a simple slam dunk onto Kavindu, takes him down before he is able to react over to the Lord. The rest of members from Pakistan now moves himself forward to the side of Sri Lanka. Misses a TOR, but not that big of a deal. Main thing is, they managed to get the Lord and try to get a push down.
Yeah, Raging Sandstorm used to disengage together with that Flicker. And we've been seeing, right? They've been trying to initiate very much with the Belleric, trying to ulti in as much as possible. Hashem, yes, at the start it did work because you found Azan in No Man's Land. But when a standard top-down team fight is going on, there's no positioning where you're going to get Gurmeet, you're going to get the gold lane, you're going to get that mid lane. The main damage dealers will never be in that front position for your Belleric to ulti. And Team Pakistan, you're completely exploiting that fact.
As such, now the Lord moves his way up north, looking to pillage everything that belongs over to Sri Lanka. As he spins his trident, lands a hit, Hasnat just immediately running with a title strike, landing on a 3-person. Well, this all from the back opens up the outer I'm hoping that he will be able to cage up the rest of the members from the side of Pakistan. However, Sri Lanka, trapped in their own cage, like a bird cage they are in. They were unable to do anything as Pakistan rolled over them. And now, with every single one of the members from Sri Lanka completely taken down, Pakistan will take game 1 off of the feet of Sri Lanka.
Yeah, there was a huge problem in terms of the damage department, right? You pick up the Obsidian, yes, but there's no damage against the Leo Mort and the Alice who could just dive into the turret. They were under the inhibitor turret. They were under fire from the crystal. But the sustain was just there. Kalea's healing factor, that's what made Kalea so good.
Yep, so you've got great healing factor from Kalea. You do have an Alice that just pops for days as long as she's just underneath a massive amount of players.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, at that point in time, the RWM doesn't really quite do anything. The cage is going to help to a certain extent, but only if, they kind of run to the opposite side of the RWM itself.
And it was to the fact where Belleric was being used as the main initiation factor for the side of Team Sri Lanka. Consistently, we did see him trying to ultimate to try and start the team fight, where it should not have been the case, right? It should have been used as a utility to disengage or to save, right? Try and reset the team fight as much as possible. And it feels that they were stuck to that script for so long and they couldn't get themselves out of that mindset.
Yeah, so ultimately I think it's about the XP and that they were unable to do too much from that point in time. Well, in the meantime, Team Pakistan, they were just waiting, right? All the way from the start, or at the laning phase, they kind of know they don't really need to do anything. It's actually up to the opponents to launch an attack, and it's up to
हेलो गाइस वी आर ब्याक अब हङकङ भर्सेस मङ्गोलिया गेमहरुमा हैन यो गेम चाहिँ नहुने भन्ने कुरा भइरहेको तर भयो मैले चाहिँ स्केड्युलमा चाहिँ मङ्गोलिया सबैतिर हटा देखिरहेको थिएँ त्यसो भए भएछ है साउन्ड आएन हो गेमको गेमको साउन्डै छैन अब फिडबाट आयो ब्याक गाइस मङ्गोलिया भर्सेस हङकङको गेम चल्दै छैन अब यो दुईटै टिमसँग नेपालले खेल्नुपर्छ अब त्यही भएर यो चाहिँ हेर्नै पर्ने हुन्छ क्या अहिलेको गेम
श्रीलङ्का र पाकिस्तानको चाहिँ सही मजाको थियो
एउटै लेभलको दुईटै टिम पऱ्यो नि त अब अहिलेको गेम अहिलेको दुईटा टिमसँग पनि यो दुईटा टिमसँग पनि नेपाली खेल्नु परिहाल्छ भनेपछि भोलि पनि छ नेपालको गेम ठिक 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 भनेपछि भोलि पनि नेपालको गेम हुने कडा हो के पिक्चर हुँदाखेरि यताबाट इसनसिन फोबियस इभ हिल्डारा हेरित यताबाट छ भने एटलास क्लड ग्रड कस्तो एउटा क्लड ग्रड यो एलिस हजुर
के हुँदैछ
मङ्गोलिया आएछ भने
मङ्गोलियाले
भर्खर सुरु हाम्रो ग्रुप हो कि भोलि हामीसँग पर्ने हो मङ्गोलियाको भोलि हामीसँग पर्छ
हाम्रो नेपालको कति बज्छ गेम खास
यो पछि
एक आज
यो गेम बज्यो हो
यो गेम सकिने
यो गेम पछि हो के
यो गेम सकिने बित्तिकै
यो गेम सकिने
यो गेम भनेको यो बेस्ट अफ 3 सकेपछि
त्यही त एक त लग्यो होला नि छैन र बस्ने भयो कति बजे ब्याङ्क जाने गएर आउनु भ्याउ त होला त नि
गएर आउनु त गएर आयो
धेरै काम हुन्छ भइन्छ
शान्ति नेपालको नेपालीमा त गाँस छैन नि यसमा थाहा
गएर भित्र राखे त तपाईले अगाडि पुरा
मङ्गोलिया र हङकङ यहाँ त मङ्गोलियाले जित्छ होला नि होइन तर हङकङमा पनि फेरि चाइनिज प्लेयर होला हङकङ भनेर हामीले नदेखेको टिम हो फेरि है हङकङ खासै त्यहाँ छैन सरप्राइज टिम हो हङकङको चाहिँ सबै मङ्गोलिया त राम्रै छ म्याङ्गो सुप्रिम म्याङ्गोलिया मेरो एउटा पोस्टमा म्याङ्गोलिया भएछ टिम जोनको कुरा छैन तिनीहरू त छैन त जेडेक्स अराहरू छैन त त्यहाँ टिम जोनको कोही पनि छैन तर हङकङले पनि प्रेसर दिइरहेको थियो हङकङको पनि फेरि चाइनिजहरू यस्तो गेममा क्रेजी हुन्छ नि चाइनिजहरू जुन गेममा भयो नि गेममा चाहिँ क्रेजी नै हुँदैन खतरा
भनेपछि अब चक्कर लाएर घर यस्तो फोन नम्बर बिगार्दैछ ब्याङ्कको मान्छेले सचाउनु पर्यो यो फर्म लेखेर फोन गर्नु पर्यो
होइन यो गेम त तर म किल त यताबाट पनि उठाइरहेको छ नि त हङकङबाट पनि मङ्गोलिया बट म्याङ्गोलिया साउन्ड टेस्ट म्याङ्गोलिया मैले के टिकटकमा पोस्ट हान्दा म्याङ्गोलिया भएछ कि मैले यादै गरेको थिइनँ म्याङ्गोलियाको भएछ प्लेयर देखाउँदा प्लेयर क्याम्प छैन होला अहिले त्यो लेख्नु पर्दैन होला है माथि त्यो झन्डाले बुझिहाल्यो नि उताको हङकङ हो यताको म्याङ्गोलिया होइन मङ्गोलिया रियल वर्ल्ड म्यानिपुलेसन आएको छ इबाट म चाहिँ इबाट रियल वर्ल्ड म्यानिपुलेसन र ग्रड गर्दै कसरी सँगै निक्ल्यो भने उताबाट चाहिँ त आएको रे अब त गोल्ड क्याप पनि बिल्डअप हुन थालिसक्यो टिम जोनको हो टिम जोन भने अब जेजी ओके
त्यो ओरिजिनल नेम राख्नु पर्यो होला नि त्यहाँ
त्यहाँ त साँच्ची अरू नै नेम राख्यो होला नि त्यहाँ होइन आफ्नै नाम राख्यो होला नि त्यहाँ त्यही भएर होला
यो कन्ट्रिब्युसनमा आफ्नो नाम राख्नुपर्छ भएन त्यो के खाएको नि
होइन उनीहरूको नाम राख्नु पाउँछ कि आफ्नो नाम राख्नुपर्छ होला चाहिँ कन्ट्री रिप्रेजेन्टेसनमा त्यही भएर होला
क्लाउडको किल द सेन्टेन्स यार
ए M7 को वाइल्ड कार्ड गोल हो टिम जोन भने अहिले हेर्न बाँकी छ अङ्कलले कमब्याक हान्दैछ भने कस्तो धोबी खाला भएर गोल्ड ग्याप तर गोल्ड ग्याप धेरै हुन थालिसकेको अब त्यहाँ होइन रहेछ 1000 चाहिँ 3000 पुऱ्याइसकेको छन् मङ्गोलिया त एकचोटि हाम्रो नेपाल जाँदाखेरि नेपाल कपमा पर्दा त्यो के अरे एन्जेला र लिङ खेलाएर धोबी हान्दै थियो नेपाललाई अनि एक गेम मिठिल्डाले बिजोक बनाइदियो नेपालको
रियल वर्ल्ड म्यानिपुलेसन वान एचपी मा हजार दुईटा रियल वर्ल्ड म्यानिपुलेसन
ओए दामी पनि बाँच्यो तर कमब्याक हान्दैछ है गोल्ड लिडमा कमब्याक गर है गोल्ड लिडमा कमब्याक गर 3.5 को गोल्ड लिड थियो अहिले 2.5 को झरे
क्लाउड अहिले क्लाउड किन पिक गरिरहेको
अहिले यताउता मेटा जे भए पनि क्लाउड होइन यार गोल्ड ग्याप त रहेछ यार गोल्डमा मात्र ग्याप रहेछ गोल्डमा त जितिरहेको रहेछ यता हङकङले
पहिला जस्तो छ एकदम स्पेसिफिक
ओए दामी रेड ट्री
down nice ribbon down गोल्ड क्याप त ताने है राम्रै
डब्लु गोल्ड क्याप कमब्याक गर्दैछ अलमोस्टै सेमै बनाइदियो त यार गोल्ड क्याप त 1.5 मै झार्यो त जेटेक्स औरा उता उसको मङ्गोलियाको आइजे के उ हैन जंगल हैन जेटेक्स औरा के हो फेरि किल त बढी हङकङले उठाइरहेको छ हैन उतातिर गोल्ड उठाए पनि
त्यो इनिशियल गोल्ड लिडको कारणले फाइदा भएको पछि यताको त्यो टिम फाइटहरुमा किल हान्न थालिहाल्यो जल्द पामे एडभान्टेज भन्दा फर्स्ट तीनटा टर्न पेला
उसिने खालु के भोक लाग्यो तिमीलाई तर अघिको क्यान यु टप द टेबल होइन टेबल टप भन्दा होइन हाम्रो जुन टिम छ नि मलाई त 95% चाहिँ क्वालिफाई गर्नुपर्ने हो है यो हाम्रो जुन टेबल छ नि ग्रुपमा छ नि नेपाल छ मङ्गोलिया छ हङकङ छ पाकिस्तान र श्रीलङ्का छ त्यसमा टप 2 भए पुगिहाल्यो होइन तर टप 2 त 100% हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई 95% हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ नेपाल क्वालिफाई चाहिँ 95% हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ अब त्यसमा अब केटाहरूले के गर्छन् भन्ने कुरा हो है थर्ड भयो भने पनि चान्स छ थर्ड भयो भने चान्स छ, फोर्थ र फिफ्थ चान्स छैन, थर्डसम्म भयो भने चान्स छ।
यो टोटलबाट कतिवटा टिमहरू
टोटलबाट कतिवटा थाहा होइन, हाम्रो ग्रुपबाट त दुईवटा 2.5 टिम क्वालिफाई हुने, हाम्रो ग्रुप डी होइन, ग्रुप बी हो हाम्रो। ग्रुप बी र ग्रुप डी को थर्डको गेम पर्छ।
हाम्रो डी हो,
डी र बी को, त्यसो भए ग्रुप डी र ग्रुप बी को थर्डको गेम पर्छ। अनि त्यसमा जसले जित्छ त्यो अगाडि क्वालिफाई हुन्छ होइन, थर्ड प्लेसको लागि चाहिँ। फर्स्ट र सेकेन्ड त डाइरेक्ट क्वालिफाई भइहाल्यो, तर नेपालले क्वालिफाई हुन्छ। अब मङ्गोलिया र नेपाल हुनुपर्ने, किनकि हेर हिजोसम्म चाहिँ त्यो स्केजुअलमा मङ्गोलियाको टिम थिएन क्या। म त मङ्गोलिया फोरफिट होला, नेपाल 100% भन्ने थियो। अब मङ्गोलिया भएपछि अलिक 100बाट 90तिर धरेछ।
सबै गेममा चाहिँ नेमै थिएन कि।
कुनै गेममा नेमै थिएन क्या। सुयो पनि 1 छ। यो किन हङकङले के गर्छ जस्तो लाग्यो। नेपाललाई गाह्रो पर्छ हङकङसँग पनि
होइन, तर फिनिस गर्न सकेन। फिनिस गर्न सकेपछि गोल्ड एडभान्टेज पान्नै सकेन कि अझै। त्यो भएर गाह्रो पर्छ किनलाई उल्टै। त्यो अघि त्यहाँ किल फिनिस गर्न सक्यो भने त किल सेक्युर गर्नै सकेन।
हङकङको पनि यो अब नेपालको कोसँग छ? नेपालको यो पछिको गेम पाकिस्तानसँग छ। यो पछि गेम छ नेपालको आफ्टर यो म्याच पछि पाकिस्तानसँग। हङकङलाई त जसरी पनि जित्नुपर्छ नेपालले। हङकङलाई जितेन भने चाहिँ गाह्रो पर्छ। मङ्गोलियासँग चाहिँ अब म भन्दिनँ है के छ कस्तो छ, नेपालको प्रिपरेसन के छ। जित्नु त जितोस् त, अब नेपाली भएपछि जितोस् त लागिहाल्छ केटा होइन। सबैलाई जितोस्, एसियामै त एसियन गेमले जितोस् त लागिहाल्छ। तर एकदम उ गरी भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ एकदम उ भएर सोच्दा चाहिँ मङ्गोलियासँग त सक्छ जस्तो लाग्दैन। सक्छ जस्तो लाग्दैन। हङकङसँग चाहिँ चान्सेस छ एकचोटि होइन त। उता लिङ रेन्जलाई खेलाएर धुत्तु बनाइदियो नेपाललाई मङ्गोलियाले होइन। अनि मिठिल्डा खेलाएर बिजोक बनाइदिएको एउटा मिठिल्डाले नै भ्याइदिएको थियो, लिङ एन्जिलाले भ्याइदिएको थियो। तिनीहरूको अब एक्सपिरियन्स ग्याप हुनसक्छ कि। अब त्यो पहिलाको पुरानो टिम भए चाहिँ केटाहरू राम्रो प्लेयर भए पनि अब त्यो ल्यान्डमा एक्सपिरियन्स ग्याप भयो नि त। अब गेम प्ले राम्रो भए पनि अब एक्सपिरियन्सले पनि हल्का असर गरिहाल्छ स्टेजमा गएपछि त।
भयो तर अब कम्बाइन्ड टिम छ नि त, छैन होला धेरै इफेक्ट छ।
भोलि छ मङ्गोलियासँग छ गेम।
अहिले आजको गेम
तर नेपालले मङ्गोलियालाई जित्यो भने चाहिँ 100% चान्स छ फेरि।
मङ्गोलियालाई जित्यो भने त 100% क्वालिफाई हो केटा। मङ्गोलियालाई जित्यो भने अरू सबै टिमलाई जित्छ क्वालिफाई हुन चाहिँ। पाकिस्तान, श्रीलङ्का, हङकङलाई जित्छ। अब मङ्गोलियामै के छ भन्ने कुरा हो। मङ्गोलियालाई त गाह्रो छ, लास्टै गाह्रो छ यार।
यो फर्स्ट गेम हेर्नु यतिकै थाहा हुन्छ कि।
ल फर्स्ट गेम इजी मङ्गोलियाले, इजी त नभनौँ तर जित्यो। किल हङकङले पाए पनि गेम इजी छ नि मङ्गोलियालाई। मङ्गोलियालाई गाह्रो परेन नि गेम होइन, यस्तो डिफिकल्ट कहीँ भएन नि। किल मात्र दिएको हो।
किल गयो, गोल्ड पनि दिएन के।
श्रीलङ्का र पाकिस्तान
क्लड खेलेर ह्यारिससँग हजुर।
उता चाहिँ स्कोर कति भयो?
खोइ केटाहरू पकाइ त हामी उतातिर हेर्नु गाइस। अब एकछिन यतातिर के यो पढिहालौँ पहिला। यतातिर गोल्डमा चाहिँ राम्रो खेल्यो हो यार हङकङकोले। हङकङकोले क्लडलाई ग्याप हानिरहेको थियो, 14-15 सेकेन्ड ग्याप थियो
होइन नि।
क्लड इएक्सपी यो गोल्ड के यो बिग्रे जस्तो छ। एचयुडीमा बिग्रे जस्तो छ केटा। यो एचयुडीमा हल्का इसी भयो खासै के होइन।
म्यानुअल अपरेट हो नि त।
म्यानुअल अपरेट नगरेर चाहिँ हैन, रोमलाई जंगलमा देखायो नि त। सबै स्विच
त्यो मिडको मात्रै ठिक छ, अझै सब बिग्रेर छ।
त्यो मिडको बिच नि हेरे मिल्यो।
हेर न गोल्ड क्लडलाई त क्लड पछि त क्लडले भेटेछ गोल्डमा, नत्र अगाडि त ग्याप थियो क्लडलाई।
यता ग्याप खायो भने कसैले खाएन ग्याप।
अनि किल डिफरेन्स हेर न गोल्डको त राम्रो खाने गेम चाहिँ।
अनि गोल्ड हङकङ गोल्ड राम्रो छ। यो हङकङको गोल्डले नेपाललाई प्रेसर दिनु टेन्सन दिन सक्छ केटाहरू। अहिले मैले भनेको छु हेर, यो गोल्डलाई हाम्रो केटाहरूले राम्रोसँग हेरेनन् भने, केटाहरूले गेम हेरेको चाहिँ छैनन्, गोल्डलाई राम्रोसँग हेरेन भने यसले प्रेसर दिन्छ हाम्रो नेपाललाई। एउटा क्या राम्रो रेफ्री छ यार, राम्रो रेफ्री छ अरे अहिले केटा खोइ होइन। यसले त क्यामेरा चेप्दैछ अरे। मेन स्टेजमा के भइरहेको थियो हेरौँ त पाकिस्तान र
यताको गेम बरु डेन्जर टक्करको राम्रो भइरहेको थियो
ए पाकिस्तानको पनि गेम सकिसकेछ कसले जितेछ अब रिजल्ट हेर्नुपर्छ केटाहरू त्यसको लागि चाहिँ
सायद पाकिस्तानले हान्यो होला होइन सुरु भएन सुरु भएन
अघि भइसक्यो एक गेम सकिसक्यो
अघि एक गेम जितिसकेको थियो कि अनि हामी ठ्याक्कै यताको गेम सेकेन्ड स्टेजको गेम सुरु भएको
ए 0-0 खा त फेरि त्यहाँ
अपडेट नगरेको थियो
गेम सकिसक्यो त्यो त दुईटै गेम सकियो
त्यसो उसले जित्यो गेम कसले जित्यो दोहोरो
खाना खाएर आउँछ ल ल्याएर खाएर आऊ ठ्याक्क तिमीले खाना खाएर आउँदासम्म यो गेम सकेर नेपाल गेम सुरु हुन्छ होला अझै 1 घन्टा चाहिँ नेपाल गेम सुरु हुनु 1 बज्दै यो मङ्गोलियाहरू चिलमा छन् भने नो प्रेसर टेकन छ मङ्गोलिया
सर पो खेल्न पाए पो हो भन्नु हैन
म हेर्दिन्छु त गोल जित्यो थाहा भएन फर्स्ट गेम पाकले जितेर
तर एटलिस्ट पनि दुईटा गेम त जित्नु परिहाल्यो श्रीलङ्का र पाकिस्तानलाई त जसरी भए पनि जित्नु पर्यो हैन
तिमीले मेन स्टेज इङ्ग्लिसमा गरेर हेर त एकचोटि त त्यहाँ गेम चलिरहेको देखेर हातहरूले
हो न
मेन स्टेज मात्रको फिडमा चाहिँ नआएको रहेछ
In no man's land right there, but now slight macro advantage coming back to the side of Moed as well, as he does manage to get his farm back into place. Now, currently, with all things being said and done, right, we are back at a consistent wash. Only 1,000 gold advantage for side Team Sri Lanka. I gotta say, Team Pakistan on the macro factor looking extremely good, looking like it's anyone's game again at this current point.
Well, however, we also need to remember, going over to the late stages of the game, Team Sri Lanka might have a lot of problems dealing with the sheer willpower of Pakistan. We'll see how that goes. Rabanayake is just going to be jumping himself right into the opponent's side with onwards and now popping himself right out of his armor. He's going to do quite a lot of damage, but unfortunately, Haisham will go down. Next one is going to be Moyed. This is going to be absolute pandemonium, as even when it comes down to the Zaman Force, it's not quite enough to stop the onslaught of Ramanayake.
Yeah, a bit of an early call coming out from side of Team Pakistan. They were going up against a very heavy sustained lineup, and in this choke point here, right? Infernal Pursuit is there, but it's not enough damage. There wasn't enough time bought. And right now, Gurmeet still doesn't have the items to just burst everyone down. Yes, great positioning, but at the same time, Praveen, he's also at a great positioning.
Yep. That fight was ultimately very, I would say, very advantageous for the side of Team Sri Lanka, right? Because of Hashem, the fact that you do have a Archive. But hold on a second, up to the top lane, Moyed! No way, Jose, will he be able to do anything at that point in time, being completely clashed down by 4 members.
Yeah, slowly building up the momentum once again is Team Sri Lanka, just based off that mistake, right? One mistake in the jungle that put Gurmeet on top 2-0. Now, he will be a problem later in that later stages, but Haisham has not been finding any value on this Thamus so far, and once again he's falling extremely low. We'll have to watch out for his HP because, yeah, the assault will be on the chase here.
It's gonna be fine for now, but this guy is supposed to have a lot of healing and a lot of HP in the later stages of the game. The entirety of Team Pakistan is that they are really tanky. So the only one that comes in the later stages of the game that can really put the, these tanky heroes down is really gonna be Edith, because Edith, especially if Edith were to build the Stallion Scythe, that will go crazy if Ramanayake were to continue to, kind of build more tanky items on top of the Stallion Scythe.
Yeah, that EXP lane, well, just going well so far for the side of Team Sri Lanka. They're looking very good in terms of that mid-game power spike, but Team Pakistan, they're still not out of this. Right now, one mistake from the side of Team Sri Lanka. Heavy spin does go in. Gurmeet does have that Zaman's Force available, still not popping it.
Unfortunately, because of the fact that there's no more of the heavy spin, Gurmeet actually have got free real estate to drop down the Zaman Force. But the moment that he dropped down the Zaman Force, everyone else has moved away from all of that fight. As much right now, Hasnan, next one down. The fight is just still going to be continuing between Haisham as well as the side of Kavindu. But they're going to be forced breaking the fight because Pakistan, they have lost 2 already.
Yeah, Team Sri Lanka, very good usage of map space there, dragging the fight away from the Zaman Force, where Gurmeet is going to be that main power source coming through. Now, Gurmeet does go for that Esports Nisal, looking extremely low, but the bubble shield pops just in time. Now Gurmeet in trouble. Purify, not enough. Counter kill here. Overextension for the side of Team Pakistan, and that was the only damage factor that they could have had.
Oh, what a bait, man. Well, in the meantime, we've got a really nice instant replay of that previous fight. Haisham is just rolling through and hoping that with the Quadrant Inferno, he's able to do quite a bit. In the meantime, Kabindu down over to Lord, takes that up for themselves, picks up a killing spree onto Moed, and they should be able to get yet another turret to themselves, especially in the middle lane. That is super good.
Yeah, and that's the point, right? The Thamu's not going to be, in terms of that mobility factor, just not there versus Kabindu's mobility, right? The man is on a horse. The man is able to jump behind and able to deal so much damage that it is just bad time for the side of Team Pakistan at the moment. But now, at this point, Gurmeet is still going to be a lot of pressure on him as the Glorious Pathway is being used for revitalization just to keep Haisham alive, but Hasnat has to cut all ties with him, and does he even get out here as Kabindu is on the job and on the chase, will get an easy 2KO for the side of Team Sri Lanka.
So right now, we are currently at 11 minutes into the game, and we are going to be looking, we want to kind of see what kind of items that they have from the side of Sri Lanka and Pakistan, because right now, it does seem as though that Haisham is having a really lot of difficulty kind of holding out at this point in time. So with the corrosion side is generally what we want to see from him, but it's not tanky enough. Moving on forward, we've got Sri Lanka that is generally very far ahead, especially for the Eden. He does have got a good amount of, I'm going to talk about that in a bit later, as they are trying to rack themselves in over to the inhibitor turret in the middle lane. Moed finds himself taken down once again.
Yeah, rough waves still proving to be a huge problem for the side of Team Pakistan. Now 8,500 gold advantage for the side of Team Sri Lanka. 12 minutes in the game. Team Pakistan, I would say they're still okay. They have a Lilia, so we know what Lilia can stand for, right? You can hold down that high ground, you can hold down that inhibitor turret till the next game. And eventually, he's 1-0-1 right now, still not able to be found. So it's good news for Team Pakistan if they can hold on slightly longer.
I think that they can, because once they get to the later stages of the game, it's going to be really difficult. The only one that can realistically be able to do anything to them is Ramanayake if he picks up the Stalin side. He does not, though. Right now, all he has is the Feather of Heaven, decent amount, if not actually quite a bit of damage for himself if he just pops himself out of Phylax. But of course, that's this meme build, right? Stalin side plus Holy Crystal plus full out tank items, because your magic power just skyrockets from the point in time.
Yeah, but I think at this point, right, Underbelt is gonna be a complete must for the side of Edith because of the fact that, yeah, you do have that
you want
slowback.
skilling.
Yeah, for especially against Haisham, right? And you want to have that kite positioning fighting as well, given the fact that you are going against these lower range heroes as well. So right now, I would say a lot of attention needs to be placed on Moed. If you can keep Moed down, if you can consistently make sure that he's out of the fight before he gets to drag it on with the Infernal Pursuit, Team Sri Lanka, well, good for you. You're going to win the fight. But Team Pakistan, they're going to reach that power point really soon. It's still 10,000 gold advantage, so still far away.
This is the problem about having a Thamus being in the jungle. Jungle currently level 15, currently constantly just going to be smacked up through the wall. Hasnat did not receive much damage at all, but in the meantime, the Glorious Pathway is just going to be popped right out from the side of Sri Lanka, or rather for the side of Pakistan. He wants to get himself running away. All 5 members from the side of Pakistan is still going to be fine and dandy. They can clear the wave extremely fast, so Pakistan they're not too afraid. Haisham can also deal a mean damage over to the Lord the moment he kind of crashed in. But you also need to remember the current T3 turret is already down to a low amount of HP. As Kabindu launches himself forward with momentum as well, we've come down to the bar build. That is going to be the launch that's going to be knocking down onto the walls on the side of the core. Every single one of the members from the side of Pakistan, they goes right in with a heavy spin coming from Hashan, pushes the rest away. Summon Force drops down and brings down the Lord effectively, ensuring that Sri Lanka is unable to break in even more.
Yeah, Team Pakistan hold for now. Gold advantage kept for the side of Team Sri Lanka so far. 11,000 going the player's way. And now for the side of Team Pakistan, right? They need to think that it is a very easy to build against Team Pakistan because they're so magic damage based. And meanwhile, for the side of Team Sri Lanka, they just need to make sure that they're building the Athena shields, they're building the Radiant armor, and make sure that Kavindu and Hashen are not perishing in these team fights. And Kavindu so far left unpunished, unable to punish anyone at all because they don't have a semblance of control coming out from the side of Team Pakistan. But a well-placed stun from Hasnat might change everything here.
With a total of 37,000 gold over to the side of Pakistan, their items should be more or less there, especially for Haisham and Azan, maybe just lacking of one full item. But hold on a second, look at that. It's going to be a complete two-way roleplay coming from the side of Sri Lanka as they evolve themselves round to Hasnat. And right now, his HP went all the way down. But Gurmeet, he goes all the way to the back line. He does have the summon force that he used all the way to the back, but unfortunately taken down by Praveen. Pakistan loses 3, while Sri Lanka only lost 1.
Yeah, they will try to hold on to the inhibitor turret for now. Black Shoe still available. Azan still alive. But Praveen is going to be a crazy factor, dealing so much damage in the back line. Heavy spin being used. Black Shoes being popped as well. This Crystal is under threat as their final creep wave does come through. But it looks like Team Pakistan, they're holding the wave for now.
I'm hoping that he'll be able to stay alive a little bit longer. But there's way too much crowd control for him to be able to consistently deal all these damage. And that has allowed for Sri Lanka to pick up game number 2.
Yeah, 1-1 will be the score line here. I gotta say, right, draft-wise, just...
So guys, Mongolia र गेम आइसक्यो, त्यसमा सही टाइम पनि यता आइसक्यो हैन? र हो मेरो माइकको आवाज त गइराछ नि, गइराछ। एकडा बोल बोल। यता त हङकङले प्रेसर यहाँ साइड स्वप हुँदैन हो, मैले पनि पुरै बुझे हैन यार, यो चाहिँ
साइड स्वप नहुँदै छ के,
साइड स्वपै नहुँदो रहेछ। हङकङले प्रेसर दिइरहेछ यार मङ्गोलियालाई, नेपालले अनि हङकङलाई सक्छ। मैले त हङकङलाई त स्योर जित्छ सोचेर राखेको थिएँ नेपालले।
हैन के भन्छ रे, अहिले जस्तो हुन्छ कि अब हङकङले किल हान्छ, मङ्गोलियाले गेम खान्छ कि
के बेर
होइन, राम्रो दिइरहेछ त यार हङकङले पनि।
प्रेसर त राम्रो बिल्ड गरिरहेको तर
यसरी त अनि नेपाललाई गाह्रो पर्छ त। उता पनि श्रीलङ्काले राम्रो गेम खेल्यो अघि, श्रीलङ्काको खतरा थियो गेम। ओए मारो लास्ट मर्यो, लास्टमा धन्न घोचेर मारे आइलसले।
कस्तो हिल भइदिन्छ, त्यो सिल्डा गए भइदिरहेको के ट्याप गरेपछि।
अत्ते न इक्कीमा सोध्दै त कुनै बियर होला। ए इमोट हो, म त गुनिबियरले भन्छ सानो। त्यो गुनिबियरको चाहिँ स्किन छ नि, के हो साइको भो भन्छ है गुनिबियर। के
ए साइको बल हो,
ए साइको बल हो, म त साइको भो
पाइरो बल हो कि साइको बल हो?
पाइरो बल होला, स्पाइरो बल होला,
पाइरो बल हो
है
हुन सक्छ।
कति हिल्लाले, तर ऊ हङकङले लास्टै हिल्ला धेरै खेल्दो रहेछ कि अब।
यो हङकङको गोल्डेन चाहिँ राम्रो छ है फेरि केटा, हङकङको गोल्डेन राम्रो छ।
एरिस राम्रो खेलेको थियो अघि, बिहान हान्दिनु पर्ने होइन, यसो हुन्छ नि त अलिकति थाहा भइहाल्छ नि, वान पिक हो बिहान हान्दिनु।
नेपालको बेला नि ह्यारिस बिहान हान्नु पनि ह्यारिसले पेल्न सक्छ,
पेल्दिन्छ नेपाललाई
धेरै राम्रो प्लेयर रहेछ ह्यारी। अघि त्यस्तो डोमिनेसन खाँदाखेरि पनि ह्यारिसले गोल्ड लिड गरेर बसिरहेको थियो यार, गोल्ड ग्याप हान्दै बसिरहेको थियो। आइलस माथि फिचरको ड्यामेज
म एकैछिनमा है
सुयोले स्टिल गर्छ नि पुरै टार्गेट।
अब त झन् डिफेन्स पनि बढाएको छ पकेटको, अब त जहाँ पनि छिर्दिन्छ भने ट्याङ्क फाइटर जसरी। ड्यामेज पनि उस्तै ओइ
अरू भन्दा नि त बुस्टमा चाहिँ नि ठ्याट्ट भेट्यो भने स्क्विसी त गायब हुन्छ
अब चाहिँ गाह्रो अब चाहिँ हङकङलाई गाह्रो छ ओइ ओइ हो कि क्या हङकङ हो कि क्या हो जङ्गलरलाई त भेट्यो यार
लिगरसँग चाहिँ नि त्यो रिचार्ज गर्नु त्यही पनि मङ्गोलिया गोल्ड लिडमा खायो फेरि
1.09 1.02 लिड त घट्दै बढ्दै गइरह
पछाडिबाट छिर्दिरहेको यार कस्तो राम्रो
हङकङको पनि टिम चाहिँ राम्रो रहेछ
हेरित त अझै एकचोटि नि सटडाउन भएर हुन्छ त फेरि
राम्रो चक्कै त गोल्डन त राम्रै छ भने
होइन अघिको गेम चाहिँ मङ्गोलियाको गोल्डन चाहिँ नि 5 चोटि मरेको थियो नि त क्लच हुँदाखेरि चाहिँ नि ग्रेन्जर खेलेको सेफ नै खेलेको छ क्या धेरै नै
फुल रेन्ज खेला
हेरितको रेन्जै हुँदैन पिचिक पार्नै सक्दैन
ग्रेन्जरको फर्स्ट स्किल र सेकेन्ड स्किल हान्दा दुईटा टर्ड कट्न खोज्छ त दुईटा स्किलले अनि ह्यारीले कहिले भेटोस् त्यसलाई
के मङ्गोलियन तान्दियो
अब गाह्रो छ अब हङकङ कम्पेयर गरेर लास्टै गाह्रो छ अब ह्यारीले गरे मात्र हो
7 मिनेटमा भइहाल्यो
अहिले चाहिँ डोमिनेसन अघि कम्पिटेटिभ थियो अहिले चाहिँ डोमिनेसनमा जित्यो मङ्गोलियाले ओइ मेजमा त अहिले त गोल्डमा पनि थुप्रो ग्याप खाएको छ गोल्डमा इएक्सपी लेखाएको छ ओहो गोल्डलाई होइन होला एचओडी चाहिँ
एचओडी त म्यानेज चाहिँ मिले होइन अरू चाहिँ के छ अब त ठ्याक्क टप टु बटम चाहिँ बिग्रियो कि क्लिक गरिदियो नि ठ्याक्कै निक्ल्यो
यो पछि अब हाम्रो नेपाली केटाहरूलाई हेर्नुपर्छ केटा हो नेपालको चाहिँ रेकर्ड गरेर भिडियो क्लिप बनाएर हाल्नुपर्छ युट्युबमा हङकङले पनि हान्न त राम्रै हान्न छ यार
होइन फेरि उ भयो के भन्छ अरे हङकङको चाहिँ स्टार्टिङमा राम्रो छ तर मिड टु लेट गेम पुगेपछि चाहिँ नि त्यस्तो हुनै सकेन कि अलिकति मात्रै गरेको
ओए ह्यारी त्यही अब त्यो क्लड त्यसरी नै भागिदिइहाल्छ के अरे ग्रान्जर मैले त नेपालले जित्ने टिममा श्रीलङ्का पाकिस्तान र हङकङ राखेको थियो अब श्रीलङ्का पाकिस्तान मात्रै राख्नु पर्यो नेपालले स्योर जित्ने टिम
श्रीलङ्का र पाकिस्तान हङकङको नि अब लेट गेम पुग्यो भने चाहिँ अलि गेम बिग्रिँदै
अलिक मान्नु चाहिँ लेट गेम चाहिँ कन्स्ट्यान्ट त्यो गर्न नसक्दो रहेछ कि किल चाहिँ हान्ने है किल चाहिँ हान्ने तर गोल्ड ग्याप हेर न 5-6
हान्ने तर गोल्ड ग्याप तान्न नसक्ने कहिले
6k को गोल्ड ग्याप भइसक्यो
किल लिगेपछि चाहिँ नि फार्म गर्ने
फार्म गर्न गराएनन् के म्याक्रोमा हल्का तर नेपालले त्यसलाई त्यति भएपछि नेपालले हान्नुपर्ने हो नेपालको केटाहरू त राम्रै छ दुइटै म्याक्रो नेपालको केटाहरू त राम्रै छ
त्यही यिनीहरूको यसो हेर्दाखेरि इभ र ह्यारी थुम्डाइदियो भने त
गोल्डनमा हेरे त उडाएन भने चाहिँ के हो अझै नेपालले जित्ने है
ह्यारी चाहिँ अब यस्तो गेममा पनि अझै त्यसरी 0 डेट नै राम्रै बसेर नि फार्म भइरह Wait. पुरै छिर्दै रान देखा त यार अब त सेटअप राम्रो छ नि यार ट्र्याक्सन पल्ससँग पगितको
किन्न होला किन भयो अब त भयो
दुईटै ट्याङ्क गायब
ओए तेरे हो कि क्या हो कि क्या हो ओए नै क्या हो किन भएन यार गर्न दिएन भने
तर मिनियन आउँदैछ नि त फेरि
क्लियर गर्छ होला सुयोले त
गाह्रो छ
ए तर सकेन
ग्रेन्जरको उसले सिनरलाई नेट हान्दै कि पोकै धेरै हुन्छ कि ग्रेन्जरले
सो हङकङले
ब्रस हान्न सक्दैन तर पोक चाहिँ लास्टै धेरै हान्छ
सेकेन्ड जित्यो होइन अब केटाहरू अब आफ्नो देशलाई के भन्नु तर मङ्गोलियासँग चाहिँ सक्दैन नेपालले ढुक्क होइन
1 बजे होइन नेपालको
यो पछि अब 1 बजे हो यार गेम ओ माई गॉड सो अब अर्को गेम चाहिँ नेपालको है नेपाल भर्सेस पाकिस्तानको हो 1 बजे छ गेम हाम्रो मेन स्टेजमा पनि अब गेम छैन होला
होला कि
Looking extremely juicy here. Do they want to pick it up for themselves? And they go for the Granger instead, want to secure that goal.
उही कति डिले हो यो त ल उता त अघि गेम सकाइसक्यो होइन हामीले
त्यो भएर डिले फिड हेरेर काम छैन पर्दैन साह्रै डिले छ
टप 2 भयो भने टप 2 भयो भने त क्वालिफाई भइहाल्यो टप 3 मा आयो भने पनि क्वालिफाई हुने चान्सेस छ थर्ड भयो भने पनि क्वालिफाई हुने चान्सेस छ टप 2 मा आयो भने त भइहाल्यो मङ्गोलियासँग त सक्दैन मैले देखिसकेँ है केटा अब आफ्नो टिमले चाहना त एसियन गेम्सै जित्यो भन्ने पुरै गेम्स एसियन गेमै जित्योस् भन्ने चाहना हो तर गाह्रै छ केटा हो होइन एकछिन बोलौँ भनेर अब यो पछि नेपालको गेम छ है गाइस यो पछिको गेम 1 बजे नेपालको हो अब 40 मिनट्स छ नेपाल पाकिस्तानको गेम सिङ्गापुर मेन्दाम अब त्यही नेपालको मङ्गोलियासँग त्यस्तै हो उताबाट फिल्डमै क्वालिटी त्यस्तो आएको यता मेन स्टेजमा हेर्नुपर्छ भयो त केटा अब मेरो आवाज आउँछ ल केटा एकछिन मेरो आवाज जान्छ इङ्ग्लिस कास्टिङ हेरे त केटाहरूले
wanted to go for this. It's either about the global presence or it's about the taunt mechanic that they are seeing here.
Yeah, the ability to have that counter taunt as well, right? So now with the Khalid being banned out, feels like the gold lanes will be getting banned out from side Team Pakistan. And in terms of that Granger matchup, I would say you don't really need to ban out the Clint, but there's a respect coming out from side Team Pakistan. They were shown Praveen's Clint in that previous game, and also the Akai from Hashen. So we do have a lot of respect coming out from side of Team Pakistan at the moment. Now Team Sri Lanka will be trying to take out as much of the roam advantage as possible. There is still the ability to go for the Matilda. There is that cheese available. Kalea is strong as well. There's also that Florin pick if you want to go for that healing meta.
Yep, so Team Pakistan, they are not too afraid of losing out in terms of, you know, last hits and all, since they do have the Juicin and the Granger. There are definitely points in time where we could see the Sky Piercer being picked up by Juicin. Just, of course, the question is whether you want to or not, because you have a Granger that wants to play with the Sky Piercer and, you know, kind of steamroll from there.
Yeah, right now, late game capabilities being taken out. Moskov as well as the Clint. So right now, what would Praveen want to handle on the gold lane? Doesn't have to exactly show it now. They've yet to pick up their jungler as well, right? So what matches up against the Fredrin, the Akai jungle? Yes, you can actually heavy spin the Fredrin out of existence and also zone out the Zusin as well. But the Akai is already banned out. So same time, the Guinevere is still there. They want to go for that pick-off lineup with the Kadita especially.
With Edith kind of being the hybrid, they can kind of go for a jungle on the final pick. So going for the gold lane for Lucas jungle. Ooh. we haven't seen Lucas Jungle in a long time, but I think he's still fine. But going up against Team Pakistan, I'm not too sure if whether the Lucas in the beast form is able to do relatively enough of a job, especially since now Atlas comes in, even kind of makes it even worse.
Yeah, team fight looking extremely strong from the side of Team Pakistan in terms of the just front to back alone. Taunt Fatal Links into Dusin, just trying to protect everyone, trying to keep the umbrella, trying to keep that lantern over everyone as much as possible. Now, for the side of Team Sri Lanka, they will have that Lucas, yes, but gold lane, where is the damage coming from, right? Kadita right now with the rough waves, is that going to be enough? Edith, yes,
Mostly
definitely in
from
the late
Lucas.
game.
I would say the damage mostly comes from Lucas in the early stages. If you do have Snowball, you know, sometimes you don't even need the Snowball per se. Once you hit level 4, when you're in the Beast form, you naturally kind of have elevated stats, and that should generally be enough for you for the first turtle. So if you don't manage to kind of get a good control from that point on, I think that Lucas will be having a really tough time.
Yeah, definitely. You do need to get a semblance of a snowball going, like you said. We have Lucas as well, so yeah, in terms of the draft, still looking kind of enigmatic coming out from the side of Team Sri Lanka. I still don't see much of the synergy coming through because Kadita, yes, you're playing by yourself with the rough waves, you have the Edith. There's not really anything that ties the team together for the side of Team Sri Lanka, right? It feels like everyone's going their own individual routes, especially for the side of having that Gatokacha, yes, having the Edith. I don't see the clear initiation for the side of Team Sri Lanka.
I guess what is left... Okay, so technically they still need a gold laner, right?
Yeah.
If they really...
Ruby?
I was kind of thinking about that, but with this composition, that doesn't necessarily mean that they are super good in the gold lane. They're not going to be super good in early game, because if you want to go for double fighter, or rather triple fighter in this case, they need to be able to really steamroll and they need to really snowball. Technically speaking, Edith can kind of work as their marksman in the later stages of the game, so that is fine as well. Putting an Edith over to the gold lane is actually pretty okay.
Wait a minute. Freya.
Oh, crap.
Freya gold lane. Freya's completely slipped the pool.
Oh yeah. You know what? If Sri Lanka actually goes for that Freya, it actually might work out very well.
Yeah, it ties everything together. I would say Freya would be a crazy pick right now.
Yeah, so at this point, Sri Lanka can play a very aggressive game. Like a hack and aggressive game, because number one, you've got Gatokacha, which can pretty much initiate from at any will, at any point in time. While in the meantime, Kadita can kind of force difficult decisions onto the backliners. With a single Ocean Oddity, you can just pop out literally anywhere.
Yeah, so far I think there's a bit of a troubleshooting at the live stage here, so bear with us a little bit as we try and get things back to par here as we go into a little bit of a troubleshooting countdown. So you'll have to hear us yap for a little bit, right? So far we have seen bangers of games where game 1 and game 2 are already done. So far we are already on that game number 3, and this is a first look at Group D so far. We've seen Group B in the morning, and now we are at Group D. And these are the groups that only 2 of these teams will make it to the Aichi Nagoya Asian Games playoffs.
So ultimately, how is this game gonna look like is mostly gonna be the question that I have, because we didn't see the final pick. I really want to see how the final pick looks out to be, but well, regardless, we will jump in when we actually get that game on.
Yeah, so far I would say in terms of just hype alone, I'm waiting for Group A, right? Like waiting for Group A.
Yeah, really.
Where Group A, there's going to be a lot of the powerhouses. A lot of the playoffs for Group A just ended. So a lot of these players, they're very warm here. And Group A, well, so far, most of the Southeast Asian contenders are there. Most of the teams that we know are there. Team Singapore is there.
Now, of course, I kind of want to take this moment in time to welcome every single one of the viewers and all kinds of audiences that popped up onto the stream. You might be wondering, you know, what's going on or what exactly is this Asian Games. Because this is the 2026 Asian Games for the esports event for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And for the uninitiated, Mobile Legends Bang Bang is a MOBA game, massively online battle arena where we have 5 players going up against 5 players with one objective. That is to clear out the opponent's crystal, and that is how you eventually win the game in a very TLDR form of view. And some of the some of our audiences could be from, you know, some what was that again? General sports audiences, that kind of stuff as well.
So I mean, if you're taking a first look at esports, this is it. But now we have the picks coming through. It feels like, oh, it's going to be a Sora. It slipped the pool. Once again, Sora, with the shifting skies, it's a very dominant hero. But a lot of teams have learned how to play against it. And we'll have to see if Team Sri Lanka, they can play against it as we head on into the final game of the series versus Team Pakistan versus Team Sri Lanka as they decide who will take home the cake here.
All right, so let's break it down a little bit. Kavindu is opening up onto the range median.
Yeah, very curious.
Different. Very, very different. But hey, I think that maybe he's onto something. Maybe he's onto something. Well, we'll see how that's going to work out. But in the meantime, he is going to be playing as a Lucas after all. And as a Lucas, you do have got a massive shift in stats. The moment that you hit level 4, you should be able to do quite a number on your opponents, but only if the opponent doesn't have very good escape mechanism or any form of lockdown. Against the Juicin, I think that you should be able to lock down Juicin pretty well.
Yeah, at the same time, I'm just worried for Ramanayake versus the Sora at the bottom lane here for the EXP lane, because, yeah, just 1v1 against the Sora, nobody generally has a good time. Maybe a CC, maybe sometimes a Yuzong, but it's a very hard lane to go up against, and a ready and very early skirmish coming in.
And immediately picking him up and taking him down. Just like that, the first kill is going to be credited over to Pakistan, as Sri Lanka, they have a small little problem because this game, they kind of want to play for Snowball.
Yeah, Team Sri Lanka actually going for the Natan pick here at the final pick, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, this is going to be that same problem where Team Pakistan had with the Harif and the Lilia, right? This is all magic damage. Yeah, a lot of magic damage.
The only one that doesn't have magic damage is Kavindu. Like, heck, even Hashin is a magical damage dealer.
Yeah, so a lot of magic damage, and Team Pakistan, if they can identify it early, they just need to start building that magic defense as fast as possible. So Athena Shield, Radiant Armor, name of the game here, especially for the side of Hashan.
Technically speaking, it is going to be a buff over to Kavindu, because you kind of force the members from Pakistan to respect the magic damage, but this opens up a way for Kavindu to come in with those physical damage, which can be really annoying to deal with.
Yeah, and Turtle surprisingly not being contested for the side of Team Sri Lanka, as Praveen does go down solo in that top lane against Gurmeet. And yeah, just slightly overextending his hand here, using that entropy just too aggressively.
Yeah, Pakistan currently with 2 kills for themselves. For Sri Lanka, not anything picked up for themselves as of yet. But Moet actually went into cloud form in the early stages. Most of the time going in with the storm form may actually be a lot better because you can deal so much more damage in the early stages. And your skilling with your health is not that great yet.
Yeah, Shifting Skies just extremely good at dealing in these team fights. Well, I'm good. This is going to be a rougher time for Rough Waves, even in Dangerous Grass as well, where Nisal, I don't think that he's going to be able to catch anybody here. Gurmeet, if he plays this correctly, he's never going to be in a position where Nisal should be able to jump onto him. So definitely Team Pakistan, they need to keep their vision game up and make sure that consistently getting Nisal's information, right? Make sure that Kadita is never able to jump into your back lines there.
Just like that, 3 minutes and 30 seconds into this game, Pakistan has already gotten themselves a 1,000 gold lead. With Hashin moving himself all the way up to the top lane to deal with Gurmeet, wanting to kind of slow down that growth a tad little bit. But understandably, between the two junglers, the two of them are still going to be in a relatively same state. Both of them at level 7. But what we want to see from Kavindu is for him to be able to go completely ham. While the one that's going ham is the member from Pakistan, constantly just hitting down in the bottom lane, ensuring that they have got a hold of Ramanayake.
Yeah, and there is a plethora of ways for them to initiate, right? Shifting skies, you have the taunt ability, you have Azan's reposition, you also have that flicker Fatal Links combo that you just saw. But meanwhile, I'm seeing a problem here for Team Sri Lanka, where how are they going to start the team fight? I mean, it's generally just factored on Pakistan jumping onto you.
You don't want Kavin to start off the team fight first, and unfortunately, even after he's in this beast form, he's unable to win in that battle of the turtle. Now he's gonna be cropped up in between of the entire team fight. He's not someone that wants to play tanky at all. As Sachin goes down, Hasha the next one onto the chopping block, and Team Pakistan, though they may have lost the turtle. Wait, hold on a second, they won the turtle.
Yeah,
they won the turtle and they won team fight.
Yep, there was no contest at all coming in from side Team Sri Lanka, and this was the problem that I was talking about, right? Moed, he's going to be able to jump in with the shifting skies no matter what, and once that shifting skies is done, you gotta disengage. A lot of teams have been disengaging away from the Sora. Yes, you do take down the Sora in the early game, but that's only in that early game. This is only that second turtle of the game. In the later stages of the game, well, he's just gonna be even more of a menace to deal with. And that's the problem that I'm seeing with Team Sri Lanka, because Rough Waves, yes, is gonna be a burst, but that's only on one target, and you're not gonna get a situation where you petrify 5.
Well, it's really difficult, but it's still slightly possible. If you want to petrify as many people as possible, you would not touch Gummy. So it's kind of like an either-or trade. Do you want to face or do you want to catch as many people as you can, or do you want to catch the important one is mostly going to be the question. But what I didn't like is the fact that Kavindu, he's not playing Snowball. He can't win in these kind of situations, and they're currently even losing control of their own jungle space, which is tough. Look at that, 3-man! Just doing so much damage over to the side from Praveen Hashan as well as Nisal. The rest of the members from the side of Sri Lanka, they're not in a good spot at all. Ramanayake comes in, and at least they will be able to clear out the wave in the middle.
Yeah, I would say that's a win from the side of Team Sri Lanka. They managed to hold on to that mid lane. They managed to stop Moed's Snowball
Good
for
enough.
now, and only lost Hashen in the process.
Yep, you can see that is quite an engage altogether. The members coming in from the side of Sri Lanka, they were hoping they will be able to hold on to the fight a little bit longer, but it just did not turn out the way that they wanted to.
Yeah, but still, overall scheme of things, Team Pakistan still keeping that map control, gets the third turtle of the game, 6 minutes in, already 4,000 gold advantage. And this map control ceases to exist for the side of Team Sri Lanka. They're trying to fight for map space at this point, but the lack of damage is very apparent. And now, for the side of Team Sri Lanka, it's all about counter initiation. That AOG was perfect from Hashen, but can he do it again?
Although I gotta have to say, the 2 kills going over to Hasnat, how big of a problem will that be in the end of the day? We'll see how that goes. The Atrophy coming for the side of Praveen, gets himself running away, ensuring that Moed is unable to touch him. But Kavin do transform himself into a beast, but the damage is just not quite enough. He will be picked up and ragdolled to death. And now Team Sri Lanka completely shattered under the pressure that Pakistan brings to them.
Yeah, there is a huge problem. There's a huge gap in the draft here. Team Sri Lanka, they have no way to respond to the aggression of Team Pakistan, especially a snowball of this angle, right? Where you are able to just tease these fights just so much because they got 4 ways to entry, but guess who entries first? Gurmeet on to Nisal, and that was just huge damage. And with that, they can just layer every single ability as they wish, and it's a buffet for them.
And at that point in time, Hasnat even picked up a 3-man Fatal Links, which kind of makes things even more difficult for Team Sri Lanka to deal with, while in the meantime, an icing on the cake for Pakistan themselves. With that great fight, Pakistan now has risen to 6,000 gold lead on top of Sri Lanka. And Sri Lanka being the team that wants to play for early game, being the team that wants to snowball, just so that they can buy enough time and space for Praveen to pick up on those farms. That is no longer going to be an option.
Yeah, theory crafting coming in for the side of Team Sri Lanka, right? When you think on the side, if you're Team Sri Lanka's coach, what do you have to do to win? Because it's going to be so hard because at the same time, you need to land the perfect AOG, you need to land the perfect Petrify on Nisal, and Praveen's entropy has to be used for damage, not to escape. So there's so many factors that needs to go Team Sri Lanka's way, and the perfect Earth Shatter as well on Ramanayake to re-enter into these team fights. Now 7,000 gold advantage, Lord has been taken for Team Pakistan, and Praveen, well, he has to play cross map for now.
That's the best thing that he can do to assist in the team or to be able to play or do any form of impact. Right now, we do have quite a bit of focus down on the Kavindu. Oh man, that energy bomb did absolutely nothing to Haisham.
Yeah, at this point, Kavindu has to choose between survivability and also damage, right? And if you choose survivability, you're not going to have damage at all. And given the fact that Team Pakistan, they are so farmed up right now, they're just going to march into that middle lane.
Well, there is still the Holy Defense that is currently available, so that will be able to be, that would do enough to deal with that Lord. That is only a 9-minute Lord, mind you, so for the side of Pakistan, as long as they're able to take down every single one of the outer turrets, that is good enough. You don't really need to be greedy or, you know, kind of do anything. While Haisham, that is a very greedy play, and no one capitalized on that is what boggles my mind. Well, Pakistan did manage to get themselves the middle lane T3 turret. Well, in the meantime, Gurmit picks up a kill for himself as well. Picks up a double kill right now. Praveen with the atrophy. He tries to go for a decent amount of damage, but unfortunately goes a little bit too far in front, allowing Gurmit to pick up a triple kill. That is not supposed to happen. Sri Lanka should be able to defend well enough for this game, but they have lost 2 of these turrets.
Yeah, there's no punish coming in from the side of Kavindu as he jumps 1v4 and gives up his life once again. It looks like it's set in stone for the side of Team Pakistan as they will take the victory here 2-1. A bit labored nonetheless, but finally doing it here at the Asian Games Esports events for MLBB.
Oh, that's not supposed to happen. I'm gonna be honest. That end was not supposed to happen. They shouldn't be ended by 10 minutes and 45 seconds.
I think they should have, because there was nothing that they could have done behind the turrets, because if they were in a situation where if they jumped on the Fredrin, there was still so much behind, because there is the Fatal Links available, there is the Shifting Skies available, there is also the taunt that you need to watch out from the Fredrin. So there is so much initiation capability that I would say they were in a spot where it's a rock and a hard place, man. There's nowhere to go.
The time between the 6,000 goal lead to the 8,000 goal lead was just a matter of 1 minute and 30 seconds. So that Lord advantage ultimately meant a lot to the side of Team Pakistan, and honestly that surprised me as well. Within 1 minute and 30 seconds they climbed like 2,000 gold. That is crazy. As such, it does make sense now. Even if the Fredrin were to go so deep in, there's really not much that Sri Lanka could do with the fact that they don't have enough damage.
And the man of the match himself, it's gonna be Gurmeet here as MVP of the game. 9-0-3 GPM, close to 1,000.
Close.
Yeah, very close, very close.
But not the highest for now.
Yeah, of
not
course.
the highest.
We did already have that Savage, right?
Yeah.
From Team Iran.
Yeah, so honestly, those are crazy. But still, we can't compare because right now, Gurmeet come in. 9-0-3. Still performed very nicely and managed to technically a pseudo maniac because it was a triple kill plus 1. It's just kind of like a time over kind of thing. We'll give him the maniac.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I would say, well, it was a huge drafting issue. I believe going for the Kadita and the Edith at the start already set the fact that, yeah, you don't really have much initiation capability. I was expecting some setup to help out the Kadita to set up as much as possible. Going for the Gato Kacha pick, I didn't really like it at all because, well, I was expecting some form of setup, right? There's no setup available. Even Hylos would have helped.
Technically speaking, if we put the Edith on the roam, that setup is more than enough because of Onwards plus Earth Shatter. That crowd control chain actually lasts pretty darn long, which allows Nisal to actually land the Breath of the Ocean very, very consistently.
Yeah, but that would require a flicker usage as well, because most of these players, they know how to play with that spacing. So you get that once every 2 minutes, but the plethora of choices coming in from Team Pakistan, right? They have so many choices. Flicker into Fatal Links. the lantern lift up from the side of the Tucson, the taunt coming in from the Fredrin, shifting skies from Moed as well. Any one of them could be the main setup, and they kept threatening them from all sides. So even behind the turrets, they didn't feel safe.
So it really boils down to the fact that there is no control of the game from the side of Team Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
It would have been very different if Lucas had a good early game. It would have been very different.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the amount of stats that Lucas is able to bring into the game, and the moment that he picks up a early War Axe, it would have shifted the direction over to the Team Sri Lanka from a single man carry in a very wide perspective, because you would be able to kind of storm over Azan, you will be able to storm over Gurmeet if they get anywhere closer, and every single one of those energy balls coming in from the Lucas itself can actually deal like half HP to some of the backliners.
Yeah, but the only way was that they had such a heavy momentum with the Lucas, because if they went to the late game where it was still a wash, I would still favor Team Pakistan in terms of that draft alone, right? So Lucas needed to do a lot of work there, like possibly put in that 100%.
Yep. And not only that, I think that the start onto the range minion is also a bit of a problem. If he were to start on the purple buff, orange buff, and then slowly make his way over to the XP lane, that by that point in time, he should reach level 4 pretty effectively, and you should be more than ready to fight over the turtle. You will be a lot faster than the Fredrin to reach the turtle, and of course, in terms of level itself. But with that all said and done, we're gonna go off for a short little break. And once we're back, we'll give you guys the next series. Take care.
Hello guys, अब नेपाल र पाकिस्तानको गेम चाहिँ अब उताबाट पठाएकोमा कति छ 27 मिनट छैन, तर टाइमर चाहिँ चलेको छैन। सो 1 बजे सुरु हुने पाकिस्तानको त गेम बल्ल भर्खर सक्यो। सो पाकिस्तान र नेपालकै पर्ने हो नि त गेम।
15-20 मिनेट ब्याक ब्रेक होला नि।
15-20 मिनट पछि नेपालको भइहाल्छ होला। पाकिस्तानको सँग गेम चाहिँ लगातार पाकिस्तानको लगातार 2 गेम रहेछ। तर जुन गेम देखिने अहिले पाकिस्तानको, त्यसले गर्दा त खै नेपालले पाकिस्तान पनि खोइ भन्ने कुरा छ है यहाँ। पाकिस्तानसँग पनि हङकङसँग त एकदम गाह्रो पर्ने भइहाल्यो भने देखिहाल्यो हङकङसँग त। जितोस् नेपालले भन्ने हो, आश त केटा हो, जितिए त हो नि हो। पाकिस्तान र नेपाल अब सेप्टेम्बर 9 हैन, नेपाल भर्सेस पाकिस्तान हो। अब यसमा एसियन गेम्समा टिम हुँदैन नि, प्लेयरको नाम हुँदैन नि, प्लेयरको त इन गेम नेम हुँदैन, रियल नेम हुन्छ अब है सबैतिर। सबैतिर प्लेयरको रियल नेम हुन्छ। सेप्टेम्बर 9 हुँदैन अब, नेपालै भनेर रिप्रेजेन्ट हुन्छ। खोइ अब जित्नु पर्ने त जस्तो लाग्छ, तर के छ हाम्रो केटाहरूको त गेम त राम्रो छैन, हल्का कमी भनेको एक्सपिरियन्समा त हो नि। गेम त राम्रो छ केटाहरूको, सेप्टेम्बर 9 को प्लेयरहरू पनि राम्रो छन्। हल्का कमी भनेको त एक्सपिरियन्समा मात्र हो, अरू त हाम्रो प्लेयरहरू पनि कम छैन नि फेरि केटा हो, हाम्रो केटाहरू पनि कम छैन नि।
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo.
केटाहरू हामी नेपालको गेम लिएर आइहाल्छौँ होइन, अहिलेलाई यतिकै भइहाल्यो। नेपालको गेम यतिकै विल ब्याक। सो अहिले सबैजनालाई बस्दै गर्नु, कमेन्टहरू लेख्दै गर्नु, केही पऱ्यो भने म आइहाल्छु कमेन्टमा। नेप आयुष इन्थ्यो रियल नेम यही गएर भएको भए अब छैन के भन्नु। अब के भन्न सकिँदैन गाइस।
What a splatter of beauty.
अब केटाहरू नहोस् त के नै भन्न सकियो र केटाहरू भए भए त ठिकै हुन्थ्यो
I'll get you out.
खोइ त्यो उताबाट आएको फिड हो यार म केही भन्न मिल्दैन त्यसमा चाहिँ मैले
Finally come to
अब
me.
त्यो जे छ म त्यसमै खुसी हुनुपर्छ
This madness
त्यो
ends
चाहिँ यस्तो छ
now.
सिचुएसन केटा हो
I'm shivering.
टाढाको पुरा खुसी हुनुपर्ने सिचुएसन चाहिँ अरूतिर के भइरहेछ यता अघिकै पाकिस्तानको गेम चल्दै रहेछ पाकिस्तानको र श्रीलङ्काको गेम चाहिँ ढिलो छ यता अँ 10-15 मिनट ब्रेक हो किनकि पाकिस्तानसँग गेम छ त्यही भएर पाकिस्तानकोलाई त ब्रेक दिनु पर्यो नि त एकछिन प्लेयरहरूलाई भर्खर खेलेको छन् पाकिस्तानको प्लेयरहरू त्यही भएर होला हल्का ढिलो भएको सो गेम लिएर आइहाल्छु गाइस म एकैछिन लाइक अहिले चाहिँ म आउट हुनेवाला छु टोयलेट ब्रेक अब चिया चुरुटी ब्रेक होला केटाहरूले खाँदैन खाँदैन भन्ने कुरा नेपाली आयो त हुने थिएँ नेपाली केटाहरू उताको चाहिँ के छ
We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If all that bloom are fated to wither, then I'll enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now.
At last, I'm shivering with excitement!
हेलो गाइज वी आर ब्याक है अब केटाहरू आइसके नेपाल गेम भइसक्यो केटाहरू सुरु अब नेपाललाई सपोर्ट हान्नुपर्ने हुन्छ प्लेयरको यो त हाइब्रिड चिन्छु होइन मैले अरू चाहिँ प्लेयरै चिने नि यार केटाहरू को चिन्छ भने भन है कसले को प्लेयर चिन्छ एउटा हाइब्रिड चिने है अरू चाहिँ चिनेन अघि त त्यो मोइडले EXP खेलाएको थियो होइन लास्ट गेममा अहिले गोल्डेनमा स्विच भएछ त चाहिँ लास्ट गेम भयो श्रीलङ्का त मोइडले EXP खेला जस्तो लागेको थियो हाइब्रिड अरू को हो लक अरू त चिन्दैन त यार हाइब्रिड बाहेक अरू कोही पनि चिनेन मैले हाइब्रिड र लिलिम चाहिँ चिने जस्तो लाग्यो अरू त अरू को खोइ आउ डिस्काउन्ट आऊ लक ए मेरो डिस्काउन्ट आऊ न लक वाच पार्टी हो यार डिस्काउन्ट आउनु छैन तिमी ए दर्लामी त गोल्डेनमा होला होइन लिनु भइहाल्यो गोसुतोया चाहिँ को भने के मान्छे चाहिँ को भन्न खोजेँ क्या मैले केटाहरू लक आउनु त कमेन्ट्री हान्नु तिमी ऊ चाहिँ यो भर्खर देखाएको चाहिँ होइन यो क्यामेरा एङ्गल पनि त्यस्तै त होइन ए म ब्याङ्कमा छु पैसा लिएर यो त लिलिम होला होइन कपालमा देखेँ आँखा छपायो होला कपाल आँखा छपायो होला यो केटाहरू कसरी खेल्छ त अनि देख्छ त फोन उसले ऊ को यो लुनाटिक पाण्डा जस्तो छ त सानो
मिनी पाण्डा
चस्मा लगाउने ए त्यो के अरे हल्का ब्लोन्ड गरे होला हो ओरेन्ज के अरे के भन्छ हाइलाइट गरे कपाल हाइलाइट हो ब्लोन्ड बनायो के बनायो लिली अहिले फोटोमा ल्याएको उसको त नामै थियो नि त लिली होइन अनि चिने नि त फोटोमै देखाएको थियो नि त उसको त नामै रियल नामै त्यो रहेछ केटाहरूको अङ्कित रहेछ कसैको नाम के रहेछ अनि चिनिँदै चिनेन यार अब सधैँ आइजिएनमा हाइलाइट गरेको दर्लामी हो दर्लामी चस्मा लगाएको अरू त ए दर्लामी गोल्डेन यो को हो यो त पाकिस्तानी हो यो वारु त भइहाल्यो होइन केटाले फोन देख्छ जस्तो लाग्दैन के पिक गरे खोइ त आउँदैन त हो बिहान पिकको कि अहिले टेस्ट चलिरहेको होला उनीहरूको अहिले टेस्ट चलिरहेको छ पिङ टेस्टहरू चलिरहेको छ चाहिँ म त किन आउँदैन यो त दलामी होइन पाकिस्तानको पनि डेन्जर छ यार लक पाकिस्तानको पनि गाह्रै छ हो अघि त श्रीलङ्कालाई डेन्जर हानिदियो रेट्री त यस्तो ग्याप हानिदिन्छ पाकिस्तानको खतरा रहेछ रेट्रीमा चाहिँ ल्याम छ त रेट्री त पाकिस्तानीको गेम सुरु उनीहरूको पिङ टेस्ट भइरहेछ गेम सुरु भएको छैन अहिले गेम सुरु भयो भने आउँछ नि ड्राफ्टिङ फेज आउँछ अहिले तिनीहरू एक दुई झन्डै आधी घन्टा नै हुन्छ हो पिङ टेस्ट जस्तो अहिले पनि हामी यार गेम सुरु भयो क्यामेरा त देखायो गेम देखाएन भनेर बसेको लास्टमा त पिङ टेस्ट चलिरहेको छ मैले होइन नि सुदन मैले पठाएको होइन नि नेसामा ऊ सौजन्य दाइले हो उताबाट दाइले पठाउनु भएको छ तिमी यहाँ कास्टिङ गर्न आउनु छोडेर तिमी यहाँ भिसीमा आउँछौ त यार तिमी त ठिक लागेन मलाई नेपालको गेम हुँदा यार नेपालको लागि रगत माटो दिनु छैन सुदन के हो तिम्रो पारा कास्टिङ होइन कास्टिङ गर्नु कास्टिङ होइन गफ सफा हान्न हो गफ हान्न मात्र हो कास्टिङ परेन होइन कहाँ जसलाई बोलायो तिमीलाई बोलाएको सुदनलाई बोलायो अरू कसलाई बोलायो अब आफूलाई जसलाई नै भन्ने भए चाहिँ बालै भएन होइन लक मलाई जसलाई नै जो पाए त्यही नै आफूलाई भन्छ भने चाहिँ ठिक छ जो पाए त्यही नै हो जो पाए त्यही नै रहेछ होइन अहिले कास्टर आउँछ कास्टिङ गर्न गेम सुरु भएपछि कास्टर आउँछ क्या अहिले चाहिँ टाइम लाग्छ कि यो लास्ट डे सुदनेलाई जसलाई नै भने ल सुदन तिमीलाई त जसलाई रे यार सुदनलाई जसलाई यार सुदनमा चन्द्रगिरी ट्रिपलाई आउँदैछ केटा
फुल प्याकिङ
सुदनको प्याकिङ हेभी छ
ज्याकेट लिएर आउने होला नि विराटनगरबाट
ए ज्याकेट स्याकेट लिएर लास्ट जाडो छ नि सुदन यहाँ त काठमाडौँमा त फेरि मर्लौ जमेर लास्टै जाडो छ यहाँ ज्याकेट अलिक मोटो मोटो ज्याकेट हालेर आऊ त्यही भने नेपालको रिचेस्ट कास्ट एउटा इभेन्ट कास्टिङ हानेको सुदनले अचेल कम्ती पनि 50-60 हजार रुपियाँ कमाउँछ है अनि सुदनले सक्छ भने म्याप सिलेक्टेड भयो सेट भयो ल केटा हो लास्ट जाडो छ नि काट्नु छैन जाडो
दुई चारवटा त ज्याकेट चाहिन्छ हो
ए दुई चारवटा भले नि भ्याउँछै भ्याउँदैन जाडो होइन कहाँ नदिन्छन् सुदनलाई यार सुदनले 50-60 हजार भन्दा दिनको स्ट्रिममा त्यति लिन थाल्छ यार सुदनले तिमी धरान म धरान होइन म काठमाडौँ नै बस्ने हो नि यार सुदनले 50-60 भन्दा तल त काम गरे छ नि धरानमा भए हाम्रो माननीय हर्कजीलाई सम्पर्क गरौँ है सो गाइस गेम उही युवालाई ब्यान फेच चाहिँ किन आयो नेपालमा चाहिँ नेपालको लागि चाहिँ मलाई चित्त बुझेन है केटा हो यार नेपालमा चाहिँ यो ब्यान फेच दिने अघिसम्म के दामी दामी ब्यान फेच दियो यार उनीहरूको लागि चाहिँ नेपालको लागि त यो ब्यान फेच दिइरह भने सुदन चोर होइन यार सुदन चोर त छैन केटा सुदन जे छ चोर चाहिँ छैन यस्तो नभने है केटा हो यार सुदनलाई यो त भएन यार यो केटाहरू हाम्रो हर्कजीलाई कुरा गर्नु पर्यो यार यो त हाम्रोमा चाहिँ किन नर्मल मोड अहिलेको त तिनीहरूको त क्रेजी थियो त होइन फिड के अरे यो ड्राफ्टिङ हाम्रो केटाहरूले मार्सल
अहिलेको गेम हेर्नु क्या हेरेको थिएन त ए आफैले हान्दिएर
हेरित त उसको लागि हो नि हङकङको हेरित त्यही टुर्नामेन्ट लबी हो टुर्नामेन्ट लबी नै हो नि केटा हो होइन स्टेज 2 मा पनि अघिसम्म त सबै उबालाई ड्राफ्ट थियो क्या सुदन त्यो मेन स्टेजवालै ड्राफ्टिङ थियो कि ग्राफिक्स यो हाम्रो नेपालको गेममा चाहिँ किन भएन हाम्रो विनय भनेको तरलामी हो तरलामीले क्यारी हान्दिन्छ सिधै केटाले मिल्क लाइक बटर हो पुरै लाइक बटर हान्दिने केटा हो फेड्रिन र त्यही भएन सुदन कुरा उठायो यार सुदन हो यहाँ हाम्रो नेपालको जल्दो बल्दो अलिक माथिसम्म कन्ट्याक्ट भएको भने सुदनै छ जल्दो बल्दो ओ इभ रियल वर्ल्ड म्यानिपुलेसन आउने भयो नि त मलाई फेरि अल्टी सबभन्दा आउने इभकै हो अल्टी भन्न जित्छ होला पाकिस्तानसँग जितेन भने चाहिँ उठामुठा म्याक्सरलाई ए म्याक्सरलाई कुर्दैन नेपालले पाकिस्तानसँग जित्यो भने हङकङ र उसँग त गाह्रै चाहिँ केटा मङ्गोलियासँग त म खासै देख्दिनँ है चान्सेस साँच्चीको एकदम रियल कुरा भन्दाखेरि हङकङसँग चान्स, पाकिस्तान श्रीलङ्कासँग चान्स हो। अब पाकिस्तानको पनि अघि त डेन्जर हानेको थियो रेट्री, अपोनेन्टले ड्याङ ड्याङ रेट्री जित्यो। फर्स्ट गेम त रेट्री जितेरै जित्यो भने श्रीलङ्काले पेलिरहेको थियो, एउटा रेट्री जितेरै गेमै पल्टाइदियो भने उसले।
पाकिस्तानसँग फर्स्ट गेम जित्यो भनेर नि रमाउनु मिल्दैन कि, अघि जसरी काउन्टर हान्दियो नि सकियो, रिभर्स स्विप हान्दियो अघि।
यताबाट के ब्यान गर्छ त फर्स्टमा तिनीहरूले, अब सुयो ब्यान आउँछ हेर।
तर आइजिएकै राख्न दिनुपर्ने रहेछ यार प्लेयरलाई त, को हुँदो रहेछ यो त।
सुयो होइन, सुयो त जङ्गल दली छ केटाहरूले। अङ्कित भने लिली भने मेजे भइहाल्यो, विनय भने दर्लामी भयो, गोल्डै भइहाल्यो। हाम्रो इएक्सपी र डिगी ब्यान नेपाल, एन्जेला हो ब्यान। खलिद भ्यान, खलिदै हो ब्यान त। केटा यार लेला मिया ब्यान गर्छ, के कुरा गर्छ हौ केटा हौ, कहाँ लेला मियामा लाग्यो तिम्रो। अङ्कित भने वारुदो हो।
एकातिर सब रोम ब्यान छ, एकातिर सब इएक्सपी को ब्यान छ।
मितोया भने गासुतोया, गासुतोया त्यही। उही नेपालले सब रोमै क्यान्सल गर्दैन लाग्यो। त्यो भने हाइब्रिडलाई लास्ट ब्यान हालिदियो भने मलाई किन मेज तर अब लिँदैन होला, नत्र हाइब्रिडले त्यो के अरे भ्यालेन्टिनलाई लगेर एक्सपी खेलिन्छ कि जस्तो लाग्यो त्यो। लापलाप पिक गरेर अब त खेल्दैन होला। नाना बिहान, नाना अटो बिहान हो। थामुस एस्मरेडला पनि आउन सक्छ, युजङ आयो। आइलस यङ्गेस्ट होला को गासु त यहाँ कति वर्ष हो र? एटलिस्ट 18 त हुनैपर्छ नि होइन। अब अहिलेसम्म त प्रेसर छैन केटा, अब यहाँ अब गेम सुरु भएपछि कास्टिङ गर्न प्रेसर हुन्छ क्या। सुदनलाई अब भने सुदन अब के भन्ने यार, सुदन अब हामी दिन सक्दैन सुदनलाई 50,000 रुपियाँ। सुदनलाई 50,000 तल कुरै गर्दैन सुदन। फेरि एक दिन कास्टिङ गरेको 50,000 लिन थालिसक्यो सुदनले यार। पैसा कहाँ राख्छ यार सुदन त्यत्रो।
मिटर ब्याज हो, मिटर ब्याज।
मिटर ब्याजी हो।
ए आयो ल, लु हेर्ने हो।
आइलस
म्याक्सको फेभरेट स्पिन।
त्यो 3D मा देखाउन मात्र रमाइलो हुन्छ, ग्लो अरू त मजा आएन। काल्टिजी हान्ने इफेक्ट हो त्यो। यो पछि हेर्नुपर्छ, यो पछि काल्टिजी हेरेर गेम होला। इन्डोनेसिया र फिलिपिन्सको चाहिँ पछि गेम तिनीहरूको हेर्नुपर्छ। ल हाम्रो दर्लामी है केटाहरू, ह्यान्डसम दर्लामी। यो थाहा भएन, यो हाम्रो वारुदो होइन, जावारुदो यो पनि चिनेन। ऊ हेर न रेफ्री राम्री छ है पछाडि, केटाहरू देखेन अघि मैले भनेको थिएँ। ल उयो स्किन, हेलो अघिसम्म त स्किन पनि थियो त यार, अब त स्किन पनि आउन छोडेछ नेपालको गेममा त। सो भिडमा त्यसमा ग्लुले रोम खेलाएर रहेछ। होइन टुर्नामेन्ट लबी नै हो, 10 म्यान छ टुर्नामेन्ट लबी, टुर्नामेन्ट लबी नै हो। होइन अघि योभन्दा अगाडि गेमसम्म थियो कि सुदन स्किन सब थियो अब त स्किन पनि आउनु छोड्यो कहिले त हाम्रो बेला ड्राफ्ट पनि आउनु छोडेछ अहिले त फोटो सोटो पनि थियो के आउनु छोड्यो त्यहाँ यो अर्को पीसीबाट आएको जस्तो छ त्यही भएर जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई यो पीसी डिफरेन्ट गरे जस्तो त्यो अघिदेखि गर्दा गर्दा ओभरेट भएर ग्राफिक्स त्यस्तो
ट्रायलमा ल्याइदियो होला अनि सकियो सेकेन्ड स्टेजको अब हाम्रो नेपालको अब त्यस्तै हो
ओइ नेपालको गेम छ भनेर मान्छेलाई सेयर हान्नु पर्यो यार यो सेयर अलिअलि हान्नुपर्ने हुन्छ हो फेरि सुदन सर ले अलिकता नेपालको गेम भइरहेछ भनिदिनु पर्ने भयो सुदन सर कुरा भने त्यस्तै हो हाम्रो कास्टर कामहरू आइहाल्छु दाइ भनेर गएको तनाव दियो नि यार नेपालको गेममा चाहिँ बस्छ भने कि नेपालकै गेम बेची बिगाऱ्यो न्यू रोटेसन त खासै देख्दिनँ त गेम साउन्ड त आइरहेको छ नि है मैले सुनेन आयो मोनिटर अफ गरेर त्यो हेर है अघि चाहिँ रेट्री जित्या छ हाम्रो नेपालले त्यो रेट्रीलाई के गर्छ हेरौँ है अघि त्यसले खतरा रेट्री हाने त पाकिस्तानले यत्तिकै हुनु पऱ्यो केटा नेपाली जङ्गलर भएपछि इजी हो नि केटा फेरि पाकिस्तान अघि त पाकिस्तानले त्यो टिमले फर्स्ट गेममै त रेट्रीले नै जित्यो त रेट्री हान्दा हान्दा जित्यो थियो हाम्रो देखाउने त्यो स्पेक्टेटर छ नि जो त्यो पनि चेन्ज भयो जस्तो यार अब त अघि त ट्याक ट्याक देखाएको थियो अहिले त जहाँ पाए यति छ त 3D आउँछ बिचमा हान्यो है केटाहरू नेपालले हान्यो
बटन सिक देखा जस्तो हो
अब त्यो उताबाट आएको फिडो यार मैले के भन्नै मिल्दैन यार त के गर्नै मिल्दैन साउन्ड अब आउँछ आउँदैन अब त्यही हो अहिले कास्टर आउँछ हाम्रो कास्टर भयो नि भन्दा अघि त्यहाँ तल ल्याएको थियो कि किल भने त्यो जुन साइडमा त्यो कति विन भनेर ल्याएको छैन सुदन त्यसको साइडमा आउँथ्यो कि किल कति कति किल भयो भनेर त्यो अब छैन के केही नै छैन भने अब किलै भएन कि हाम्रो हाइलसको एउटा किल भएको त हाइलसको एउटा किल छैन के अब अहिलेसम्म थियो अहिले सबै कि नेपाल गेमहरू हेप्या है के हो नेपाल गेम हेपिएको के हो यार नेपाल गेम हेलो माथि मरिसक्यो माथि जाउँ न हो सर भनेर मैले उता भन्नुपर्ने हो भन्न चाहिँ तर म भनिदिनु त्यसरी केटा हो किल छ तर देखाएको छैन है किल अब मैले त्यहाँ आफैले टाइप गर्दै जानुपर्छ क्या हो यार मैले किल बिचमा म भन्छु केटा नेपालको 1 किल भएको छ उताबाट 0 किल छ है त साइडमा हेरेर भन्नु पर्यो
अब च्याटमा किल
च्याटमा किल काउन्टर है केटा के अरे नेक्रोले पाकिस्तानको किल लेख रोसले नेपालको किल लेख्छ है टोटल उताले खायो भर्खर टोटल उताले खायो सेकेन्ड हेर्नै पाएन यार उताको एमएमसँग के छ एमएमले 15 गोल्डले जितिरहेको रहेछ यार किल काउन्टर है केटाहरू नेपालको 2 किलो नेपालको 2 उताको 0 केटाहरू किल काउन्ट गरेर आए एकजनाले पाकिस्तान ए खोइ त्यहाँ लेख्थ्यो केही छैन किल पनि छैन के पनि छैन के भन्ने केटा हो के गर्नु त्यहाँ आफैले लेख्नु क्या हो यार म त नेपालले खायो ठिक छ टोटल स्लेन्ड भनेर आउनु पर्ने टोटल क्याम्प पनि आएन यार हाम्रोमा त अति भयो त मजा आएन त यार यो त टोटल क्याम्प पनि छैन भने हाम्रोमा त अघिसँग डबल प्रोडक्सन थियो अब त एल प्रोडक्सन हुने भयो त आयो केटा वी आर फाइनली इट्स ब्याक हाम्रो कुरा सुनिएको छ अब लेखे हुन्छ ल टोटल दुईटा आयो ग्राफिक्स इज ब्याक टोटल काउन्टहरू सबै आइसक्यो अब आइसक्यो साउन्ड गयो तर ठिक छ साउन्ड त बरु जाओस् तर टोटल काउन्ट डिटेल्स त आउनु पऱ्यो नि होइन आयो टोटल क्याम्प पनि आइसक्यो केटा हो टोटल क्याम्प पनि इज ब्याक टोटल क्याम्प इज अल्सो ब्याक स्किन त अब गेम मात्र आउँछ यो गेम त आउँदैन स्किन त आउँदैन अब अहिले त नेपालको उताबाट रेटी हान्न कोही छैन इजी टोटल भयो नि नेपाललाई पाकिस्तानलाई नेपालले जित्यो भने श्रीलङ्कालाई त अब जित्नै पर्ने होइन टेक्निकल्ली किनकि पाकिस्तानले श्रीलङ्कालाई जितेको छ त्यसपछि अलमोस्ट क्वालिफाई हुने चान्सेस छ यो गेम जित्दैन अलमोस्ट नै क्वालिफाई भयो गोल्ड ऱ्याङ्किङ पनि आउनु थाल्यो केटा अपोनेन्टको त बढी छ त गोल्ड ऱ्याङ्किङ उताको गोल्ड लेनरको के हो हाम्रो दरलामी चल्यो तर धेरैको छैन 15-20 रुपियाँको ए सुदन तिमी गइसकेको छौ साँझी मङ्गोलिया एउटा ग्रुप मङ्गोलिया त अब गाह्रो नि लास्टै नै गाह्रो भनिदिउँ होइन अरू त त्यस्तो हङकङ र मङ्गोलिया हो गाह्रो हङकङ पनि राम्रो रहेछ टिम त्यस्तो लेभलको सोचेकै थिइनँ मैले लास्टै खतरा रहेछ हङकङ म गइसकेँ होइन त्यो टिकटकमा लाइभ गर्दा त्यो कपिराइट भनेर आएको थियो कि त्यसले केही त हुन्न नि भनेर सोध्न लागेको थिएँ तिमी हो जल्दो बल्दो नेपालको खोइ त सुदनले खोइ त मेम्बरसिप लेख्यो यार तिमी त डलर कमाउने मान्छे इभेन्टमा डलर छाप्छ यार होइन होला सुदन यार तिमी यार तिमी त नेपालको लागि भनेर पनि $100 सुपरचाट हान्दिनु पर्ने होइन नेपालले जित्यो केटाहरू यो गेम त जितेको अब त नेपालले गाह्रो छैन नेपाललाई अब लर्ड क्याम्प आयो केटा लर्ड क्याम्प अहिले टिकटकमा क्रेडिट इस्यु जस्तो रहेछ त्यसलाई असर त के गर्दैन नि 10 मिनटलाई चाहिँ कोइनहरू ब्यान भनेर लेखेको थियो टिकटकमा पनि लाइभ हान्दिनु पऱ्यो क्या टिकटकमा पनि मान्छेहरू हुन्छ नि त नि हेर्नु न मान्छेहरूले भन्ने मेरो सोच हो नेपालको गेम सबैले हेर्न पाउनु पर्यो नेपाल लगेन है ए रोसेक्सन तिमी कास्टिङ हान्दै गरेन
लर्ड डान्स सुरु भइहाल्यो नि
So we are back here guys के भइरहेछ भन्दाखेरि अघि 3 क्रेडिट रिसोर काट्यो अब कति क्रेडिट रिसोर काट्छ मेरो नेपालले डर लग्यो अब पनि इजी अब त अलमोस्ट इजी विन होला नेपाललाई गाह्रो नहुनुपर्ने पाकिस्तानसँग त आई डोन्ट थिङ्क त्यस्तो गाह्रो होला नेपाललाई पाकिस्तानसँग
अहिलेको गेम चाहिँ फेरि खतरा गरेको थियो कि तिनीहरूको त
लास्ट को अघिको योभन्दा अगाडिको चाहिँ गेम हेरेर चाहिँ खतरा गर्छन् जस्तो लाग्यो
त्यही त फर्स्ट गेम हारेर अनि पछाडिको दुईटा त श्रीलङ्कालाई फेरि रिभर्स स्विप हानेको थियो नि त
राम्रै हुनुपर्ने गेम चाहिँ प्रोस एकचोटि तिमी बोल त
हेलो हेलो
ठिक छ टिकसबाट पनि साउन्ड आएर छ साउन्ड चेक गरेँ सबैतिरको साउन्ड चेक चाहिँ
पोलमा देखेको थियो नि एकजनाले त नो भनेर हाल्दै त
पाकिस्तानको मान्छेहरू होला
हाम्रो हर्क होला क्या त्यो पक्कै त्यहाँ फ्रीमा वर्ल्ड कपमा देखाएको
त्यो अरू साउन्ड पनि आउँदैन रहेछ लर्ड हेज बिन स्लेन्ड यो भनेर है के छ नेपालको अब जित्ने चान्सेस थियो अब हिजो पोर्चुगलले त ड्र हानिहाल्यो नेपालले चाहिँ हान्दैन भन्ने कुरा छ पाकिस्तानसँग नेपालले जित्नुपर्ने हुन्छ पाकिस्तानलाई अब त लेट गेममा त एक बिगाऱ्यो भने सकिहाल्यो नि तर होइन नेपालले बिगार्छ नेपालको लेट गेम राम्रै हुन्छ हो नेपाली केटाहरूको अर्ली गेम बिगारे पनि लेट गेम चाहिँ कमब्याक गर्छन् क्या नेपालीहरूले सो यो गेम त अब जित्यो होला अब कहीँ अब त नबिगार्नु पर्ने हो मन लागेसम्म नेपालीहरूले
हाम्रो सुजन सरलाई थाहा हुन्छ नि फेरि साउन्ड किन्न आएको अन्त रिजनिङ आयो है
यस्तो टेक्निकल कुरा सिधै सुजनलाई सोध्ने केटा ट्याक्क त्यहाँ एट द रेट सुजन हाल्ने सर साउन्ड आएन भन्ने साउन्ड प्याक डाउन होला है बिच के साउन्डै छैन कि एकदम एकदम एकछिन एकदम पुरै पिन ड्रप साइलेन्ट आउँछ भने यो लडमा त तर दुईटै टिमले फाइट गर्ला है अघिको जस्तो चाहिँ नहोस् केटा हो है अघिको श्रीलङ्का र पाकिस्तानको गेम जस्तो चाहिँ त्यति हो भन्नुपर्ने कुरा के अरे त्यो गेम पनि होइन श्रीलङ्काले लगिसकेको थियो एउटा रेट्री मिलाइदियो पाकिस्तानीकोले ट्याक्कै लगिदियो भने त्यही भने सुदन जस्तो पावरफुल को छ भने यार केटा हो लड अब त जित्यो होला लड जित्यो भनेछ सेकेन्ड लड अब त गाह्रै छ यो मिथ टिकटकमा आएर बसेको छ लाइभमा चाहिँ आएको छैन होइन तिमी डिस्कर्ड चाहिँ आएन मान्छे थाहा पाउँदैछ मान्छे देख्दैछु मान्छेको पारा गेमै सकिसक्यो नेपालको सेकेन्ड गेम भइसक्यो तिमी बसिरह मलाई उयो ब्याङ्कमा बसिरह उही त्यो फेड्रिनलाई हानेको अरे नि क्यारीले फेड्रिन मेल्ट भएको क्यारीबाट हाइब्रिड मिडलेन छ र हाइब्रिड त युजन छ होइन ए त्यो होइन त्यो लेनको चाहिँ हल्का ग्राफिक्स इस्यु होला यताउता देखाउँछ है लेनको चाहिँ कहिले यता कहिले त देखाएर छ विनर पाकिस्तान होइन होला यार मलाई यो यो भएन यार प्रोडक्सन भएन विनर पाकिस्तान ठिक ल फेरि विनर पाकिस्तान रे पहिले प्री पाकिस्तानले जित्छ भनेर सोचेको थियो क्या मान्छेले यार कडा हो पहिले पाकिस्तानले जित्छ भनेर पहिले पाकिस्तान हाल्दै के हो नेपालले सियोर हान्ने हो नि खै के हो उस्तै छ त यार रेफ्रीले लिन्छ त त्यो लेनको चाहिँ पहिल्यैदेखि थियो लेनको चाहिँ फर्स्ट गेमदेखि नै आज यताउता नेपालले ल्याम्ले भन्दैछ केटा के यो त ड्याङड्याङ हान्दैछ नेपालले दाजुभाइ होइन दिदीभाइ चाहिँ होला पछाडि त दिदी हो नि एमबीपी देखाउँदैन यसमा कोही साउन्ड त पुरै इन्टेन्सिटी बिल्डअप वाला साउन्ड छ त त्यो चाहिँ मलाई किन भने गाइस त्यस्तो त्यो लेन एमबीपी देखाएन भने मैले के गर्नै मिल्दैन यार हाम्रो केटाहरू पुरै चिलमा छन् ए हानिहालेको भनेर पुरै हेर न यता प्रेसर छ पाकिस्तानको टिमहरूलाई होइन फुल प्रेसरमा छन् यतातिर केटाहरू चिल छन् पुरै हाइब्रिड होइन हाइब्रिड त नाच्न लाग्यो त के हाइब्रिड होइन त्यो हाइब्रिड जस्तो लाग्यो ए होइन रहेछ हाइब्रिड कोच हो यार नेपालबाट कोच छैन होला नेपालको कोच ए पिएच कोच छ उ त्यो उसलाई थाहा होला लकलाई थाहा होला लक कहाँ गयो ऊ त निदाइसक्यो यार ऊ त निदाइसक्यो भने त भाइ त फेरि उसको नाम इसको नाम के रे कासुतोया हैन कासुतोया कासुतोया त निदाइसक्यो यार पुरै निन्द्रामा च्याप भइसक्यो केटो ए यस्ता मुलाहरुले हानिहाल्छु भनेर हो जस्तो ऊ बल्ल आयो कि यो पिक ब्यान भने क्या हामीलाई पनि नेपालको लागि यो चाहिएको थियो नि त बल्ल आयो केटा रातभरि प्र्याक्टिस हाने केटाले कि घुम्न गयो कि सिङ्गापुर पुगेको केटाहरूले यस्ताले त मलाई सुत्दिन्छ हानिहाल्छन् केटाहरूलाई भनेर सुत्दिनला ठिकै हो केटाहरूलाई जित्दा ठिक छ हार्नु चाहिँ भयो घाटुट ब्यान होइन बेघाटुट पिक हुन्छ जस्तो यो गेम हुनसक्छ है नेपालको ऱ्याङ्क पनि यतिसँग त खेलिरहेको हुँदैन पहिला केटाहरू हाम्रो केटाहरू निदाउनु लागिसक्यो केटाहरूको अनुहार हेर्दै निदाउनु लाग्छ केटाहरूले इजी हानिदिनु भइहाल्यो सुयो आइहाल्यो गोल्डेन हारित होइन पिक ठिकै छ ऊ त पछाडिको रेफ्री क्या राम्री छ यार हेर रोस देख्यो तिमीले हाम्रो केटाहरू चल्दैछ नि यार टिसर्ट सबैले भनेर केटाहरू त कोही पो रहेन रहेछ टिसर्ट एक्लै पो रहेछ त म पाकिस्तानहरूलाई लास्ट टेन्सन छ हो यो गेम त जसरी जित्नु पर्ने छ उनीहरूलाई नि यो गेम गयो भने त गयो नि त्यही भएर प्रेसर भइहाल्छ नि पाकिस्तानलाई त साउन्ड पनि कस्तो इन्टेन्सवाला साउन्ड हालिदिएको यार पुरै यहाँ कास्टिङ गर्नै मन लागेन भने पुरै इन्टेन्स भयो पुरै हुन्छ नि लास्ट मोमेन्टमा गएर 1v1 भयो लड जसले जित्यो त्यसले गेम जित्यो वाला पोइन्टमा हाल्ने साउन्ड हाल्यो भने म्युजिक त इन्टेन्स तेरिसलाको लागि के आयो लापो बिहान छ ब्यानर आउँछ क्या हो त्यही पनि वार चल्नुभन्दा अगाडिको साउन्ड जस्तो छ यार डर लाग्दो साउन्ड छ भने रुबी यो गेम नि हार्यो भने चाहिँ फेरि पाकिस्तान खुसी नेपाली प्रेसर आउँछ नि तर हार्दैन होला नेपालले फर्स्ट गेममा देख्यो अनुसार त एकदम इजी जित्नुपर्ने हो त्यही त केटाहरूलाई अलिक क्राउड कन्ट्रोल कमी भएको थियो ठिक्कै भएपछि रुबी आएपछि सस्टेन कन्ट्रोल दुइटै आयो ब्रस रुबी तर यो गेम ब्रस खेल्दैन होला उसले हाइब्रिडले सस्टेनमै खेल्छ होला के हो यस्तो पनि छ यस्तो पनि इमोट छ अगाडि क्या बाते भन्ने यो क्यारी मिनाटेवाला
फनी क्यारीको के अरे
ला मलाई थाहा थिएन यार यो चाहिँ
त्यो फिलिपिन्सहरूको एक्सक्लुसिभ इमोट जस्तो मोबाको एक्सक्लुसिभ इमोट यताउति छ नि
ए थाहा थिएन केटा इन्डियाको छ भनेर थाहा थिएन नेपाल पनि चाहियो नि त मैले पनि चाहियो नि त हैट केटाहरू दामी हान्दियो यार भनेर मेरो पनि होइन हैट केटा दामी हान्यो त यार भनेर चाहियो कि मलाई पनि मेरो इमोट एक्सपिरियन्स इमोट भनेर यार द्याट होइन होला होइन होला यार भनेर चाह्यो मलाई त मलाई नि इमोट चाहियो होइन होला यार यस्तो त भनेर कुरा गर्नै पर्ने केटा फेरि साउन्ड गयो ऊ होइन गेमको साउन्ड गयो हेर न एचओडी नै छैन भने
एचडी स्विच गर्नलाई नि लास्टै लाग्यो फेरि किल छोप्नेवाला एचडी आयो
होइन अर्को मिलाउँदै होला त्यो टाइम ल्याङ हुन्छ नि कहिले के कहिले गरेर राख्नुपर्छ बिजोकै हुन्छ तनावै हुन्छ मलाई
अहिले त त्यो ट्रान्जिसन त झ्याप हुन्छ त्यो नि त एकचोटि सेट गरेपछि त यो फेजमा यो गर्नुपर्ने भनेर त
Total is back. Why you only watch? I'm watching Asian Games Qualifier. MLBB Asian Game Qualifier. After this, it's the game of Philippines. I think it's Philippines versus which team after this game? Let me see. It's Philippines versus Malaysia after this game. I'm just gonna watch party only. Nepal. My bet is Nepal.
यो पछि कहाँ फिलिपिन्स मलेसिया हो र
दिम न
सिङ्गापुर भियतनाम अनि त राम्रो छ नि सिङ्गापुरको त राम्रो छ गरे
Nepal's gonna win, I know that. यो गेम पनि यार के हो अहिले त पाकिस्तानले हल्का के गर्न खोजेको कि के हो पिक्लीमा हो जस्तो यार तर जित्छ
कम्फर्ट विक
साइक ब्रो ढुक्क जित्छ नेपालले हान्ने हो अर्को राज्य अरू जे भने पनि भन नेपालले हान्छ कडा मिटुलेट हाम्रोले लान्छ कि हाम्रो नेपालीको केटाहरूको अरू बेला नि यता उताबाट हाइपर ल्याङ तर नेपालको हाम्रो केटाहरूको जहिले पनि त्यो अरूले गेम बिगारे पनि मिटुलेट चाहिँ केटाहरूले निकाल्छन् के हाम्रोले त्यही भएर मलाई उही ठिक लाग्छ केटाहरूको भरोसा छ नेपालले हान्छ
ल्याङ हान्छ कि अरू अन्त नि अर्लीमा त हिँड्दै झ लाग्छ भित्रै फेरि हान्छ
इला दाम रहेछ हाम्रो कास्टर कहाँ गयो भन्ने कुरा गएको नेपाल यार नेपाल ढुक्क दिन्छ कुरा
ऊ मित्र ब्याङ्कमै रहेछ अघि डिस्कर्ड जोइन गरेर भिडियो हेरेको थिएँ
दामी पाकिस्तानको रेट्री चाहिँ दामी रहेछ है केटाहरू मलाई त अघि फर्स्ट खेलपछि मजा लाग्यो पाकिस्तान र उसको ओए टोटल खायो पाकिस्तान होइन केटाहरू आन्छ वाट इभेन्ट एसियन गेम्स 2026 e-sport event. This is Asian Games 2026 e-sport event. Qualifier round. यो कहाँ कसले बोल्यो भाइ तँ लेजेन्ड भनेर यस्तो पनि छ भने इमोट
त्यो पनि छ के अलि म जेन राखिदिन्छन्
ओ यस्तो पनि इमोट छ भने ल मलाई पनि चाहियो यार होइन होला यार यस्तो त भनेर मेरो पनि इमोट हुनु पर्यो यार गेममा एउटा Didn't notice. It's okay. It's okay. After this, it's the game of Philippines. हाम्रो दर्लामीले जित्यो गोल्डमा लिड छ है केटा अरूतिर जित्यो भयो भने गोल्डमा चाहिँ छैन है प्रब्लम तर के हो यार त्यो दर्लामीले जङ्गलर देखाएको थियो है हेरितलाई भर्खर पिएचले त डोमिनेट पिएच र इन्डिया नै होला जित्ने त अब हाम्रो जे भने पनि नेपाललाई त सपोर्ट गर्नु परिहाल्यो केटा हो जब जे भने पनि नेपालले जित्छ जस्तो भन्नु परिहाल्यो टुर्नामेन्ट तर जित्ने त्यो दुईटामा एउटाले हो
तर त्यो ऊ जस्तो चाहिँ हुँदैन किनकि इम्पोर्ट्सहरू धेरै हुने पिताको गेम चाहिँ राम्रो हुँदैन नि
नेपाल भर्सेस पाकिस्तान दिस इज नेपाल भर्सेस पाकिस्तान
फुल एग्रेसिभ छिरिया तर
लास्टमा लाने उनीहरू पिएच कि त इन्डो दुईटामा एउटाले लाने नै हो योचोटि ड्राफ्टमा हल्का चाहिँ पाकिस्तान फेभर भयो के उता हिल्ला अर्ली गेम लिए पनि त एउटा भ्यालु लिदियो के
पोक त साह्रै हो स्लो र
6-0 ओइ 0 मा त होइन होला यार केटाहरु नेपालको यार यो लड त हामीले खायो नेपालले खायो उफ रेट्री भन्दै थिएँ नि मैले रेट्री अब केटाहरु अघि सुतिसकेका थिए केटाहरु अल्छी लाएर उठ्ने भए दर्लामीजी दर्लामीजी होप्छ
चाहिँ गरे हो कि फेरि अहिले श्रीलङ्कासँग नि फर्स्ट गेम हारेर पछाडिको दुईटा रिभर्सिप आने हो
ओ गोल्डमा पनि जितेछ यार दर्लामीलाई पनि जितेछ गोल्डमा अहिले त क्यारीले क्यारीले जित्छ फर्स्ट
यो किल त आएला नि नाइस खाता खोल्यो
ओभर एक्सटेन्ड गर्यो त्यसले अलि अगाडि गएर ल होइन लास्टमा कमब्याक हान्न सक्ने अझै चान्सेस देखाएको छु मैले चाहिँ अहिलेसम्म पनि त्यस्तो छैन कमब्याक त हान्छन् केटाहरूले बिचमा साउन्ड चाहिँ नगयो हुन्थ्यो यार लाइभको रुबी आइटम के बनायो अब अहिले आइटम देखाएपछि हेर्नुपर्छ यार के गर्ने हेर्नु मिल्दैन उताबाट देखायो भने अब रुबी त सेमीमा गयो होला कि त ट्याङ्कीमै गयो होला नि सस्टेन बिल्डमै गयो होला नि रुबी त्यो गेम त सस्टेनै जानुपर्ने हो यो गेम त बलिरको आइसक्रिम होला
अब स्लो डाउन भर्यो आएर
पिचमा आवाज गयो नि उ गयो हल्का त्यसले गर्दा इस्यु छ न तर ठिक छ केटा हो लडाइ अब लडमा चाहिँ है लडमा चाहिँ
एकला गुइनीलाई साइडै लगाउनु पर्छ नत्र त लड डान्स पनि गाह्रो छ
तर पाकिस्तानले अर्लीमा त्यत्रो हानेर पनि ग्याप त छैन नि गोल्डमा धेरै 1.6 के त हो नि 1.6 के त अब यतिखेर त ननै भन्दा पनि हुन्छ नि नो ग्यापै जस्तो त हो नि त अराउन्ड यो लर्ड नेपालले लिने बित्तिकै ग्यापमा त लिडमा आइहाल्यो नि गोल्डमा अब तलको लेन प्रेसरमै छ तर दुईटै जङ्गलर क्लियर गर्न गए
लर्ड डान्स अलि चल्दैन होला एकछिन तर इम्बुस नखायो भने त के अरे
अर्ली पाएन नेपालको लागि अर्ली पाएन उनीहरूले अर्लीको लागि भनेर हिल्डा लियो नेपालले यताबाट भ्याली लिदियो क्या फेरि यसलाई काउन्टर गर्न मलाई फेरि भलिड जस्तो ल्याङ त्यो स्लो हिँड्नै पनि बन्द गरे जस्तो हुन्छ यार स्टोन घाँस त्यो स्लो बनाइन्छ
अझ यतिकै प्यासिभले नै त
ओनर नेपालले अर्ली पाएको भए म्याप नै खान्छ ओनर इज हियर ओनर भन्नाले सेप्टेम्बर 9 को यो लर्डमा धेरै डिपेन्डेन्ट छ यार त नेपालले जित्यो भने ग्याप पुरा हुन्छ पाकिस्तानले जित्यो भने त अनि
अब 12 मिनेट के लड होला जस्तो
तिनीहरूले तल सुवेला तल देखेर हो माथि कमिट हानेको पुरै सुवेला तल देखिहाले त्यो लेन चाहिँ आयो भने तलको
क्या छिटो कमिट हान्दियो यार मिलियन डलर त डाउन भइहाल्छ अब यो मिनियनमै
ओइ लास्ट खतम क्वालिटी छ हो टिकटकमा स्ट्रिम
कसै गर्छ छैन यार अब त
सुदनलाई थाहा हुन्छ सुदन के छ ठिक छ नि क्वालिटी स्ट्रिम टिकटकमा नेपालले होइन कमब्याक हान्छ यार अझै भरोसा छ एकटा अरू जेसुकै होस् नेपालले कमब्याक हान्छ नि भरोसा छ ए ठिक छ त्यो इनिभेटरसम्म सबै गए पनि एउटा बेस मात्र बस्यो नि नेपालले कमब्याक हान्छ केटा ढुक्क
अब नेक्स्ट लड डिपेन्डेन्ट है यो लड त क्लिन हानी हाल्नु पर्यो
यो लर्डै इनिभेटरसम्म पुग्ला
ओली डिफेन्स ठ्याक्क जान्छ यार 12 मिनेट छ ओइ को फस्यो रुबी
ओइ क्यारी ह्यारिस गयो यार अब त
सक्यो
ओइ डिफेन्ड हुँदैन त यस्तो पाराले त यिनीहरूले त फुल प्रेस पुस हानिहाल्यो नि अब ड्र भयो यार 1v1 भयो यार ओ माई गॉड
उता रिकल गर्न दिएन के सुयोलाई गुइनले
त्यही त केटाहरू निदाउन लागेको थियो यार चिकले यस्तो गेममा हान्छौ भनेर खा यार होइन होला यस्तो त हेर उतो रेफ्री भनेको क्या पछाडिको राम्री छ नि विनर पाकिस्तान अघि तिनीहरूले विनर हाम्रो नेपालले जित्दाखेरि नि विनर नेपाल लेख्नु पनि विनर पाकिस्तान लेखेर हो क्या हामीलाई पाउनु लाग्यो जस्तो लाग्यो मलाई त अघि हामीले जित्दा पनि विनर पाकिस्तान लेखेको थिएन होइन त्यो पाउनु त लाग्यो क्या ल केटाहरू एकछिन पिस ब्रेकमा गएछन् हाम्रो केटाहरू ल यहाँ हेर न यहाँ त्यो ल मितोयालाई एक्सपिरियन लेखिरहेको छ विनयलाई गोल्ड जङ्गल ल्याएको छ अब कसरी पढ्ने यार यो केटाहरू अगाडिदेखि नै पछाडि पऱ्यो क्या नेपालीहरू हाम्रो टिम नेपालको अगाडिदेखि नै पछाडि नै भयो क्या बिचमा कमब्याक आउने चान्सै भएन गोल्ड त हाम्रो मितोयाकै बढी रहेछ है गोल्डमा त हो तर यस सब उल्टो पुल्टो देखाएको छ यार सब माथि मुनि यताउता छ उल्टो पुल्टो अब हाइब्रिडलाई रोमले देखायो त हाइब्रिडले ऊ खेला जस्तो लाग्यो थियो EXP उसलाई के अरे दर्लामीलाई जङ्गल देखाइदिएको छ ए तिमीलाई र टिकटक मैले कसरी तान्ने पो है मल्टिकेस्ट हजुर सुधन म मिलाउँदैछु यो नयाँ कुरा हो अरू कसलाई इन्भाइट गर्नु हेलो सुदन सर आवाज आइरहेको छ मेरो सुदन सर पनि बोल्न मिल्छ होइन
गेस्ट भन्छ त मिल्नु पर्यो त
gifting suspended and live visibility restricted. Gift are suspended and your live is restricted in recommendation and search result due to reproduced content such as pre-recorded or copied content. यो कति आउँछ यार आएको आइज भने कपी हान्दिउँ न अब टाइम छँदैछ सुदन एकदम That's D. Tick it out. त्यो नेपालको गेमको बढाउनु पर्यो नि युट्युबमा मिल्दैन तान्न त्यसरी म युट्युबमै तानिँदैन त त्यो रिस्ट्रिक्टेड कन्टेन्ट भनेर आएको गऱ्यो क्या त्यही भएर उसमा गएन के त्यो FIP फिडहरू आउँछ नि सुदन त्यसमा गएन क्या त्यही भएर ओ 10 Gbps को इन्टरनेट त चलाउन हामी पनि यार हाम्रो पनि हालौँ त 10 Gbps को इन्टरनेट
फेरि पैसा नि कति सस्तो त नि जम्मा 29.99 4,500 पर मन्थमा 10 Gbps आउँछ भने हाल्ने नि
अब नेपालले जित्नु परिहाल्यो नि अब त चान्सै छैन नि यार नेपालले हार्ने अब अघि केटाहरू कस्तो चिलमा थिए निदाइसकेको थियो नि अब कति प्रेसर आउँछ नेपालको केटाहरू अब केटाहरू लकिन भइसक्यो अब लक्रिन्छ केटाहरू हाम्रो सुयक सर पनि देख्छु त सुयक सरको अफिस सक्यो केटाहरू नेपाली जित्ने पर्यो यार भने यसरी त यार यस्तो 1-1 हान्दैन छैन त ए 1-1 हानेर भयो नि गिफ्टिङै नगर्न मिल्ने भएन यार मेरो लागि के कन्टेन्ट चोरेर भने मैले के भन्छौ है सुदन यार तिम्रो लभ देख्छु त यहाँ त होइन होला यार सुदन सुदन पनि बोल्नु पर्यो के अनि के हुन्छ त यार सुदन तिमी म्युट गरेर हुन्छ त तिमी त अनि तिमी हो यार जल्दो बल्दो रेफ्री है केटा हो रेफ्री हेर है रेफ्री तिमीले भन त अनि मात्र सुदन बोल्छ जस्तो यार मैले भनेर त बोलेन त्यही भएन अहिले आएर सुदनको कुरा खुल्दैछ है केटाहरू मेरो लाइफमा कुरा खुल्दैछ सुदनको के हो सुदनको कुरा आउँदैछ है सुदन तिमीले खोल्नै पर्ने हुन्छ माइक अब हाम्रोले गुनी बियर फर्स्ट पिक छ यार गुनी कि जङ्गलरको लागि होला होइन कसो तयालाई जङ्गलरको लागि नै होला उताबाट क्यारी ब्यान गरेको छ भनेपछि के ट्याङ्की लिन खोज्छ यिनीहरूले यत्रो भन्दा पनि सुदनले माइक नखोल्ने त होइन होला यार सुदन मान्छेहरूले यत्रो भन्दा पनि साउन्ड चाहिँ कस्तो इन्टेन्स भनेको यार पुरै नपाउनेले केरा पायो बोक्रे साँचा पायो कसले पाएछ केरा युट्युबबाट डाटा बढिसक्यो रे ओ मिस्टर लक यहाँ झन् तिमीलाई हेर्न गाह्रो हुन्छ त्यही भने त इन्टेन्स डुओटा अब गेम हारिनु सक्यो होला अनि कता बनाएर राख्नुपर्छ यो यसो हुन्छ नि त्यो फिड अनि हेर्न मिल्दैन नि त मैले मेरो त एसटिआर फाइलमा आएको हो नि त फिड त्यही भएर मैले यसरी राख्नुपर्छ लक अघि केटाहरूले हेरिरहेको थियो नि त्यही भएर यसो ठुलो बनाएर राखेको क्या गाह्रो छ नि केटा हो खै सुदन बोल्दै अरे यार होइन होला सुदन तिमी नबोलिदिने सुदन त हिँड्दैछ भने तिमीले धेरै भयो ए ल ल यार राम्रोसँग छु ह्याभ फन उसले उसबाट गरे होला नि त युट्युबको रिस्ट्रिम गरे होला युट्युबबाट उता गरे होला त जसले पनि गर्न मिलिहाल्यो नि ए हाम्रो कसको गेम हेरेर चाहिँ केटा एकछिन
Backing your every move.
गाह्रै देखिया छ अहिलेसम्म चाहिँ अब के हुन्छ ल योचोटि अब पिक त मिठै छ है केटा योचोटि त नेपालले हान्नुपर्ने हो पिक अनुसार नेपालसँग पनि क्यारी मिडियाबाट इमोट छ त नेपाली केटाहरू छ नि अब जित्छ नेपालले अब ढुक्क नेपाल हो अब अरूले जित्ने चान्सै छैन बेलरी क्ल्यास उतातिर क्लिन नेपालकै राम्रो छ यार योचोटि त अलिक भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ है ड्राफ्टिङमा अब त हान्नुपर्ने केटाहरू अब केटाहरू लकडाउन भइसक्यो नेपाली केटाहरू अब पनि लकडाउन भएन भने त अनि कहिले हुने त यार यो गेम हार्यो भने त आउटै जस्तो हुन्छ हौ झन्नै मङ्गोलियासँग गाह्रै छ हङकङसँग के हो यो हारिसकेपछि यो हार्यो भने त टोटल गेम यो टोटल हेरौँ के हुन्छ टोटलमा अन्त पछि हाम्रो केटाहरूले लिड लिन्छ कि लिँदैन त्यहाँबाट थाहा भइहाल्छ ब्लन्डर भयो अब मैले चाहिँ पाकिस्तानसँग यस्तरी कम्पिटिसन भयो भने त हङकङसँग गाह्रो हुन्छ यार हेलो मिसन काई हेलो पाकिस्तानसँग यस्तो भयो भने त हङकङ त राम्रो छ यार झन्नै उसलाई कम्पिटिसन दिइरहेको थियो मङ्गोलियालाई हङकङले अघि यो पछि कसो स्कुलमै लुकी लाइभ हेर्न आएको छ ठिक यत्तिकै लुकी हेर्नु पर्यो नि नेपालको लागि त्यतिको सपोर्ट चाहियो नि यार यत्तिकै लुकी लाइभ हेर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ हेर त्यो के देखाएको के गोल्डमा क्लडलाई जङ्गलमा हाल्दा चाहिँ यता गोल्ड छ अनि त्यो कसरी गोल्ड ग्याप भयो त क्लड +200 छ उता 450 छ ग्राफिक्स त 90 रुपैयाँ लिडमा छ केटा र पाकिस्तान 90 रुपैयाँको लिडमा छ 170 200 170 180 290 370 लिड पनि एउटा मिनियनको अगाडि पछाडि छ यार युको टोटल पनि पाकिस्तानले उठायो भने चाहिँ अब त लिड बढ्यो अब चाहिँ अब यहाँ मार्यो भने टुकेको जङ्गलर मर्यो ल केटा हो 99% नेपाल क्वालिफाई हुन्छ भनेको थिएँ 1% के हो को भयो त्यहाँ होइन पाकिस्तान र श्रीलङ्काको गेम देख्दै गाह्रो स्योर नेपाललाई गाह्रो पर्छ भनेको तर फर्स्ट गेम नेपालले इजी हान्थ्यो नि त केटाहरूलाई फर्स्ट गेम त इजी हान्दै थियो नि त्यही भएर केटाहरू लकडाउन भइसक्यो अब जित्ला भनेको केटाहरू अझै लकइन भएन जस्तो अब ड्राफ्ट नै केटाहरूले के अरे के गरे केटाहरूको कोचले गराएको ड्राफ्टमा केटाहरूले खेल्नु पर्यो हो कि मलाई पाकिस्तान त भित्र छिर्न लागिसक्यो यार अब त होइन होला यार यस्तो त होइन यार नेपाललाई यार दामी 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 है ए होइन उताको ल्या पहिला हान्ने भनेको 2 for 2 ट्रेड हो ठिकै हो केटाहरू कमब्याक दिँदैछ केटा म नाइस कमब्याक देखिँदैछ त केटा हो अब नेपालको पनि लेट गेम त राम्रो हान्नु पर्ने नेपालले राम हाइब्रिडको ड्यामेज टेकन कति फरक थियो यार नाइस नाइस नेपाल आउँदैछ केटा नेपाल ब्याक टु फर्म आउँदैछ है आफ्नो फर्ममा ब्याक आउँदैछ नेपालीहरू केटाहरू गोल्डेड ब्याक टु नेपालमा गयो अब नेपालसँग ब्याक टु गोल्डेड आयो त्यो हाइब्रिडले गरेर अहिलेसम्म बचाउने चाहिँ के भयो अहिले त म चाहिँ खाएँ यार हाइब्रिडले उठायो भन्ने बित्तिकै हाइब्रिडले खाएँ है क्याङ खायो भने त्यहाँ लुकेर बसेर यो गेम हार्यो भने त लक टुर्नामेन्टबाट आउट जस्तै हो पाकिस्तानसँग हार्यो भने त तर जित्यो अब त जित्यो अब त गोल्ड पनि भयो अब त केटाहरूले लड पनि उठाइहाले अब त जित्यो डरलाई मेरो दामी अल्ट हान्यो लड सकेपछि लड क्याम्प त होइन होला यार लड सकेपछिको लड क्याम्प आउँछ त ए ल फोकी गोल्ड लिड भयो अब त भ्या अब त एटलासले 5 मिनट अल्ट हानेर 5 जना मारे मात्रै हो पाकिस्तानले जित्नलाई हाइपोथेटिकल लडले हानेको आवाज आइरहेछ लड देखाएको छैन लडले टर्रेट हानेको आवाज आइरहेको ड्यामेज डेल पनि हाइब्रिडकै रहेछ ड्यामेज टिकन पनि हाइब्रिडकै रहेछ त टपमा खा अब त नेपालले जित्यो स्टार्टिङमा चाहिँ नेपालले के गर्यो जस्तो लाग्यो एउटा त्यो पनि मर्यो आफै गएर मर्छ जस्तो त्यही गर्दैछ एट लास्ट टाइम भाइ यो लड त गइहाल्यो तिनीहरू यहाँ आइपुग्नु अगाडि लड सकिसक्छ यो लडसँग गेम सकिन्छ होला यो लडसँग सकाउनु पर्ने हुन्छ सस्पेन्ड खायो के अब आऊ युट्युबमा देऊ जेनु युट्युबमा कडा हो सबले अब गिफ्ट युट्युबमा है जेनोले अनि हाम्रो इन्द्री पाण्डा हो कि इन्द्री पाण्डा होइन इन्द्री पाण्डा सरले पनि युट्युबमा दिए हुन्छ है अब सक्यो यहाँ अब यो कन्टेन्ट कसरी कपी ऊ छ यार भाइलेसन कन्टेन्ट ल म मेरो आफ्नो युट्युब च्यानलको यतातिर लाइभ हान्दैछु कि नेपालको गेमलाई मात्र टिकटकमा लाइभ गरे अरू अब फिलिपिन्सको र इन्डोनेसियाको गेम त युट्युबमै गर्छु म फिलिपिन्सको गेम हेर्नु पर्छ सकिन यार सकिन 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 जस्तो छैन गुणीलाई समातेन नि एटलासले फाल्टुलाई समात्यो 2-1 हो नेपालले जितिसक्यो सकिने मात्र बाँकी छ कसरी सकाउने भन्ने मात्रै हो अब मैले के गरेर ल केटाहरू कङ्ग्रेचुलेसन सब हामीलाई होइन नेपालले जित्यो है गेम धन्न नेपालले जित्यो यार सेकेन्ड गेम त तनावै दिइसकेको थियो नेपालले ल गाइस यही खुसियालीमा सबले युट्युबमा सब्स्क्राइब हानिदिन्छ मेरो म्याक्सपिन्स च्यानल युट्युबमा सर्ट हानेर ट्याक 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 जिते खुसियालीमा अनि म टिकटकको लाइभ अफ गरेर फेरि युट्युबमा मात्र लाइभ गर्छु टिकटकमा सस्पेन्ड खाइ गर्दो रहेछ क्या के कन्टेन्ट भनेर थ्याङ्क यू यार जेनो 160 येन होइन त्यो धन्यवाद 160 येनको लागि जित्यो हो नेपालले हारिन्छ पुरै छैन नेपालले हार्ने भन्ने कुरा त्यो सेकेन्ड गेम त केटाहरू हल्का इन्ट्रेस्टिङ बनाउनु पर्यो नि गेम त्यही भएर पो त सेकेन्ड गेम हारेर त स्ट्रिमरहरूलाई कास्टरहरूलाई कन्टेन्ट दिनु पऱ्यो नि त सेकेन्ड गेम जित्यो भए त त्यही भएर हो नेपालले सेकेन्ड गेम हारे कहाँ हार्छ यार यो चाहिँ कस्तो उल्टो छ क्या अब यो पढ्नै हुँदैन भने अब ऊ दरलामीलाई क्लाउड खेलाएर चाहिँ जङ्गल बनाइदिएछ अब त्यो गोल्ड पनि फरक हो सबैको यो डिटेल चाहिँ हेर्नै सकिँदैन भने ल अब यो पछिको म्याच कसको छ भन्दा केटा हो अबको म्याच छ सिङ्गापुर भर्सेस भियतनामको छ गेम त्यो 2:45 मा सुरु हुन्छ है अब हाम्रो मेन स्टेजमा के भइरहेछ हेरौँ है एकचोटि मेन स्टेजमा नि गेम छैन सेकेन्ड स्टेजमा नि गेम छैन अहिले त नेपाल जितिहाल्यो नेपाल अब पाकिस्तानलाई जित्यो अब यो पछि श्रीलङ्कालाई जित्नु पर्यो पाकिस्तान र श्रीलङ्कालाई जितेपछि टप 3 मा त स्योर छिरिहाल्यो अनि हङकङ र के अरे मङ्गोलियामा एकजनालाई जित्यो भने लाओस पनि छ अनि हङकङ र मङ्गोलियामा एकजनालाई जित्यो भने क्वालिफाई भयो थर्ड भयो भने पनि ग्रुप बीको थर्डसँग परेर त्यहाँ जित्यो भने पनि क्वालिफाई हुनसक्छ थर्ड भयो भने चाहिँ 50-50 चान्सेस क्वालिफाई हुने फर्स्ट र सेकेन्डमा चाहिँ 100% चान्सेस क्वालिफाई हुने त्यही हो ल केटाहरू मैले टिकटकमा चाहिँ लाइभ अफ हान्दै टिकटकमा धेरै आइसक्यो लफडा मलाई 3 चोटि आइसक्यो सस्पेन्ड भनेर मैले हानिदिरहेको थिएँ अब सिङ्गापुर र भियतनाम यो पछि सिङ्गापुर र भियतनामको छ सिङ्गापुर भियतनामको छ राम्रै हुन्छ होला गेम सिङ्गापुर भियतनामको पनि ल केटा म अर्को गेम लिएर आउँछु विल ब्याक है एकैछिनमा जेनो डिस्कर्ड आऊ चेस खेल्नु पर्छ
Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If all that bloom are fated to wither. I'll enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement!
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. We are back at it once again for a pretty amazing game that is going to be back for us. And we are finally going to be looking at Group A.
For Abstract, yeah, A for Abstract, hey! And I'm your caster, Moman. Joined with me is Abstract. So together, we're here finally at Group A. This is what everybody has been waiting for. This is the Group of Death. And we have a lot of good teams here. Only 5 will make it, but very familiar teams, very familiar faces will be playing. Maybe the meta will be defined here.
Maybe, because at this point in time, this is where, we are expecting a lot of, international plays coming in from these respective regions. And of course, we've got this game coming up for us. It is going to be Team Indonesia versus Team Laos. I'm pretty sure that everyone out there, you guys have heard of them before, and if you have, if you guys have been, following the social media, you guys more or less have a very good idea. In fact, even if looking up Wikipedia, you would have a very good idea who are all these players. So slowly, we'll get there eventually. Once we introduce the team roster, we'll tell you guys exactly who they are.
Yeah, exactly. And at this point, I'm very excited, right? Team Laos, also familiar names when it comes in. I believe they are a very good organization as well. Both sides now not representing the organization, now wearing their team colors, coming in with their government-given names, no longer their monikers as we know them. So completely shedding that past identity. Now they're known as something else. So it's gonna be crazy in the land of Dawn where usually you're shouting something else, right?
Yep.
Now you're gonna be shouting their government-given names.
Yep, so you guys might find that a little bit on a foreign territory to a certain extent. You'll be like thinking, who's that guy? But in actual fact, they are very well-known players, and this time you're just hearing them from their own given names.
Yeah, so this is going to be a very cool match indeed. Of course, Team Indonesia, I would say one of the top few regions when it comes down to the game itself, right?
Indeed.
When we talk about the game itself, so far 2 regions have stood on top, and Team Indonesia, of course, one of them in the discussion. Team Laos coming in right now, they will have to take a look at how the top few are playing.
Indeed. Now, at least for Team Laos, they are a region that generally they can play pretty aggressively, and we kind of seen their region as a very aggressive meta. The way that they play is definitely a lot more different than what we would expect coming in from perhaps Philippines or Indonesia. But at least when it comes down to Indonesian style of game, they are also a very micro-based region. They play a lot more aggressively as well. So this is the kind of this is one of those games that we might be expecting, a lot of very brawly situations where they just want to overcome one another from sheer willpower and game mechanics.
And there's one hero that has slipped completely from our entire minds the entire time while we were here, while we were casting, while we were banning, drafting. Fanny has not been in the contention of that top pick at all. So when we talk about Fanny, right, you think about high-level micro plays.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, we're coming down to the regions where
these are important.
Yeah, the names were made from the Fanny itself.
So this is whatever that we have seen drafting from, Group C or Group D. All of that is, it's just
throw it away.
Yeah, just kind of throw away. We can still take
Keep it in the back of your heads.
inklings of those. Understandably, Marcel ban, Paquito bans, those are completely understandable. But we gotta have to leave some space for some of these high micro heroes that could make very good. As long as you make really good decisions, they will be able to come up on top of many other heroes on top.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very excited for this one. We get to see twice of Team Indonesia today, I believe, in this game, and also at the end of the day as well. I believe we have Team Indonesia versus Team Vietnam as well.
Oh, okay. So we are gonna have some fair share of, meta meta-defining games from this point onwards, I suppose. So we definitely do want to keep our eyes very much peeled in order to find out, if whether, Indonesian players, they are going to change things up or not.
Oh man, these guys look super familiar.
Very
Oh
familiar.
man, on the gold lane we have Mr. Dingarai, aka Arfi, and we have Alexander on the roam, and he's known as Alec by his moniker. We got Delvin, aka Hijume, on that mid lane, Afan, that jungle, Mr. Yazuke himself, and Nino, Mr. Shauki on the EXP lane.
So Indonesia is completely stacked, and we pretty much expect that they are gonna go pretty darn crazy. And of course, for the uninitiated, they are the ones, of course, that represents the team Alter Ego. So without a doubt, you guys definitely will heard of them. If you don't hear their names before, you heard of their team names.
Yeah, and for the side of Team Laos, also very familiar names. We got Hansana on that gold lane. He is coming from Nightmare Esports. Phone Savat on the roam as well. He is Jasmine, and Latana on that mid lane as well. I believe he is Soso. And for Sin Bandit on that jungle, he is Too Easy for Lexi, and Phone Pasomse, which is Juviana on that EXP lane. So these guys, they've been playing together as a professional organization for a very long time. And as we said, right, you were talking about Alter Ego organization, and this is their alter ego. This is their alter ego right now. This is their actual names.
Yeah, actually showing us what a nightmare they can be. Well, understandably, Nightmare Esports coming in. So we kind of strip away the team names for now, because all we need to know is where are they from and who they are representing. So in the end of the day, we strip all of their, their monikers, we strip all of their in-game names and their team names. Right now, coming in is gonna be Team Indonesia versus Team Laos.
Yeah, and just to give those uninitiated, those people that are new to the world of MLBB, a little bit of a context here. Alter Ego recently in the M7 World Championship, they were the runner-up. So they are currently, I would say, most recently, the second place. And the entire world. So Team Laos right here, they have a huge task ahead of them. And yeah, today we're going to see quite a lot of history being made right here.
Yep, so there's of course a lot of things that could potentially happen, and how the game will eventually work out to be is generally going to be the main question that we always want to find out. When it comes down to their local MPLs as well, we watch them. A lot of you guys definitely watch them. You guys know about how the game eventually transpires and all that kind of stuff. So those people that is out there and you guys know a lot, make sure you guys make full use of the chat box, and kind of help one another for those people that are watching, to give them some information too.
Yeah, you got to give the audience some hype, right? And you as the audience got to hype it up yourself, as we are going into expanding rivers for that first map selection, aka randomization as well. So far so good, but definitely I'm looking forward to see, Coach Zephyr, I believe his full name is Kenny Dio, and also Satafon Kayavong as the coach coming in for the side of Team Laos as well. Now, with the bans coming through, we were talking about it, that not being picked up. Now we see the ban is there, the Fanny finally being banned out, together with the Freya, the Paquito, and also Phobia. So finally in familiar territory here.
Yeah, so this is something that we expect to see when it comes down to the ban picks. Now, Marcel and Baxia currently is still not banned out just yet. Obviously, at least for the side of Marcel, I would want to see that being banned out. While in the meantime, for Baxia, it's kind of like there or not. It definitely increases, or rather, it defines a team as to how they want to play. But, some teams, they don't really quite see that as being prior.
Yeah, this is going to be a one for the road here, as now the Marcel is still in the pool for the side of Team Laos. Whether or not they choose to ban it out and give it to the side of Team Indonesia here. And yeah, definitely for both sides here, I feel that Baxia does have that place in the meta right now, but I don't feel that it's going to be that top tier, right? I really believe that Freya, Paquito, yes, up there. Fanny should be up there as well, especially since most good teams, they would have a good Fanny. Now, Marcel is going to be that top tier pick coming out for the side of Team Indonesia. And right now, Marcel, I believe he he's warranted that top spot.
Yep. With the given changes coming in from Marcel, we more or less have an idea that it's going to be a really annoying roamer who really rides the wind. He runs a little bit too fast and one of the pretty annoying heroes to generally work with. So given that information from the side of Team Indonesia, Team Laos now have got R1 and R2 picks. They have that priority to pick two heroes right off the bat. Immediately picking up a Yi for themselves and of course a probability that they will just lock in one of a hybrid or rather one of the more open heroes, Gatotkaca, if they want to deny Team Indonesia from being able to go for a jump taunt onto Eve.
Yeah, and generally we do see the Claude being a very early priority for a lot of the teams here. Claude, I have to say, it's still one of the top tier gold laners, and I not seen it being given enough respect. But now, right now, we see where it's at. Currently, it's going to be in that top tier right now. And for Team Indonesia, right now, they can answer back with a Moskov of their own, probably, if they want to do so.
Harley.
That Harley is going to be one scary factor as well, and Jusin, that will be their pick here. Now, for Team Laos, she was on the other foot.
Okay, so now given that fact, Indonesia now have now left with their XP laner and their gold laner. So understandably, it does seem like Indonesia wants to leave some of their, or rather all of their win condition for a later parts of the stage. Harley comes into the equation with a little bit more of that burst factor that will, of course, tilt the game in ways that we can definitely imagine, dependent on how Team Laos wants to draft for themselves.
Yeah, and I was expecting maybe a utility jungle here, but they go for the EXP lane first. The Uranus still extremely strong in terms of just getting that lane advantage. That proxy capability is there for the side of Uranus as well. But right now, with the bans coming through, they will have to think about the gold lanes that are available as well. The Harif are being taken out. That's already a good breathing space. The Moskov, also a possibility. And also, you can take a look at maybe the Bruno as well that we see out of Team Kazakhstan that has been used very well against the Claude.
I do want to talk a little bit about this Uranus pick though, because of the fact that there's already a Marcel and a Harley being picked up from the side of Indonesia. It definitely makes things kind of difficult for Uranus to play any form of proxy, because going too deep into the opponent's jungle is definitely not what you want to do if Marcel, number one, can reach to you really fast, and number two, Harley is the kind of hero that can burst you down pretty effectively, which is something that Uranus is really afraid of. Number one, burst, and number two, generic crowd control, forcing you to unable to, number one, use consecration and kind of get yourself out of these very tricky scenarios. So more often than not, Uranus is more gonna be that annoying hero in the middle of team fight where Indonesia just don't want to deal with most of the time. You just kind of want to leave him alone and see what he can, you know, really brew for the team.
Yeah, and meanwhile for the side of Team Indonesia, taking out that box here, really good ban coming through. There is still that Fredrin in that pool as well, so definitely looking forward to ban that out as well. Sora being taken out, that would be a huge initiation factor coming out from the side of Team Indonesia. Right now, they will have their pick available of the EXP lane. They can go for the glue, the Lapu Lapu still available as well. With the Bravest Warrior, I still think it's a very good initiation tool, especially against the Claude, right? You want to have some semblance of control, some semblance of lockdown, especially before he can BMI away.
So with the Yuzhong and the Sora being taken away from the side of Indonesia, they are trying their very best to disable any form of hybrid XP laners from the side of Indonesia. So this is a way whereby we are looking at main bruisers who deal very decent damage at level 4. They have their kind of power spikes while still being able to serve as a pseudo tank, or mostly as a tank in the later stages of the game. This is where we kind of contemplate, is this a point in time where we want to see a Ruby that can play in later stages in the game as a pretty tanky and also damage dealer, or do they want to keep at it with a Lapu Lapu, which have seen a lot of success lately?
Yeah, they are going to need some more form of frontline, because for Claude, you do require a lot of meat shield. Uranus is not going to be enough. And with that Matilda ban coming out from the side of Team Indonesia, they effectively kill two birds with one stone, right? You have that guiding wind for the Uranus and also the Fredrin that is still in the pool. So now Team Laos, they're unlikely to pick out the Fredrin, so they do pick out the Khalid for themselves. Still, with that last jungle pick not decided yet, they can go for the Akai if they want. That heavy spin does does a number of that crowd control if they want to go for that. And also for side team Indonesia, yet to pick up the gold lane. Moskov still available.
We'll see how that goes. If the Harif is going to be picked up from the side of Indonesia, I think that the Archive would make very good sense. However, that will also mean that they don't have a lot of early game damage dealer. As such, Laos might want to go for more assassin-style jungler at this point in time. So indeed, it will be a Lapu Lapu, the Bruno being brought into the side of Indonesia. So they do have very good early game power spikes, which might really, or rather really suggest that they will go ham and crazy in the early stages. Laos very likely want to echo that. However, with a Claude in tow, they need to find a way to be able to snowball in the early stages of the game that can go toe-to-toe against Harley.
Yeah, for Team Indonesia, it's all about the guerrilla warfare, right? Taking the sabotages, taking the 1v1s, 2v2s, as much of the segmented team fights as much as possible. Avoid the 5-on-5s until they're strong enough. With the Harley's mobility, with the Marcel's mobility, yes, they are going to have a great time in these lanes, but the 5-on-5 is going to favor Team Laos if all things are at neutral here. And finally, they do go for the Fredrin in the end here. And then Matilda pick now suddenly seems extremely... Matilda ban seems extremely very strong.
So at this point in time, what we are seeing from the side of Laos is that they do have a lot of utility for themselves, right? They have good ways of engagement, and they have quite a lot of things that can play around with counter-engage. But my only question is if whether they are able to hold out in the early to the mid stages of the game, because they don't have that power spike that will bring them forward and overwhelm against Team Indonesia. More often than not, they will be playing with their back against the wall. The Fredrin is definitely going to lose in terms of objective taking comparing against the Harley. So most of the time, the neutral objective is going to be really difficult for Laos, and they can't exactly go out for very strong team fights in the early stages too.
Yeah, they're very ultimate reliant, so I would say Raging Sandstorm, Whirlwind Manipulation, and also Appraisal's Wrath, Blazing Duet. All these, they will need to come in hand when you're playing against Team Indonesia. Meanwhile, for Team Indonesia, it's avoiding those symphony of skills, right? You don't want those skills layered on you. They want to take as many segmented fights as possible, make sure that you're forcing them 3v3s while you're doing the cross-map plays, and you have the mobility to do so. So we're not going to see a Lapu Lapu that's going to be initiating team fights. It's more of a distraction, appealing factor. Use that bravest warrior to try and draw the attention away as much as possible.
Yeah, I can't help but think that Indonesia has a very strong win condition right at the start of the game. The moment that we start to see Harley hit it at level 4, he does have, although a relatively small pool of heroes that he can go with, but as long as we've got Lapu Lapu that is enabled and unlocked from his own lane, that is where chaos is definitely going to ensue. You have a bruiser on the side of Shoki, and as long as he goes in first, there is a lot of targets that the Harley can eventually go for in order to go for these executions.
Yeah, definitely on the Rome versus Rome front, going to be very important as well. Alexander versus Fonsabat, Khalid versus Marcel. And we know what Marcel stands for, right? You let it in the pool, you gave them the first pick. There's going to be that vision, that ability to just go in, get the photograph, get out, and just be an extremely irritating tool, especially when it comes down to these objective fights as well. And what's good about these photos is also the fact that Harley can follow up behind, and you never know when there's going to be a pesky little Harley dealing so much damage behind your enemy's back.
That's the kind of thing that Harley will be able to do, very sly kind of gameplay that you can generally expect. And of course, just like that, we are going to be starting things out when it comes down to Team Indonesia. They're going to be starting it from the bottom side of the jungle, and Team Laos going to be starting on their bottom side as well. So eventually they will finish up all of their jungle rotation by going to the XP lane. Which, speaking of the XP lane, it is once again going to be a pool noodle fight between the Lapu Lapu as well as the Uranus, where Lapu Lapu can't stand to do anything against this Uranus.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tank-on-tank action. Most of the action will be on that middle lane. Dalvin still dealing a lot of AoE damage and really good usage of that early game capability of that creep clear as well. Now this photo is proving to be a menace to deal with as they do get the lead though from the side of Team Indonesia, despite the fact that Team Laos had 3 people there.
Yep. Other than that, we can also talk a little bit more about the bottom lane situation being in the gold lane, having a Bruno as well as the Claude. Understandably, both of them have very different power spikes, and when are they supposed to be expecting to join into team fights? And understandably, the poke coming in from Bruno is always going to be a lot more scary because there's really not much that a Claude could do until he hits level 4, where he could just Blazing Duet clear out the entire wave at the bottom lane and look for more opportunities in the other parts of the map.
Yeah, generally does well against most of the meta's gold laners. That is the Claude. That's why he has been so powerful as of the late, but people have forgotten about the Bruno, right? We saw that today out of Team Kazakhstan. Now Team Indonesia, they have figured that out too. The Bruno is now back, ladies and gentlemen. It is so good at dealing with the Claude and dealing with that poke damage, dealing with the quantum charge that he has. But look at his first turtle pick here.
It does seem like as though Bandit is not going to be having a good time, as he's immediately going to go straight down to the hands of a member from Indonesia. And that kill, of course, goes over to Shelky. While Afan picks up the kill onto the turtle, Indonesia now has got a slight bit of advantage.
Yes, currently so far, Team Indonesia doing a very great job of having that map control. And now Hansana in a lot of trouble. Blazing Duet has been used, and now with the golden hour, he's gonna be in the bit of danger. Has to flicker away though, and that would mean he's safe for now. And that's a flicker gone though.
Yep. It is 120 seconds though, so I think that he should still gonna be safe and sound for the next 20 seconds unless Team Indonesia wants to be supremely aggressive down to the bottom lane. Understandably, it is still gonna be a Harley. A Harley can join in and really just dive the turret as much as he wants because of the hat trick, and he can literally just go around the map, which is exactly what we see in the middle lane. Dealt enough damage, it didn't even have to proc the ulti.
Yeah, and Fosavat has to give a lot of respect here to the Zhu Sin, the ability to just clear out these creep waves alone, and you gotta worry about Afan now. The power spike has been reached. Sin Bandit as well, unable to get any form of map advantage for themselves. Team Laos right now, they do all have their ultimates up, so they are relying on these ultimates without the help of the Blazing Duet to try and stabilize into that mid game. They're not trying to look for kills. They're just trying to bring themselves to a wash before that mid game advantage is reached for Team Indonesia.
Now, while we currently have a situation where, you know, kind of both teams, they're just kind of like slowing things about, but maybe not that slow after all. We do have Indonesia trying to be extremely aggressive down in the bottom lane, and unfortunately, when it comes down to the Raging Sandstorm, it doesn't seem to do too much coming from Savat. As such, Hansana brings himself down as there is going to be a big proxy push coming in from Indonesia. 2 men in, brings the Claude down.
And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, the golden hour is a problem for the side of Team Marcel, right? When you saw the Marcel just popping that golden hour just to stop the fight, it's a complete free disengage and also time bought for Team Indonesia to come into the bottom lane. And look at this.
Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about when it comes down to playing as a Uranus. You might have a little bit of difficulty. Well, Savat goes in, Raging Sandstorm, looking for a kill on the Dingarai. And of course, RWM pops right out, immobilized down into him and trying to get himself a good, decent amount of kill. But of course, replacing Duet jumps right underneath the turret, leaving Alexander just by a sliver of HP to fight back and climb back from the side of Indonesia, ensures that there will be no more victims, or rather, no more witnesses.
All flickers down, 4 flickers down, and they couldn't even find the finish onto Dingarai at this point. And now, Sinbandif is going to face the full wrath of Team Indonesia as they try to go for the middle turret. He's not going to be long for life here, and now 5 minutes into the game, they set their sights on even more of the opponent's territory.
This is just heavy artillery from the side of Indonesia. They have got quite a lot of advantage onto themselves now. Of course, Indonesia, they piloted the entire team fight to absolute, precision, ensuring that they are constantly in control of the fight. Despite the fact that a couple of them were literally down to a sliver, they still managed to find a way to claw back onwards and literally just avenge against Team Laos. But for now, we do have quite a lot that's just going to be dealt on over to the Uranus, but in the end of the day, still did not manage to bring him down.
Yeah, from Pasomse, not able to do anything on the Uranus so far. No macro play had to be had because they were expecting to play on cross-map advantages, but that solo skirmish, 1v1 potential into that 2v2s, very strong from the side of Team Indonesia. They are capable of setting up these team fights by themselves, and just Alexander having so much map advantage, just having so much information throughout this map without being punished. And they can't do anything about it. If they choose to punish him, he can go with the golden hour, and suddenly it looks like a great setup for the side of Team Indonesia.
We also need to remember that Team Laos is a lineup that doesn't have a lot of damage. So even if Indonesia just kind of rush right at them, do they even have any form of punish? As right now, Latana finds himself taken down, and Team Indonesia literally just going to be knocking on the doors of Team Laos. 1 down, 2 down. In fact, this is all double kill from the side of Dingarai as he wants to get a snowball ongoing.
Yeah, this is what it means to go against one of the kings of Group A as Team Indonesia show what they're here all about as they go onto that middle lane turret, completely ignoring the Uranus here as they go for pure objective gameplay. Yes, they lose the catapult, but still getting so much damage and taking out Hansana in the top lane in the process, man.
It doesn't really seem like Hansana has got any form of damage, even when it comes down to the Blazing Duet. Pretty nerfed down to the ground, but, this is all about, well, high risk, high reward, I suppose. You want to scale over to the later stages of the game, but at this point and the way that this game is going, there's no skilling involved for Hansana, which is really darn sad. The flicker is just going to be exposed coming in from the side of Uranus, as of course Consecration used as well. And in the meantime, Punsavat hoping that he will be able to glide his way out of that. He wasn't able to, unfortunately.
Bad news bearers is when your Fredrin is getting chunked out from the opponent Harley. Arfan is having such a great time in just trying to deal damage as much as possible, and every single ultimate has resulted in a kill so far. And Team Indonesia is because of that insane gold lead that they have right now. 10,000 with the photo going through. This is not going to be punished at all as they get more tier 2s going for themselves. Team Laos has to wait for a mistake here.
Unfortunately, we are kind of at a point where as a marksman from the side of Dingarai, he deals already so much damage per soccer balls. And unfortunately for Uranus, there's really nothing that he can do, right? He can heal bit by bit, but you can see it takes a large chunk of armor out of him.
Yeah, and just nice, it's World Cup season, ladies and gentlemen, as Dingarai is showing what the soccer player is all about. And Alexander just still proving to be a huge menace as he just dominates an entire half of the map with the information by himself. This is going to be a free lord for the side of Team Indonesia. They are going to continue ramping up and choking away the space. Now, Team Laos, we have not seen any semblance of them trying to use any form of their ultimates at all. They have been the one responding, but it is always one man down.
Yep. For Team Laos, they just tried to, kind of split up the farm a little bit and try to funnel some of these gold. And I think that it is starting to realize that the scaling for Hansana comes in a little bit too late for them to respond to this current problem. It's not about the fact that they want to scale late, but right now they want to scale right now. What is going to be the answer in order for them to stop this onslaught from inside of Indonesia? Who is the one that can realistically give enough damage to force Indonesia away?
Yeah, the sacrifices need to come through for the side of Team Laos, and it feels like your inhibitor turret is going to be the sacrifice here. And the photo has been used as well. Now Team Laos in danger.
Hansana unfortunately has to get himself right out of that with a BMI, while Indonesia forces themselves right into the face of Team Laos. Dingarai literally did not have to care about anything at all. He's just poking right out onto heroes such as a Uranus, and he just can't do anything. While in the meantime, Lord pounces down to the bottom lane, takes a very easy chip off of that. That is 2 of the inhibitor turrets down. When in the meantime, Shelky jumps himself all the way to the back line, got out of it and just gonna pop right out. Latana unfortunately would not be able to do anything to that glorious amount of damage. The next one down, and there is 3 men down already. The entirety of Team Laos, they are unable to hold down, as now Afan picks up a double kill, and Indonesia will finish things off.
Team Indonesia showing what they're all about here at the Asian Games Esports events. Mobile Legends Bang qualifiers as they take the first game of the series in a very, very calm fashion.
It's really unfortunate, I will say, that for Team Laos, I think it's only during the execution they realized that they do have the survivability. However, even when they survive, no one is making full use of the time and the amount of space that has been bought. And having a Claude that skills over the later stages of the game and unable to make full use of those timings in the early stages, it just fell, or rather made the team fall to pieces.
Yeah, they're completely outclassed at every single aspect of the game when it comes down to the lane control, when it comes down to the priority positioning of the creeps itself. Into the first objective fight, there was no semblance of control at all. They did know their win conditions, right? They had to group up as 5, they had to play it, but Team Indonesia, they're not giving them any breathing space at all.
Yep.
They know that once they group up as 5, there's gonna be that semblance of breathing space. And this man himself, he consistently denied away that breathing space, making sure that he's always on a target at every juncture of the game.
And of course, congratulations over to Dalvin, also known as Hijime, with a total of 5 kills, 0 death, and a total of 13 assists. And even picking up that Sky Piercer by the end of the game, close to the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, he didn't know it was going to be the end of the game.
Yeah,
I didn't know the game was going to end that fast, right? and then suddenly, oh yeah, it ended already?
It ended, yeah.
Oh, okay. Here we go. What a statement coming out from the side of Team Indonesia. I would say their draft really on point so far. And I would say Bruno is back, ladies and gentlemen. Bruno is back.
Yeah, and it kind of feels as though the game, or rather the meta, is starting to get a lot faster. The moment that you kind of see a gold laner like Bruno coming back, it pretty much means that there is going to be an entire shift in the meta to from a more control-y style into a more aggro style. And even when it comes down to the rotations, we saw at the start of the game, even when it comes down to the previous series, we're starting to see some of these junglers actually starting off in a different part of the jungle space. They're no longer starting at the purple or the orange buff anymore. They're starting at the beetles, they're starting at the lizard, and that is understandable because of the current patch. And as far as I remember, I'm just gonna read it off really, I guess, vaguely. It comes down to the point that as long as you're able to get a single kill on certain of these camps, such as the horn lizard, fire beetle, or lava golem, you immediately level up to level 2.
Yeah, so there is that level of opportunity coming out for the jungle, so jungle rotations are slightly different.
Yep.
But whether or not you still want to prioritize the buffs going in for an easier time, especially since you never know when the invades are coming from the opponents as well. So whether or not that timing, that rock, paper, scissors, right? Do you want to go for the greedier route, or do you want to go for the buff route where it's completely much more safer? So it gives the jungler an illusion of choice, I would say.
And it also kind of comes down to the point where having information is ultimately a massive key.
Yep.
If you have a very fast-moving roamer, such as, for example, a Marcel, as well as a Khalid, you ultimately will be able to see, oh, the opponent jungle is starting at the beetle, for example, because that is a lot more accessible than checking the purple buff or checking the orange buff. And that will eventually give your team a better idea how they want to rotate based on the opponent's jungling rotation.
Yeah, and the ability to get away scot-free so early into the game for the Marcel as well, it's going to be a huge problem right now. And I just can't believe it left the pool like that, given to the hands of Team Indonesia. Alexander, well, Hijime might have gotten that MVP, but Alexander was there giving the information consistently, right? Delvin did an extremely good job of just making sure that the team fight was there, the presence was there, the space was not given. But at the same time, who was keeping an eye on that space? It was Marcel. And Marcel is going to be a huge problem, guys. It's a huge problem.
He runs too fast, dude. Gotta go fast, like a little bit of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah.
No, honestly, and he's blue too.
Yeah, it's blue as well. So yeah, there we go. But definitely for the same time for the side of Team Laos as well, the Uranus pick coming out a bit too early, right?
Yeah.
In that top 3, I don't believe that Uranus could have been that pick. That Baxia, that Fredrin would have looked good during that point of time. But eventually they did get the Fredrin through, but that Boxia would have served them much better.
Yeah, this currently comes down to the point where the balance is kind of tilted in the wrong ways, right? We already found that the Uranus is definitely going to have a lot more issues trying to do what he's really good at, you know, just forcing lanes out, proxying, and getting out completely unharmed because of the sheer amount of regenerated power that he has. However, because of number one, there's Marcel, and number two, there is a Harley, it's a lot easier for either one of these two or both of them to catch up to a Uranus. So Uranus's main strength, unfortunately, will not be able to be realized in this game. So that means that number one has got no lead in terms of XP or gold on top of the opponent's XP later. And number two, it just boils down to the fact that he don't have damage. And then you pick up a Fredrin, he has no damage. So the roaming trio, together with the Uranus, they ultimately is unable to do anything at all.
Yeah, and for the longest time, the Claude has been a problem in the meta where it slowed things down, right? It put everybody on the clock. And now we feel like we have to answer right now. Yeah, it's Bruno. Bring him back.
Yep.
Because definitely he does chunk up a lane. And to the fact where the sustain with the quantum charge, that problem was the sustain coming out until he reached that level 4, had that blazing duet. Bruno completely nullifies that. We did see, I mean, hints of Clint, those coming out as well, but Bruno does a way better job of just harassing the person out of the lane.
Indeed. So normally when we see the Claude, we would have said, okay, with the blazing duet, he can number one wave clear, and he will be able to poke out the opponent, well, respective gold laner. But in this current case, if the Bruno is already having a great time all the way from level 1 to level 4, he's that close to getting in a Heart's Claws already, regardless. So getting a little bit of a pinch from the blazing duet, it's not going to do anything. He can just stand still, continue poking out the Claude, and he don't care about anything. He would eventually heal them all back. He may have lost his creep waves, but he can just do the same thing to Claude's wave, and Claude needs to recall back home.
Yeah, the amount of damage that you deal just so much that you get the life steal back, you get the sustain back.
Well, Claude doesn't have any of those.
Yeah, Claude is just relying on that quantum charge, right? Making sure that he does get the hits through, and now finally we do see an answer, but now for that Marcel, right? I believe you gotta ban it out. If you're Team Laos, if you're Team Indonesia, you don't want to be playing against the Marcel. Yes, of course, you still want to ban out the Fanny. You still want to ban out the Freyas, the Phovius. But I believe Marcel takes a higher priority over all these.
Honestly, at this point, we need to weed out some of these number one, fast rotating heroes, and number two, very early game centric heroes in order to kind of shut down such aggression. Because we know, as a matter of fact, that Indonesia, they play very good aggressive gameplay. They are very, very aggro region altogether. So Marcel comes into such aggressive team comp very well. We take that away. As you mentioned, some of the other heroes, such as the Fanny, very aggressive in the early stages as well, and even to a certain extent Guinevere, because Guinevere is one of those other heroes that we constantly talk about. Very non-committal kind of jump. You can jump in, you may whiff, but nothing's gonna happen to you realistically.
Yeah, and I would say right now I gotta put Marcel as a problem that no team can deal with yet.
Number one priority.
Yes, number one priority in terms of ban or pick. If you let it through, Marcel's gonna come through no matter what. And we are finally back at Broken Walls, but it comes full circle here, right? We get to see Team Indonesia playing Broken Walls against Team Laos. So far, Team Laos on the ropes as Team Indonesia had a clean first game so far.
So, what are we gonna expect to see Broken Walls? Well, let me tell you guys, it's walls that are broken.
Wow. Wow.
Philosophy.
Wow, that's amazing. Oh my god.
Oh man, I know. I come up with some of these good old words of wisdom.
Oh man, I never expected that.
You never knew that, right?
I never knew that. I never knew broken walls were broken. Oh man, that's a crazy map.
Damn.
Never knew. Oh man. Now, with the Freya and the Fanny being banned out, do we see the Marcel being a priority here?
Yep.
Because I believe for Team Indonesia, maybe right now they might let the Marcel slide and just be like, hey guys, we got a way to deal with Marcel. But for Team Laos, they're just shooting themselves in the foot. We're not gonna take Marcel. You're not gonna take Marcel.
Yeah, no one's gonna be touching Marcel for now. I mean, this is still day number one, right? Technically speaking, we can always look at day one as a no pressure kind of day to a certain extent, right? This is a place where you kind of figure yourself out and figure out where you are in the groupings itself. Are you the top half, bottom half, middle ground? And you will be able to prepare accordingly to your opponents moving on forward. However, going up against Team Indonesia, you can't help but feel the pressure.
Yeah, the pressure, man. The pressure coming in from the side of Team Indonesia here as they do ban out the Kalea. And still, right now, with a lot of good bans, a lot of good picks in the pool, the Phovius being one of them, that is a very solid starter pick. Their Guinevere as well, still very strong in terms of that non-committal jump. There is also the Claude. No, it's not going to be that top priority ban. But we did see the Harif being one of the top priority band for especially Team Laos.
If you do have a team that can actually help to accelerate the growth of the Harith, I think that Harith is undeniably still a really good hero to play around with, because understandably, magical items are a lot easier, or rather a lot cheaper to max out. So Harith comes into play pretty effectively, and he can make full use of each individual magical items to the best of his ability.
Yeah, and the Zhu Xin as well. We did see Afan playing Delvin playing that Zhu Xin to a very good degree just now for the side of Team Indonesia. And now for Team Laos, right now, they will have that first pick available. Now, finally, Team Indonesia, with the last man, they got to decide what they want to let through here. That Guinevere's still in that pool, very good in terms of that flex first opener. But I believe, what's that sound? I'm not too sure if they banned that out. That's a diggy, right?
That's all a diggy. But there's a cat. That sounds like that sounds like digging.
Yeah, that does sound like digging, but they banned
too far out.
They banned out the Fredrin. All right,
okay.
They banned the Fredrin.
Well, that is a massive curveball thrown at us. But you know what else is a curveball? Not the Paquito, because the Paquito is something that we should definitely expect.
Yeah, but at the same time, I believe teams have figured out how to deal with the Paquito. There is that slight nerf coming in. Yes, that capability coming out from the side of the Paquito to have that ability to jump in and out as he wishes. Still deals extremely good damage in terms of the lane clear as well. But the Zhu Xin, the Boxia there, having a good utility jungle, ignore the Paquito as much as possible, go for the good team fight. And Team Indonesia, well, they love their team fights.
Yeah, so this is, once again, still back to a very aggressive start, right? Boxia generally means that you want to be ahead of rotations. Team Laos, they can definitely echo that and try to go for someone that is really fast in rotations, such as the number 1 Suyo and number 2 Nolan. I think that Nolan is going to be one of the wild picks that we could very potentially see from Laos, because he has fast rotation, and number 2, he's got really good burst damage in the early stages of the game too.
Okay, so similar to what the Marcel brings to the table, right? The Cho was the original Marcel, I would say, very hard to catch with the Jeet Kune Do, very hard to just kind of lock down, and also having the ability to have that one-person lockdown with the Way of the Dragon, now combining that with the Gourd. Now, for the side of Team Indonesia, right now, they will have a lot of entryway into answering back on that EXP lane, and with that Paquito pick, well, do you want to go for the lane clear and match him speed for speed, or do you want to go for something else that can frontline into the team fight as well?
So right now, with the Cho and the God being picked up on the side of Team Laos, together with Paquito, they do have ways to make full use of the Way of the Dragon, so this is more or less likely to look like a pick-off card. But we'll talk about that in a bit, because the Sora comes in from Team Indonesia. Very hybrid kind of XP laner that can do very well in the late stages as a very strong tank and initiator, while in the early game can still pull his weight very well as a damage dealer.
And very smart timing coming out with the Sora right now after the Gourd has been picked up, because the Valentina is no longer a threat, right? No longer able to take away your shifting skies. And yeah, you're not expecting an EXP lane Valentina. Well, we do see that in certain ranked games. Really, Valentina?
You can still...
Yeah, it's still possible. Yeah. It's still possible, because you take the shifting skies, you're definitely a Sora at that point.
Hey, let's not forget about the possibility of Valentina jungle.
No, that's not gonna happen. That's cap, man. That's cap.
Well, we kind of did see that in, professional plays before. quite some time ago. Let's just put it that right? Very long time ago. And we kind of have flash in the past. No. Blast in the past, rather. Blast in the past kind of situations that we've seen before, such as, yay, look, it's Bruno kind of situation.
And now we do have the Akai and also the Harif being taken out from the side of Team Indonesia here. And for the side of Team Laos, feels like they want to take out the possibility of the Fredrin being a thing. No, I mean, that Matilda is just for the Baxia alone. I don't feel that the Matilda would have been that huge of a problem. They had to think about the enemy gold lane as well. So they themselves have yet to pick up the gold lane and also the jungle. So that jungle pick coming in for the side of Team Laos. Right now, they have that Fredrin available. Are they shooting themselves in the foot here by not picking up that Matilda?
I don't honestly think it might be a problem from Team Laos. They don't really quite need that much of crowd control or rather escape coming in from a Matilda that can give them with the guiding wind. So ultimately, I think that what they need is a little bit more front line heavy kind of situation, right? The jungler and their roamer, okay, roamer is chill, right? So their jungler gotta have to be someone to be tanky enough. Unfortunately, the Fredrin is currently unavailable, and looking at the fact that it's Atlas, Sora, honestly, Akai could definitely work. However, it kind of does seem as though is a bit conflicting to what God wants to do.
I think for Team Laos...
Oh wait, Akai's banned too, damn.
I think for Team Laos right now, Guinevere would be a very strong pick. They can go for that solo, just playstyle alone, mobility. Same playstyle that Team Indonesia based off of, right? Macro playstyle, play off of the Paquito, play the macro, play the cross map as much as possible, chose uncatchable. Gord will be the only factor where it doesn't really synergize well with the playstyle. The Moskov, very good pick. Okay, they go for the Nolan.
They actually went for Nolan.
Okay, they actually went for Nolan.
So they don't have anyone that is really very tanky per se, but they want to match the pace of Indonesia in the end of the day. They want to ensure that, okay, Baxter can be fast in his own jungle, we can be fast in our own jungle as well. So this is a race against time, actually. Who is the one or which team can reach critical mass earlier?
Yeah, and now for Team Indonesia, it's all about, do you want to secure the team fight, or do you want to go for map control, right? And for Team Indonesia, it's very team fight centric. You got a Sora, Shifting Skies, you want to fight no matter what. Zusin, you want to fight. Baxia as well, you want to go for the team fight. They're not playing for the macro. And Atlas with the Fatal Links going for the team fight here. And Team Indonesia going for the Obsidian. Not really one of my favorites, but we're going to have to see how they do here. Because for the side of Team Laos, very good in terms of macro, very good in terms of mobility. I do like it in terms of just execution alone. Team Laos, they do have an easier time executing, and for Team Indonesia, it's going to be harder, but at the same time, it's high risk, high reward. If they get a good team fight, Team Laos are going to disappear off the face of the map.
Well, we're gonna see how this game is gonna look out to be, because Team Laos, they have an idea that they want to execute. They are very bursty, they are very pick-off. As much as possible, they want to create space and create 4v5 situation. But if whether Indonesia is gonna allow them to do that, that is generally the question, because Atlas is gonna be pretty darn annoying whenever he kind of splits himself up, trying to look for opportunities. Team Laos, they want to take advantage of the fact that Baxia wants to be fast roaming, and Baxia wants to be the one that initiates at the end of the day. So it really boils down to if whether, number one, God can stun, or number two, where the dragon actually connects.
Yeah, I mean, name of the game here for Team Laos is just pickoffs and try and take as many segmented team fights as possible. It's the same playstyle as Team Indonesia was playing in Game 1, right? With the Harley, with the ability to jump in and out with the Zusin as well.
Yep.
And for Team Laos, right now, they will be using the Gourd off the back of that. I would have felt that the Zusin might have been a stronger pick, but of course, they were on that other side where they did not have that choice available. Zusin, Baxia being picked up from the side of Team Indonesia. Now for Team Indonesia, they have a plethora of entryways. Fatal Links, they have the stun coming in from the side of Baxia as well. The Lantern lift up coming in from the side of the Zusin, and also Shifting Skies. Now, the Obsidia is where things start to get a little bit wonky here. Do you go for the team fights here? Do you go for the ultimates? And I feel that looking at Team Indonesia, you don't go for the bone shards. You're using Obsidia to try and get the lockdown, try and force out a 5-member engage as much as possible.
To be fair, for the side of Indonesia, at least for Obsidia, you don't have to care, or I mean, scaling is still very important. But because of the fact that Team Laos, they are such a fragile comp where they don't have a proper frontliner per se, and someone that can, kind of hold the Lord, I think that is going to be the main thing that Indonesia is banking on. Indonesia constantly will be able to kind of hold the Lord and be the one that really puts themselves in the face of team, for the side of Team Laos. So I mostly just want to know how Team Laos wants to react and respond to this front, well, the fact that they don't have a very strong frontliner.
And here we go into game 2 of Team Laos versus Team Indonesia. Currently, Team Indonesia ahead 1-0. I feel that Team Laos, they want to play that heavy mobility playstyle. They want to emulate what Team Indonesia brought in game 1. But can they tie things up here?
This is yet another game where the balance kind of feels a little bit off. This time, too much damage. Not a lot of sustain. While game number 1 is too much sustain, not enough damage.
Yeah, so completely going the other way here. Instead of flickering, he is going to go down here, and Simbatif going down early, so early into the game. This is not Team Laos' game plan at all. That lethal was too greedy coming out from the side of Team Laos.
He thought that he will be able to. And unfortunately, as a Nolan, you want to be fast-paced in your rotation. But hold on a second, Afan is just walking away from this team fight. It would have been great. Simbatif is able to get that kill, but he wasn't able to.
Yeah, not level 4 as of yet. And Shauki, aka Nino, he's going to have a great time, especially once he hit that level 4. But the Paquito will have that advantage for now. And really, just Dalvin doing just a good job of getting that mid lane prio as well. But this Paquito has been a huge issue. Now coming in is the Atlas though.
Is it really going to be an issue? We'll see about that, because all 2 other members from the roaming spot jumps right in onto Paquito, where he's got no answers at all. Unfortunately, he didn't even have the opportunity to flicker out of the way.
Yeah, every single one of them can initiate. That's the crazy part for the side of Team Indonesia, right? Even the Obsidia, right? You can lock someone up effectively for that 3 seconds. Now you gotta worry about this man coming in right here.
Literally just gonna be jumping themselves right onto the members of Team Laos and invading over to the jungle. Dalvin picks up a kill, and moving on forward, he's just going to be sticking himself down on the Putsapat, bringing him down pretty effectively as well. Simbandit, he can't go down right here. If he go down, that is gonna be really painful.
A masterclass in resource denial coming out from South Team Indonesia as they continue to go on a tear through towards enemy backlines here. And Dalvin Sander, well, you're taking too much.
Yeah, let's not talk about that.
Okay. Let's talk about what they did well, all right? They were able to take away the purple buff from the side of Nolan at 2 minutes into the game. And that's completely what they came for. And that's a complete W in Team Indonesia's books right there. Because how do you beat someone who's trying to farm his own jungle then faster than you? You take away his jungle.
You take away his jungle as much as possible, man. And the main idea about picking a Nolan here is so that he will be able to match the pace of Afan. But right now, there is no pace for Team Laos. Taken down twice for an early game assassin is not great at all. And unfortunately, the trend is just gonna go completely bearish from here.
Yeah, Nolan is all about mobility and damage, and you need to be ahead to get that mobility. You need to be ahead to get the damage. Because if you can't kill your opponents fast enough, you're just going to perish in these team fights. Now, looking at Team Indonesia, they want to go for something.
Will they be able to lock down a Punsabat? No, it's not going to. However, this is where Team Indonesia manages to take a really good spot where they are just pushing the rest of Team Laos away, forcing them in a very uncomfortable spot where they will have a chance to take down the turtle. But unfortunately, Putsavat, he was a little bit too bold, trying to go a little bit of a Jit Kun Do, but it's in the end Jit Kun Don't.
Yeah, I mean, Mystic Gush onto almost every single member of Team Indonesia, and it did nothing. It tickled them. It was a water gun coming out from the side of Team Laos, and Team Indonesia are just showing the advantage that they have, right? Consistently just invading the jungle, making sure that this is how you control Nolan, right? We thought that Nolan is going to be good. I didn't really like the idea of Nolan. I really would have preferred them having a Guinevere, having some semblance of control. At least they could have initiated. Now, a Nolan with no farm. What are you going to do for the side of Team Laos? Because you went lethal ignition, you expected to have the damage by now.
Yeah, but unfortunately you don't. So right now, Team Indonesia, they will take whatever that Team Laos is gonna give over to them. Their creep, their wave, their turret, they will eventually take everything that Team Laos holds on dear. And it's currently 5 minutes into the game. Team Indonesia, they can just kind of get together and be a menace.
Oh my god, Team Indonesia is reading Team Laos movements as like a book. Xiaoqi right here, he can just go in with the shifting skies if he wishes to do so. And you don't want to fight this cloud form Sora. I mean, he might be flickering away, but it might be a bait.
Oh, Xiaoqi taking a little bit too much damage, and of course that flicker did not go too well either. But it's not that big of a deal, because in the end, they still managed to fight back. Xiaoqi with a total of 3 kills to his name.
Yeah, and Hansana did manage to get the better of Dingarai in that top lane as well. There is a bit of recovery coming in from the side of Team Bandit, but Team Indonesia once again not giving any space to breathe, as this purple buff has been a hot zone for contest so far for the side of Team Indonesia. And this is their win condition, right? Consistently taking away the purple buff. Nolan with no purple buff is the same as Fanny with no purple buff, right?
Yep.
You don't get the rotations through, you don't get the cooldown reduction, you don't get the cooldown, the skill reduction as well.
And you don't get extra bars, which is actually super important. But take a look at this. Finally, a Whale Dragon that connects down onto Alexander with the Mystic Gush eventually takes him down. But unfortunately, Dingarai just gonna be tethered down over to the side of the Paquito. Takes him down effectively.
And this is the psychology behind that Obsidia pick, right? Usually Obsidia, we don't like it that much because you have to farm up the bone shards, but this is them saying, if you are going to initiate, we are going to keep you locked in, because every single one of us has a method to lock you down. Lantern Lift, Shifting Skies, we have the Boxia Stun, and once again, Xiaoqi, he's just going ham on the Sora at the moment, and they have no response.
Yep, that's the kind of power that you get as long as you're kind of in the Storm form, right? Literally so much damage. But speaking of damage, down in the middle lane, that is what they want to do right now. And the two-man Fatal Lanes connect down, and this is nowhere for any of these two members to stay alive in.
Yeah, that was the pile driver that could not be answered for from the side of Team Laos, as Team Indonesia right now, they have every single method. Everybody's dangerous, right?
Yeah.
Even Dingarai, he's 5-1-1 at this point. He's joining the team fights even, and this is a different look on Obsidia.
Yep, Team Bandit don't even have any place to farm. The lane is not for him. The jungle is not for him. There's nowhere that he can go, unfortunately.
Yeah, currently, of course, for those of you that don't know, Team Indonesia are sitting in the top right now. And now with that...
It doesn't seem like he's able to do anything with the Mystic Gush. He's right in the middle of that fight.
I believe Mr. Gush right now does not deal damage to the side of Team Indonesia at all. At this point...
A little bit. It's enough to bring one person down.
Dingarai, maybe the only one.
It managed to bring down Alexander once. So I hope that they will be able to do a little bit more from this point on. But remember, this is even though we are looking at, the Mystic Gush is indeed a splash or AoE skill, but Team Laos is not a lineup that have any form of AoE crowd control. Yep. The only thing that they have is a single bouncing ball from the side of Intafongse and a single kick coming from Putsavat.
Yeah, that's what they're hoping for, right? Way of the Dragon, Mystic Gush, find that pick off, get that map control going, but the map control has been consistently denied for the side of Team Indonesia so far. And now with the next objective being spawning up on the map, 6,000 gold advantage, 10 seconds in towards that next Lord, and double flicker still available. So Fatal Links, something to watch out for.
Crashes onto Punsavat, but he will be able to Jikundo himself right out of there. The Lord is just going to be spawned down in the bottom lane, and Shelky hoping that he will be able to also just kind of zone the rest of the members away. 1v1 between Hansana as well as Zingarai, but unfortunately a quick little proxy coming in from Delvin. He will be able to get a kill down on Hansana, but the rest of the members coming from the side of Indonesia, they're just going to be coming crashing in. 3% down already, and they're literally just going to be creating a storm right in the doors of Team Laos.
And 5-man play could not be answered from the side of Team Laos. We saw the Paquito doing what he could, dealt the damage onto Alexander and Delvin, but almost is not enough. If there's a sliver of HP and you don't get the kill, you don't get the kill. And look at that going in. They were so close. That Fatal Links into that flicker out straight away, and every single one of them just collapsed.
Honestly, the fact that Alexander still stayed alive throughout the entire team fight is essentially just them styling against Team Laos. Even if Alexander were to die, he actually didn't even need to use that flicker because they're just so far ahead. 8.9, in fact 9,000 goal lead as of now. Every single one of these players in their own respective role, they are pretty far ahead.
And guys, this is not easy to do, especially against a team like Team Laos, Team Indonesia. They're playing out of their minds right now. They might be good, but they are just playing stellar gameplay today because the fact is, they have been consistently just punishing together as a team, and also they are very aligned when it comes down to these win objectives. Sure, you might go for the invade thinking that it's easy, but suddenly a one kill from the side of Team Laos, it sends you guys spiraling. But Team Indonesia, they've been making sure to cut their losses every single time and collapse on every single play that Team Laos can make.
There's gonna be a massive spike coming in from Delvin as he picks up himself a pretty big item right now. So as much as possible, Delvin will definitely put himself right in the face of the enemies as much as possible. He did manage to get a nice pick on the Punsavat. As such, he will be not gonna escape from the grasp of Indonesia. The middle lane T3 turret will now be destroyed, and now the top lane is gonna be destroyed as well. No way from Team Laos to even come back from this. None of the members from the side of Team Laos will be able to do anything. Shoki! That's what we want as it goes in and pulls 2% in. Even when it comes down to the Fatal Links, get another more. Team Laos unfortunately will not be able to get themselves out of the situation, and Team Indonesia styled onto Team Laos and get themselves 2 wins in a row.
Very clean gameplay. Once again, methodical, surgical coming in from the side of Team Indonesia as they finish 2-0 against Team Laos. And Team Laos, by any means, they're not a bad team. But Team Indonesia, wow, they were playing out of their minds today.
This is amazing gameplay coming in from Team Indonesia, and let's be honest here, there was only 1 or 2 proper kills coming in from the members of Team Laos, because I think 1 or 2 deaths was just, you know, Team Indonesia just kind of trolling around. And remember that Atlas in the top lane? No, let's not talk about that. But, but you know, there's only like 2 combos that we managed to see, right? Or rather 2 in a similar combo. We had a Dragon, Mystic Gush, boom, 2 kills.
Yeah, that's all that they had, and there was the ability for Team Indonesia. How many combos did we see, right? We saw Fatal Links, we saw Shifting Skies being used, and also the Obsidian Ultimate every single time for that punish. Just disgusting. And once again, our MVP of the game, Mr. Hijume, Mr. Dalvin, as he is able to just be a monster on this 2-sin.
Twice in a row. 4 kills, 0 death, and 14 assists is, of course, the situation that we see coming in from Delvin, and of course, great plays coming in from him.
Yeah, very good itemization. They're not going for the Sky Piercer this time because he knows that, yeah, there is going to be a different itemization coming out from the side of Team Indonesia. They will have that ability to just try and fight every single time. Once the Fatal Links are up, once Afan has that stun up, there is just so much fear in the side of Team Laos's eyes.
Oh man. In the end of the day, it is currently, or rather, by the end of the day, right, Indonesia manages to get themselves, what, 12 1,000 gold lead on top of Team Laos. And the draft coming in from Laos for game number 1 and game number 2 was just not balanced well. There's so much firepower coming from Team Laos, but we don't have a proper frontliner to enable some of these strong firepower mage or assassins to give them the space that they need. The previous game, they have too much space and they weren't able to do anything about it. Right now, they have no space to do anything at all.
Yeah, I mean, the clock was ticking on the side of Team Indonesia, right? They had a date to go to. I'm not too sure what they have planned afterwards.
To defend, but understandably, he's just kind of Jik-Kundoing in the middle of the team fight, which is not what you want to do as a Cho. You kind of want to prep your Jik-Kundo and then go for the final Jik-Kundo, land on someone, kick them behind, but he was trying to deal as much damage as possible with each Jik-Kundo dashes, which is actually something that he don't really need to.
Yeah, and there was just a master class in space denial coming out from the side of Team Indonesia. This is why they're consistently one of the top few regions to watch, especially when it comes down to team fights, when it comes down to resource management. Man, oh man, there's so many things to break down here.
Now, of course, we're going to go off for a short break, so make sure you guys don't go anywhere too far. We'll be right back with you guys for more MLBB action.
ladder of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
What a splatter of beauty! I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hinata? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
What a splatter of beauty! I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity now. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in once again to the 2026 Asian Games qualifiers, of course, for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. My name's Abstract. With me here is Bowman. We are going to be looking at one heck of a game upcoming, and I'm pretty sure that the arena behind us is completely filled to the brim.
Yes, oh yes, we are going to have the headliner match for day number 1. It's going to be Team Malaysia versus Team Philippines. And yeah, familiar names across both teams so far. I would say not too famous, you know, not people that you want to take photo with, not the GOATs, you know,
It's totally fine.
Totally fine.
Yeah, it's not like they're in Singapore or anything.
I'm shaking, man. I'm literally shaking as I say this.
Right now. Go on
Oh
over.
man, I want to take a photo with them so bad, man.
Oh, well, but unfortunately, it's going they are going to be pretty separated away from us, and they won't be able to hear us yelling, shouting, and, you know, kind of going fanboying on them, but you guys get the deal. But of course, this is going to be one heck of a game because we are talking about Team Malaysia versus Team Philippines, and both of them are equally really good within their own regions, and even when it comes down to the international stage, they are definitely one of those teams that can definitely climb really darn high.
Yes, and it's going to be a star-studded lineup, especially for Team Philippines. I would say they did bring most of their team here of that particular organization, and one particular substitute player that is also known as the gold standard. So that moniker itself, you know, it speaks for itself. I gotta say, Team Malaysia right now, they got a lot of work cut out for them.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure that they are really excited to even go up against them, right? Because it's definitely not their first time going up against them. They gotta have some strategies going up for them and just kind of, you know, kind of mess around a little bit, find out how their games is gonna look like by the end of the day.
Yeah, in terms of power levels, they are the top few, right? And in terms of just the uninitiated alone, for those of you that don't understand what Mobile Legends Bang Bang is about, well, currently for that World Series, where we talked about Team Indonesia just now, they were the runner-up. These are the champions. Team Philippines, they have been consecutive champions.
And undoubtedly so, they have constantly held on to the crown year after year after year. We're talking about the region itself, by the way, not particularly the teams, because the teams will always kind of be shuffled around, different teams just kind of sat in onto the throne, and then they move on to the next.
And now going up against this kind of pressure will be Team Malaysia. We have Ilton on that gold lane. I believe this is Lolia. We have Akif on that roam. I believe this is Zekif as well. We got Amar on that mid lane. I believe this is Martizi, and Nazan on that jungle. This is Chibi, and also Razif on that EXP lane. This is Sizka.
So with that all said and done, they are one of the few teams that we really need to look out for. And Team Malaysia, we have seen them, of course, from across the bridge, time and time again. And MPL Malaysia, MPL Singapore, you know, it kind of happens here and there. You know, we're close together. Even for you know, some of these games, we are, you know, sometimes we get some nice little screams with one another. And understandably, for the side of Team Malaysia, it is I would say a mixture, yeah, a pretty nice mixture of different teams that just kind of comes in together. Most notably, we've got 3 members from Team Ray.
Yeah, and 1 from BTRMY, and also lastly Zekif, of course, from Monster Vicious. But looking at the boys that they're going up against, the boys in blue, Team Philippines, coming in the gold lane. This is the government-given name of Viana, which is Teddy Cutie, and we have De La Cruz, also known as JP, and Pabico, also known as Mr. Sanji, and Nepo Musino, also known as Mr. Carl, and Vinuya on the EXP lane, which is none other than Sanford.
Wow, they have been headliners for, you know, seasons after seasons, and of course, as you mentioned, extremely star-studded. And for many of the Singaporeans that is out there here in the Resorts World Sentosa that filled up the seats, they are definitely here to look out for some of these players on the Philippine side and even for the side of Team Malaysia. Now, of course, we're gonna strip them off of their names. You know, it's no longer about, you know, who they are. You know, it's not about which team that they're from. Yes, starts out the lineup, complete TLPH coming in here. But for now, we're just going to be focusing on to their names because, once again, they're not representing any organizations anymore. They are representing their region.
That's right, Eugene. That's right. So he's no longer abstract on this table. He is now
That's so
currently
weird, dude.
Eugene, right?
That is so
So
weird.
this is the exact same thing that's going to be happening for their players because right now they will be using the government-given names.
That's right, Mosaong.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Eugene Yu.
Well, that's why we ain't players.
Oh, yeah.
Well, technically speaking, my government name is not Eugene, so you gotta try it out. You gotta try it again.
Oh, man.
No, there's no way.
I forgot about your Chinese name.
Yeah, you can't. You can't reach that.
Mr. Yu Yen Song. Okay, there we go. You know, now that we have the players set in, oh man, this is gonna be one headliner of a series. We did see how Team Indonesia took out Team Laos in such a clean fashion. And it's in the same way where the micro was so good for the side of Team Indonesia, Team Philippines, they have a very good mix of the micro and the macro. So if there is a team fight that does not suit them, they're not going to take it.
No.
They're going to take their time, but somehow you're going to feel like you're losing the game.
That's kind of like the power of Team Philippines, right? And I always come down to talk about how different regions play a very different Mobile Legends Bang Bang, right? So notably, we have always been seeing in a very macro view or top-down approach is that, oh no, not again. But okay, we'll talk about this a bit. But when it comes down to the regions itself, Philippines and Singapore play very similar, whereby we, kind of look at things in a more macro view. Well, from Malaysia and Indonesia, they look at things a lot more of a micro view. That's why whenever you look at Indonesian or Indonesia gameplay or Malaysian gameplay, a lot of people look at it and it's like, yeah, that's Brawl server.
Yeah, that's Brawl server indeed, but when you look at Team Philippines, right, it is a very good mix of that macro. The things that define what a MOBA is in that MOBA category, that resource control portion of controlling the lanes, controlling the resources, and the objectives in the map. And speaking of the map that's selected, once again, Broken Walls.
Why am I just not surprised? At the start of the day, we saw 5 Broken Walls in a row, and we are back on that track. But you know what? We're gonna move that aside. We're gonna be taking a look at this very game for ourselves. We do have Chip, Guinevere, and Glue thrown into the batting pool from the side of Team Philippines, while for Team Malaysia, decided to take away the Juicin and the Freya.
Yeah, so definitely a lot of stable bans there. The Marshall's still in the pool, and Team Malaysia right now, they need to decide whether or not they want to play with Marshall in that pool as well. So they actually let it go and they choose to ban out the Phobias instead. Now, this is a great move from the side of Team Philippines. Oh, they go for the Paquito instead, representing their country.
Now, of course, getting a Paquito for themselves is undoubtedly a very powerful pick for themselves, right? They will be able to kind of play a lot more into the early stages of the game if they want to go for a more aggressive play and just kind of go into what Malaysia is very used to, and that is very early game aggro style, if they are going to that direction.
Yeah, they can potentially go for the Marshall. The Zusin is no longer available, but the Eve is there, so they do go for the Atlas. But at the same time, the Marshall's still in the pool, right? You give that back, you give that control back to the side of Team Philippines in terms of the draft here. And now, if they want to go for the Marshall together, the Paquito does not really synergize well, but with the vision that you get from the Marshall, the Paquito can actually macro very well as well. So whether or not they want to have that in their playbook.
At this point in time, picking up a Marcel for Team Philippines undoubtedly will allow them to kind of go neck and neck against Team Malaysia when it comes down to the drafting sense. However, they are not going to go neck and neck. They want to go above and beyond, and they want to excel in what they are good at, or rather what they have drafted for themselves, right? Paquito is really good at bursting someone down, and they want to capitalize on that. So picking up a Cho on their own end, being able to single out one player in order to play a more macro-intensive game to win in a 4v5 fashion, Cho comes in pretty effectively.
And we've seen Claude being one of the top priority picks and bans coming through for both teams so far. And now with Claude on the side of Team Malaysia, they will have that late game capability with the Blazing Duet. Of course, you do need the farm to get there as well. And we've seen all the Claudes struggle so far in the qualifiers today. And so far, I gotta say, Claude has not been good on that statistics, but it's still a very strong pick in terms of that survivability alone. And versus the Harif, it's the standard counter.
Still relatively early, but the second phase of the bans has been zooming us past, and these are the bans with the Leomod, Arlot, Lilia, and the Valentina. Very much expected to see Valentina being thrown into the banning pool due to the presence of Atlas as well as Yi. We throw the ball over to the side of Team Malaysia. At this point in time, they are playing for a lot of AoE crowd control and generally just looking for area denial. So what they're looking out for is an XP laner and a jungler. Very likely they want to leave the jungle for the final pick and kind of look at what they can play around with when it comes down to the EXP laner.
Yeah, but the box is still in the pool, though. They do pick up the Fredrin instead. This gives the opportunity for the side of Team Philippines to go for the box here if they wish to do so. Now, currently, Cho is going to be on that roam role, Paquito on that EXP, and this is going to be most likely an Akai jungle as well, right?
Yep.
Trying to zone away the Atlas as much as possible, just not getting the Fatal Links off. That would be a good avenue of gameplay as well. Now, going for the Gourd.
Yep, Gourd is a very good answer considering that we are looking at a tank jungle this time, back onto Fredrin, melts down the Fredrin and the Atlas very effectively. As such, right now, they don't, for Team Malaysia, they don't have a very good, early game to mid-game kind of transition. So picking up a Sora does kind of double down for them in the late stage durability. And at least in the early stage, Sora will be able to come in and support with quite a lot of these damage. However, if we want to kind of look in a durability matchup, Team Malaysia has it. Well, in terms of damage department, Team Philippines definitely have it.
Yeah, definitely for both sides, the drafts look extremely square here, right? 50-50 in terms of just having that late game presence with the Claude, but in terms of that team fight pickoffs, it's for Team Philippines, it's going to be looking better on winning the lanes.
Yep.
Meanwhile, for Team Malaysia, it's about winning the team fights. And you can see the signatures of each server coming in out, right? Rearing its ugly head here as we head on into game number 1 of this banger of a series, Team Philippines versus Team Malaysia.
I'm so excited to see what is gonna come in for us. And we jump right into the land of Dawn. And of course, this is the brand new rotation that we were talking about. By the time that they are done with their respective Beetle and their respective Lizard, they will go straight to level 2 as per what the patch note says. So by the time that they reach over to the buffs, that is when they are generally gonna have a pretty much faster time to clear off, especially for the purple buff, because it is 2 minions right there.
Yeah, and that gives you also a brief buffer of timing to go for the lethal here, and already we see Team Malaysia on the case, forcing the flicker away from the side of De La Cruz, who will not have it for the next few skirmishes.
And just like that, Akai manages to snatch away that Little Wanderer in a quick little moment, and he's trying to look for some other avenues to play around with. And they also understood what is going to be the rotation coming in from Team Malaysia. So just like that, stole yet another one coming in from Team Malaysia. The jungling side from Team Malaysia is just not having a really good time at all.
Yeah, forcing out that retribution early, and Azan not having it at that period of time would just mean that Nepomuceno, right now, he would be way ahead in terms of that curve as well. In terms of that buff clear speed, into that objective clear speed, slightly ahead, but both teams, in terms of net worth, still neck and neck, nobody giving up first blood just as of yet. And we know Team Philippines, at this point, if they don't find a team fight that suits them, they're not going to take it.
It's really unfortunate that Team Malaysia, in the early stages of the game, they don't have enough firepower to realistically be able to kind of push any of the members from Team Philippines away far enough. Like, Nepomuceno can just literally walk in, which is why he was able to kind of steal that jungle creep away from the Fredrin in this case. Time and time again, this is going to repeat as long as Team Malaysia do not find a way to kind of get themselves a decent snowball. As Nepomuceno is already at level 5, as opposed to Nazan at level 4. There's no way that they will be able to fight for this. Akeem finds himself taken down, Vinuya as well. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. Unfortunately, it is going to go towards the side of Malaysia a little bit more.
Yeah, but Razif does get the better of Vinuya in that EXP lane, taking out the Paquito, trying to go for that over-aggression with that flicker usage coming out from the side of Venuya as well. So gotta say, in the grand scheme of things, yeah, does still favor Team Philippines because they got the turtle. They got a very good usage of that heavy spin in that early game as well. You don't really see that often coming out because the team fights will be kind of avoided till that heavy spin is out.
Most of the members coming from side of Team Philippines, they're looking for something. Amar opens up the RWM, but unfortunately will not be enough to keep the Atlas alive. As such, Akif loses his life while De La Cruz just going to be putting himself right in the face of Nazan. This is not going to be an easy take for Team Malaysia, and in fact, there could be a very high probability that they might just lose this orange buff.
Yeah, and we do see a lot of the jungle prio come through for the side of both teams here. Nepal Musino, he's not going to be in a lot of trouble. He's in a Kai after all, but still getting chased out with Appraisal's Rapier.
Uh-oh, never mind. With a heavy spin, he will be able to just kind of bump everyone away. He should be safe for now, unless De La Cruz do something about this. Double flicker just for a kill down on the Nepal Potato. He is a level 7 though, so in the end of things, it's a worth it one.
Yeah, it's Carl, man. You got to do that. And with the Mystic Gush coming through, they have been putting on the hate onto Akif. And this is what you need to do against an Atlas, right? Trying to bring him down as early as possible. Make sure that he does not have the availability of the space to make sure that you cannot get the Fatal Links off. And once you keep threatening his HP, Akif, he cannot go in freely, and that's why Atlas dropped off in popularity so far. And with Nazan unable to frontline for now, Team Philippines are playing it very perfectly when it comes down to the space control.
Once again, at least in the early stages of the game, we really need the power of Amar to really just pop up as the Eve. Akif and Nazan can always set up for the team, but if we don't have Amar or Razif to come in to make full use of the space given and that opportunity brought up by either the Fatal Links or the or anything else, then it's not going to go anywhere. At this point in time, we do have Team Malaysia. They're just going to be wrapping themselves right in the hands of Team Philippines. Well, in the meantime, it is going to be quite a lot of spinning going on downtown for Team Philippines. It's a 1-for-4 trade, and it is an absolutely free turtle for the side of Team Philippines.
Pivotal wipe coming in from the side of Team Philippines. Great use of the heavy spin. Managed to find two members of Team Malaysia pinned up against the wall. Akif being taken out very early. Despite the usage of the Fatal Links, there's no damage coming through from the side of Team Malaysia at this point, right? If Razif is not able to land the Shifting Skies, this is what's going to happen. And that is a huge damage buff coming out from the side of Venuya at this point.
It's really unfortunate, but Team Malaysia, they do not have got what it takes to realistically, I mentioned before, to kind of push the members of Team Philippines away. They are tanky, but Amar, I don't think that he's got much damage for himself. While in the meantime, his opposite side, Papiko, he's got so much out of his Mystic Gush. He may have used it already, so Team Malaysia, they're not too afraid of re-engaging.
Yeah, and the damage tools coming out from the side of Team Malaysia. In that early game, it's really one-sided onto that Sora alone, right? Amar, he's not going to have the damage. Ilton, he's not going to have the damage on the Claude as well. Blazing Duet with a Demon Hunter sword. At this stage of the game, it's not enough. Meanwhile, that Paquito, he does have that level advantage on that EXP lane. He's able to deal that damage with just one item alone.
Just like that, 6 minutes into this game, and we are already looking at a 5,000 gold lead in favor for Team Philippines. Team Malaysia, let's take a look at things, right? Or what exactly is going to allow them to get themselves out of this difficult spot?
They need a great Shifting Sky from the side of Razif, right? And he's not able to get it because look at where Venuya is playing, right? Consistently making sure that Shifting Skies is wasted on him as a solo target. And once Shifting Skies is gone, well, they can take the space as they wish. And Team Philippines, they know that. They know that. That's why they're just playing for the Sora to use his utility. Because the rest of the other team members, they don't have the damage. Fatal Links into what?
That is realistically just playing around Razif as much as possible. Make him waste up a little bit and make him make sure that he's unable to get decent amount of farm to kind of stay alive for extended periods of time. Team Malaysia, they want to group up as much as possible. However, they still have to be really careful because a lot of these damage dealers from the side of Team Philippines, they can do quite a number, especially for the side of Mystic Gush. You don't want to get together, get hit by the same starting ball from the side of that Gourd as much as possible too.
And once again, that pressure mounts up as we see Razif get taken out early in the start of the fight. Fatal Links is not going to be used at all. Flicker away. And without the shifting skies, right, you see the lack of initiation coming out inside of Team Malaysia. And they needed that early game advantage, hoping that the Sora and also the Fredrin are able to buy them the space for Claude. And this is the problem with Claude so far, where teams have not been able to make it work.
Yep, he's constantly going to be behind and he needs time to eventually skill. The moment that your team is unable to, you know, kind of be on par with your opponents from the start of the game, then there is no space for the Claude to farm. Nowhere for you to even just BMI in, blazing duet and get out of it. There is no form of passive farming for the side of Claude. So it's really going to be difficult, and at this point in time, the only time where Ilton will be able to kind of pop off is probably down the line 10 minutes later.
Yeah, 8,000 gold lead already at 8 minutes into the game here. That's going to be a heavy-handed advantage for the side of Team Philippines. And if you take a look at the problem here, right? The main problem is the Akai, the Nepomuceno man that can just walk up straight to you, just spin away, and there's nothing you can do about it because there's the lack of damage coming through. Are you going to Shifting Skies? Someone who can potentially spin out of your ultimate, a huge ultimate for just a heavy spin. And I believe Team Philippines at this point, they've been threatening that trade ever since they knew that there's only one way. And look at this, once again, Nepomuceno straight away in front, no punish at all.
I mean, Team Malaysia, they are trying. They're really trying to punish. Of course, they do not want to use up every single one of the resource because of the fact that the Lord is going to be popping out in under 5 seconds. However, even if the Lord does appear, Nazan is only at level 9 as compared to Nepomuceno at level 13. There's just no space in between for Nazan to kind of squeeze himself in to just land that free retribution. The retribution fight and the quality of retribution from Nazan is just completely low and cannot be countered or cannot be, you know, used to fight.
Yeah, Team Malaysia, they did have the correct idea, right? Early game, Razif did get that early game advantage. Now, De La Cruz in a bit of stifle here, but he isn't Cho after all. Still has to flicker away, and he's one tanky boy as he goes back into the real-world manipulation here.
He's eating up everything, and in the end, he took 4 ultimates in his face only for him to die. But unfortunately, after all of that, it is just a Roma trading out against an XP laner, which is a massive trade-off for the side of Philippines.
Yeah, still pushing the advantage inside of Team Philippines. The macro lead grows as they do get the Lord. They will get this tier 2 turret as well. And that's the point, right? For the side of Team Philippines, they know that they don't want to go into that late game as much as possible, especially against a Claude. Claude versus Harif in that late game scenario, it's not someplace you want to be as the Harif. That's why they have Venuya consistently threatening the opposite side of the map. And if Ilton does make a misstep here, he can potentially get shut down out of the map.
And the heavy spin is just going to be wreaking havoc onto Akib. He's stuck in the walls and unable to do anything. Well, De La Cruz is looking for an opportunity, trying to go for a king on the Razif, but unfortunately that doesn't seem like they will be able to do anything at this point in time, as now they're just going to wreaking havoc throughout the entire map. The Lord is still alive though. The entirety of Team Philippines, they will do what they can. Amar opens up the RWM only to get kicked and punched right in the face, and Team Philippines completely takes this all the way from downtown Malaysia. Unfortunately loses game number 1.
A complete wipeout coming in from the side of Team Philippines as they secure a surgical first game for the side of Team Philippines. And Team Malaysia, gotta say, good try, but Team Philippines still stand on top.
To be honest, they ended the game in sub 11 minutes. DLPH is undoubtedly doing whatever that they can in order to close out the game as soon as possible. Due to the fact that we are looking at the quality of gold laners, the Harif is well accelerated into the late stages already with the amount of items that you have. We're not exactly in late game territory, however his item speaks for itself. It is a late game build already, and if as much as possible, they want to end the game as soon as possible before they have diminishing returns.
Yeah, and the win condition for Team Malaysia was very simple, right? They wanted to win the lanes no matter what, especially on the side of Sora. You saw them using the flicker extremely early with the Fatal Links as well. They did get very good catches in the start of the game, but the timing was slightly off, where they got the kills, but there was no objective to trade after the kills were done. So The macro play was not behind that micro, and that just came to bite them in the back because they couldn't take the next few fights when the turtles were up, when the buffs were up.
There's also a very telltale sign that you're able to see from the side of Team Malaysia that they know that they need to play a game of catch-up. We'll talk about that in a bit, because right now we need to crown our MVP of the game. Understandably, it's gonna be Pabiko with 3 kills, 0 death, 11 assists. Definitely something that we can expect to see from Sanji.
Yeah, 93% kill participation as well, straight away going for the blood. What's that item again? That's the blood wings, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the blood wings, and that was a good survivability item coming through just to make sure that, yeah, you don't get any form of shutdown coming your way. Razif, he wanted to aim down Pabiko no matter what.
Yes.
You saw that Razif was trying to make the play go through, but for the side of Team Philippines, they play defense very well, especially on the side of Carl. Nepomuceno does a great job of the heavy spin, just pinning Akif into the wall early into the game. Fatal links, never a problem because Akif was 90% down.
Speaking of Razif, right, he's actually the telltale sign that Team Malaysia isn't doing well in some of these team fights. If you know that you are ahead as a Sora, or you know that your team has got each other's backs, then understandably the Cloud Form is what you need in order to, number one, be a lot more utility, and you'll be able to set up for your team a lot better. The moment that you see that he's gonna go into Storm Form, you know that they are lacking in damage, and they need to find a way to make up for it. Amar, unfortunately, at one point in time, he wasn't able to keep up anymore with the amount of items that he has for himself. They realize they need more firepower.
Yeah, and this is all in the hands of De La Cruz as well, right? In terms of having that roam advantage, just forcing out the rotations, you can see how aggressive Mr. De La Cruz was when it comes down to chasing down these kills. It does not matter if he gives up his own life in the process, but Way of the Dragon, the threat is always there. Even if he gives up his entire HP bar, he uses it well as a resource.
Yep, and in the second last fight in Team Malaysia's jungle, I'm pretty sure that you guys saw it wholeheartedly. That was a single that's a single Cho that literally ate 4 ultimate. He didn't die, by the way, only until we've got the Sora that decided to flicker on forward just to get a kill, and that was not a very good trade at all.
Yeah.
But at that point in time for Team Malaysia, they're so far behind that any kill could potentially be worth it.
Yeah, a lot of the times you see a good Cho player, a hallmark of a good Cho player is when you can use the iframes perfectly in time as well, right? Just having that micro sense on top of the macro sense. It's not just about that gold lead alone that affected the game. It's all about that Jikundo timing, and he played it to a T, man. He was just standing there. Are you gonna hit me? Are you not gonna hit me? If you're gonna hit me, I'm gonna dash, you know? And yeah, there was that timing where Team Malaysia were unsure. Do we go for him?
Skill shots became non-existent over to the likes of a really good Cho.
Yeah.
And understandably, that is something that we will be able to witness, or rather, we have already witnessed in that very, well, talented play coming from Team Philippines. However, that is only game number 1 of the best of 3 series, and we can definitely expect to see some, revenge from Team Malaysia.
Hopefully we rightfully see some, right? Because in the same time that Team Philippines, they are very strong. Team Malaysia, they are also strong as a region, but maybe they have not had enough time to gel together as a team. Because when you think about Team Philippines, all 5 of them
are in the same organization.
The same organization.
They have a lot of time to train, and they are the main 5 of Team Philippines after all.
Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, for the side of Team Malaysia, yes, they are the main 5. However, they all come from different organizations, 3 of which from Team Ray, 1 of which from PTR, and another one from Monster Vicious. So they have, in some sense, limited time to train together, and especially since they just completed the MPLMY.
Yeah, as well, right? So definitely a lot of playoffs fever that we see from a lot of these teams as well. But definitely coming into these Asian games, coming to represent your team, coming to represent your national colors. There's a lot of pride and stake involved when it comes down to just national ego, when it comes down to MLBB, right? You just want your country to do well.
Honestly, there's just so much patriotism coming in, right? So eventually, we shall see Singapore coming up. We'll see. You know,
We're not gonna.
level of patriotism.
We're not gonna see Team Singapore today.
Not for today.
We just had bad news.
No.
Okay, we won't talk about the bad news, but the good news here is for Team Philippines fans out there currently 1-0, looking extremely clean, looking extremely surgical so far. If you're a Team Malaysia fan, don't fret just yet. This was first game out of a best of 3, so game 2, maybe something to the draft, some pep talk here and there.
Moment, perhaps.
Yeah.
After all, this is still day number 1, though. Even though Team Malaysia is going up against a titan like Team Philippines, at this point in time, it is still considerably low pressure. They're not at the point in time where they know that there's a lot of pressure and they are on the verge of not being able to make it to the top 5, that kind of situation. At this point in time, they still want to kind of cruise as much as possible. Cruise.
Yeah, and as much as we say it might not happen, well, anything can happen in Mobile Legends, right? Who won MPL ID? Oh my god. Oh my god, anything can happen. So right now, anything can happen here at the Asian Games qualifier as well as we head into that next map randomization here, and we do not have broken walls this time.
Thank God. It is going to be expanding rivers, and this is going to enable the junglers, or rather junglers and the roamers, to really get from one place to another a lot quicker.
Yeah, definitely, and we're going to see that Harif once again. I believe it's going to be either top ban or the top pick, because with that Zayman's Force, with the ability to traverse the river at breakneck speeds, that first objective take becomes much more pronounced, especially since you have that ability to join that gold laner into that first foray. Now, going into the bans, Boxia, Fredrin, and Phoveus coming out from inside Team Malaysia. They don't like the tanky boys.
Yep, so take that all away. All 6 of the heroes have been banned out, with the Boxia, Fredrin, and Phoveus out for the picture. While in the meantime, Team Philippines is looking out for the Glue, Freya, and Chip, which will allow Marcel, Guinevere, Fanny, and of course Jusen, let's not forget about that will be collected by the side of Team Malaysia.
Yeah, so far, Jusen will be that first pick coming through. And right now, right, both teams have not picked up the Marcel. Will Marcel be a problem here? I still believe very strongly that Marcel is a very strong problem. And now, once again, the Paquito has made it through.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Even as second pick, second ban, you still get to pick up a Paquito? That's not usually a very good news, especially in the hands of Sanford.
Yeah, this is going to be a very hard deal indeed. Once again, Team Malaysia, they do go for that Atlas, right? And now going into a different build, different play style that you want to go for. No longer on that Akai. Now it will be the Harley. The threat is going to be real. There's going to be way more damage coming out. If you thought heavy spin is going to pin you down, well, how about pure damage right now? And now we do see the Arlet ban coming out. Now, with the side of Team Malaysia, they already have their jungler set. So right now, it's all about damage mitigation against the Harley.
So for Team Philippines, they are very damage-oriented at this point. So Team Malaysia, what they want to do is just remove as much tanky heroes from the pool as much as possible that would fit in the roam position. And understandably, Hylos being one of the tank heroes that have the highest HP within the entire tank role will be taken out. And let's not forget, the Gata Kacha will be taken away too.
Yeah, so now with that Obsidia being taken out as well, that would have been a great goal laner to punish the Harley as much as possible, try and catch him during these rotations. Right now, they do pick up the Claude for themselves. And so far, right, Claude has not been good for any of these teams. But Team Philippines are here to show you, right? Guys, right now,
chill out.
We're going to play Claude.
This is how you do it.
This is how you're going to do it. And for the side of Team Malaysia, they responded with a Moskov and a Sora. And this is also a very good pick coming out from the side of Team Malaysia. But they, once again, they're very reliant on getting the Fatal Links through.
However, I do like the balance coming in from Team Malaysia, right? They have a very good balance in between durability, utility, as well as damage altogether. But Team Philippines, they don't care about tankiness. They're going to go all in. This is all strike. they don't necessarily have someone that is realistically very strong enough to kind of hold down the Lord or kind of be the one that kind of dances to the Lord. This is one of the situations that we see that is all about damage. So for Team Philippines, as much as possible, they want to make Malaysia sweat.
Yeah, they're going to be playing cross map. They're going to try and make them rotate across the map as much as possible. Meanwhile, for Team Malaysia, they want to take the truest of true team fights, right? With the fail links, catch as many as possible. At the same time, land the Spear of Destruction and have an honest 5-5 team fight. But Team Philippines, they don't want that. They don't want an honest 5-5 team fight. Only if they have a 5,000 gold advantage, yes, they are going to jump in. But if they don't, then Team Philippines, well, rest assured, they're just going to play Claude one side, Paquito one side, and Harley is going to be threatening you from anywhere that could be a bush.
If the game really goes well for Team Philippines in this case, Team Malaysia, the one that will suffer a lot is going to be Akif, as one of the main roamers, or rather the main tanky guy who wants to open up the map as much as possible to give information to the likes of Suyo. The moment that you kind of enters any of these brush, you might be expecting either going to be the Harley, or you could just potentially see the Paquito. And Team Philippines, they have so much damage in their midst where they're not afraid of throwing any of these skills onto a frontline heroes, because this is the situation where if Team Malaysia, they lose their tank, that means that they lose their utility, and it just became 5v4. It becomes so difficult for Team Malaysia to kind of hang on.
Yeah, for Team Malaysia to win one of these team fights, it has to be an early burst, right? Within that first 3 seconds of the team fight, you got to burst down either the Harley, the Yeep, or the Claude, or the Paquito. Either one of them.
Yep, very mechanic style, right?
Yeah, very mechanic style. You got to get down that fatal links, you gotta get down that stun, Spear of Despair, into that lantern pickup, into that shifting skies as well. So you gotta lock down one person with all 5 of your utilities. And while that's happening, rest assured, Team Philippines, well, one member might go down, but everybody has the ability to farm here, and everybody has the ability to clear the lanes here. So I can see the macro gameplay just going slightly in the favor of Team Philippines here.
I honestly just want to know how they're going to do this, because in the previous games, of course, I think in either Group C or Group D, we have a very similar kind of lineup coming in whereby they are just all strike, all damage. No one that can realistically be able to hold down the fort against a Lord, hold the Lord, and just take some of these blunt force damage. Team Philippines, they're here to kind of show us a masterclass. How do you run a composition like this? How do you play a fast game?
Yeah, now we head on into game number 2 of Team Malaysia versus Team Philippines. Right now, Team Philippines 1-0 ahead with a very clean first game so far. Now, with a completely new look on their lineup, not having the Akai this time, instead picking up the Harley on Nepomuceno. Wonder how it's going to go as they're playing a very guerrilla warfare kind of playstyle.
As we move on here, let's take a look more about the lading situations. It is going to be the Claude and the Moskov. So they are just going to be going back to back and neck and neck with one another. It's not going to side to anyone at this point in time. But looks like we're looking at something over here. Nazan hoping that he'll be able to open things up onto De La Cruz, but unfortunately, he does have the quicksand guard, so he should be a-okay. Nepomuceno flickers himself on forward, tries to get a kill onto Akif, and he will be able to successfully do that.
Yeah, and that's a flicker usage coming out from the side of Akif. So we do see that early game just priority onto Akif, even onto game 1 as well, right? Just try and threaten the Atlas as much as possible. He might be a tanky boy in the later stages of the game, but right now, as of level 1 to level 2, there is no capability of him being able to soak up the damage.
We do have the turtle that eventually spawn up in 10 seconds. And Team Philippines, at this point in time, they have the general control of the river line. And there's really not much that Team Malaysia could do, because once again, the main guy that opens up the map a little bit here is really just going to be the Atlas. No one else until Raziv can open the map with him. But right now, we just want to see him deal more damage rather than to really open up the map.
Yeah, once again, Team Philippines, they will try and take these segmented team fights as much as possible. If they have the man advantage, they will try and rotate Viana over. Currently has that blazing duet in that mid stage, but now Akif not having that fatal links here. Nepomuceno takes the turtle though.
Really fast pace, and in fact Razif finds himself taken down already. The rest of the members for the side of the team Philippines just gonna remove themselves onto the face of Amar, and he will go down.
Yeah, just early rotation, right? This is the key play style of expanding rivers, where you're able to rotate your gold laner into that first turtle skirmish. And Viana on that BMI Claude using hero, where you're able to jump in and out of the fight as he pleases, the extra blazing duet just goes a long way.
Already 3 kills credited to the side of Team Philippines. Understandably, the pilot really changes how these kind of composition plays out. As such, they move on to the middle lane. In fact, even Tara diving onto Amar, and they don't care about anything at all. They may have lost a life from the side of De La Cruz, but it's a 1-for-1 trade between the roamer and the mid lane that is well worth it.
Yeah, at this point, De La Cruz, he's going to play the same playstyle that he has been playing the Cho as well. You're trying to open up the map as much as possible, right? And for now, we do see the Claude able to farm out the dual lane as well. He is farming up the top lane as well as the mid lane. And this is before that pre-5 minute into the map. This is going to accelerate the farm even more. And him joining the team fights, him having that ability to have that blazing duet, that's going to deal so much more damage if he has so much more farm.
Unfortunately, we are already 4 minutes into the game, and Team Philippines have got a 2.3 thousand goal lead. So that means that the main idea of Team Philippines is already, or rather their main strategy is already on the way. They need to have that snowball, and they need to be able to be on top of Team Malaysia in order for their damage to not be, brushed off easily. Every single one of these hit points or every single one of these damage from Team Philippines will mean a lot.
Yeah, if you take a look at the minimap, the creep priority has been fulfilled, right? Keeping Razif at the bottom of the lane, making sure that the Shifting Skies is not there. Venuya taking the map space to proxy, knowing that Nepomuceno is able to assist and chasing Razif all the way because the vision on that mid lane is secured as well. Team Philippines!
Venuya just gonna be flickering right in the face of Razif. Takes him down pretty effectively while we move on to the top lane. Team Malaysia wants to fight back against Team Philippines. They manage to take down Viana. De La Cruz joins into the fray and hoping that they will be able to just push the rest of Team Malaysia away. Pabico comes back in, gets a kill on Akif and opens up the RWM to kill on top of Ilton. And now Nazan hoping they will be able to run away, but unfortunately the Void Crystal slows him down, picks him off, and De La Cruz takes that kill.
Any lesser team would have disengaged from that team fight, but no, Team Philippines does not back off. You know why? Because they used everything onto Viana, and they know for a fact they are so good at the utility cooldowns. They know for a fact that the enemy does not have this ability available, and that's just top tier MLBB that we're seeing right now. And for the side of Team Philippines as well, Binuya just giving up his life for Viana to somewhat come back into the game as well.
That's the lead that we want to see from Team Philippines in order for this lineup to eventually work out. And it did work out very well. With 1.5 thousand goal lead from the side of Nepomuceno, and now all the way down to the bottom lane, what can they do? Razif! Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like he will be able to do too much from here. He wanted to get a kill down onto De La Cruz. And wait, hold on a second, they managed to! With a good fatal links that connected down to De La Cruz, and Pabico down over to the hands of Razif.
Yeah, that's the problem with the side of Team Philippines lineup, right? They don't excel when it comes down to a straight up man fight. If Team Malaysia, they do get that lead, they do get that man advantage. Team Philippines, well, they don't do well. They want to take these 1v1s, they want to take these 1v2s and spread them across the map. But Venuya, man, oh man, he's putting a lesson on the Paquito so far.
The masterclass. He understands that there is no need to immediately just burst the opponents down because he can't exactly. He needs to land a couple of those auto attacks in order to really get a kill on Nazan. Waiting for the S1 to appear from Nazan. Once he creates space, then there's gonna be a quick little punch from the side of Paquito in order to close up the gap and get a kill.
And this is where you start to play against Team Philippines, and you are like, oh, I'm getting the kills, I'm winning the team fights, but why am I still down so much in gold? It's because of the cross-map plays coming in from the side of Viana. Yep. He's been using the Blazing Duet so well and trying to try and survive.
And unfortunately, right now, he might go down. Wait, never mind! Viana! The BMI brings him all the way to the back, and he eventually managed to escape a complete masterclass. And now back Team Malaysia, they're looking to pick up a little bit more kill. Papico will go down, but here comes Vinuya. It doesn't seem like he has got enough damage to do anything, but never mind. Take that back. Immediately with a good flicker, he puts himself right in the face of Mar, takes him down, and Nepal joins into the fray as well. Not quite enough to bring Razif down, but they do have a little bit more to continue to push it down.
Yeah, completely exhausting every single flicker here. And that should be a situation where you use everything on Viana. You're expecting a kill, but no, the BMI coming out at the perfect timing. Yes, with the rest of the team members just committing all that utility on the Vienna, they had nothing else for the rest of the members. That is Team Philippines that convened on them on that top lane.
At this point, with 5,000 gold lead from Team Philippines, it's not necessarily even about team fights anymore. Team Philippines will be able to whittle down the members from Team Malaysia one after another as long as they have got a very good
Oh no.
Oh man. As you can see, they are just trying to do their very best to go from one player to another. And Team Malaysia, they would like to respond in kind, doing the same thing to Papico.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? Team Malaysia needs to play as a death ball. Meanwhile, Team Philippines, they can play as individual commandos where they are taking Vinuya on one side of the map, Viana on the complete opposite, Yupu Nepomuceno in the center because he has that capability, and also De La Cruz just to get that map vision. So consistent creep pressure coming from opposite sides of the map, 6,000 gold advantage. Yes, you might be winning the team fights, but you're slowly losing your outer turrets, and for Team Philippines, they have all their outer turrets so far.
Unfortunately, if we're talking about the frequency of skirmish versus team fights, the amount of skirmishes definitely is maybe 2 or 3 times more than, you know, some of these team fights out there. So Malaysia, they may win some of these team fights as you mentioned before, but when it comes down to skirmishes, Team Philippines definitely takes the cake. And overall, and over the long periods of time, Team Philippines, doesn't matter if whether they lose some of these team fights, it doesn't really matter. But in the meantime, there we go. It's gonna be a big team fight, but the Lord Sand Sweepers are flying up to the air right within Papico's RWM. And that's more than enough for Team Malaysia to take 2 L's to their name. Razif hiding inside of these brushes, and there's no way he's gonna get himself right out of the hands of Viana.
And you can take one, you can take Nepomuceno out, but we're gonna make you pay, right? This is what Team Philippines is all about. Because right now, Team Philippines, Viana is at critical mass. Look at how much damage the Blazing Duet does when a good Claude player is given the farm. And this is why Claude is still so dominant as one of the top tier gold laners. It's just that teams have not been making him work. Now Team Philippines putting on a masterclass.
To be honest and to be fair, it does seem as though Team Philippines, they have very strong control of the lanes and of course the river lines. As long as you have good control of the river lines, Viana can literally go anywhere that he wants to farm either in the lanes or in the jungle. And that will help him to proportionately grow together in time. With 7,000 gold lead in favor for Team Philippines, Malaysia is way, way behind. And despite the fact that this is a very well-balanced team composition with good tank... Oh, wait, hold on a second. What was that? As the Raging Sandstorm lands, De La Cruz unfortunately will sacrifice his own life, and he's taking a lot of enmity coming from the side of Team Malaysia. He may sacrifice his life, but managed to allow his team to take a keep and Razif down. As continuously from this point onwards, the Zan looks to get a kill. He managed to pick up a double, but Papico will take him down once and for all. While Vinuya goes for a little bit of style onto the side of Team Malaysia. Ilton now, as of course the Moskov, he do whatever that they can to push out the waves and to survive.
One more creep wave coming in from side Team Philippines. This might be the end here as they're trying to go for it. Ilton does go down. Team Philippines, they go for the throat here as they know they are on that clock as well. They don't want to give them any space to breathe as Team Philippines takes this 2-0.
This is absolutely scary of a game from the side of Team Philippines. They are doing whatever that they can to ensure that they will put the opponents down under.
I gotta say, Team Philippines, they look super friendly when, you know, they're not in the game, but when they smell blood in the water, this is the kind of players they are.
Honestly, at this point in time, the moment that we go into the game, Philippines looked at the game and they focused in, like shooting fish in a barrel at this point.
And this is what that playstyle is going to be about, right? Where a lot of teams, they are taking the guerrilla team fights, but They want to play the Nolan, they want to play the Claude as much as possible, but sacrifices need to be made. And for Team Philippines, they're using their HP bar as a resource to start these fights, to force out these fights. De La Cruz, he might go down, but what do they gain out of it? And looking at Pabico as well, he died 3 times, but doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter, because in the end of the day, it's all about trade. You may go down, but someone else gets the kill, and then someone else will make full use of the economy that they have gotten. Well, in the end of the day, Pabico, also known as Sanji, with 6 kills, 3 deaths, and 10 assists, crowned the MVP of the game.
Yeah, definitely for all the Team Philippines members putting on a show here. Team Malaysia, they did what they could, right?
They did what they could.
Won the team fights. They fulfilled their team comp perfectly. But when it comes down to the art of battle, Team Philippines, they won that war.
This is the kind of situation whereby Team Philippines would not give you a grand dream. They're not going to sell you all of that. They're just going to be like, look, we have one person here, make your choice. Do you want to send Akif all the way into Fatal Links on the one guy? Or do you want to wait it out for a perfect opportunity for Razif to go in and out massive amount of people? Unfortunately, that dream was never sold to Malaysia, because for the side of Team Philippines, 1 person, 2 person may get caught. However, it does not matter to them, because every single one of these members from Team Philippines, they have ample amount of damage to punish Team Malaysia.
Yeah, and it's not like Nazan was in a bad situation, especially with the Tsusin and the Suyo combo as well. They did find a lot of pickoffs onto Pabico and also onto Nepomuceno as well. But the main villain behind all this, Vinuya, right? Behind all this on the Paquito, we can see why this is one of the top tier bans that teams have just been banning out. And now, can you agree with me that Claude is good?
in a winning situation, Claude is great.
Yeah, but even in a losing situation,
we need a litmus. We need a proper litmus test for Claude. You know, playing from behind, how good Claude will be. Technically speaking, it's technically speaking easy to win. What's the word for it?
I know what you mean.
It's easier to win harder.
Yeah,
but it's not exactly easy to win slowly.
Yeah, it's what I always say. That's what I always say. Every good team knows how to play when they're ahead, right? But when you're behind, that's where the decision making matters.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's the way. Yeah. Forget what I said. Yeah, just take what I said.
Yeah, so congratulations to Team Philippines for taking a 2-0 victory here at day 1 of the Asian Games qualifiers so far. What a treat that we had so far. We saw Team Indonesia going up against Team Laos, Team Philippines going up against Team Malaysia. Well, still early days. There's a lot of time to reset here. As we said, Team Philippines, there are 5-member stack that have been playing together for a very long time.
Indeed. In fact, this is, in some sense, and to a lot of the fans out there, this would be an expected outcome. But of course, I guess the training arc happens, and this is where the training arc for Team Malaysia will eventually come in. This is only day number 1. Pressure is not that high as of yet, as we mentioned time and time again. Eventually, we might see Malaysia coming in as a powerhouse, and I'm definitely looking forward to that.
Yeah, and for that next game, we're going to have Team Indonesia versus Team Vietnam. So that's something to look forward to, guys.
That is going to be the last game of the day, so make sure you guys look forward to that. We're going to go off for a short break, and we'll see you guys in a jiffy. Take care.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm, so beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell, just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo.